Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
This all happened about a week before my son's 7th birthday. I'm a 38-year-old male, and I hadn't gotten him a gift yet. So after work, I asked his mother to pick him up from school as I drive myself to Walmart to browse the toy section for something that he would possibly want. While trying to decide between a Nerf gun or an Iron Man action figure, I heard a woman's voice behind me. "Aw, browsing for yourself or a little one?" I turned around to see a woman around my age in an employee vest with a smile, clearly amused by her own joke. "Well, clearly it's for me, but on an unrelated note, any ideas for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old boy?" I retort. The woman chuckled a bit before pointing out that the Nerf gun. This one sells really well." And taking her word for it, I put the gun in my cart before thanking her and then pushing off. However, she stops me and says, "Is there anything else I can do to help you today?" she said, stepping into my line of sight again. No, thank you," I say. "I really just came for the toy, but thank you again." And with that, I pushed my cart past her. As I made my way to the checkout, I saw a good deal on cherries and decided to swing over to the groceries to see what else I might want to get while I was there. A few minutes later, as I was knocking on some watermelons, I heard the same voice from before. "I thought you were only here for the Nerf gun." I turned around to see the woman again. Yeah, but I decided to do some grocery shopping while I was here." I know. I didn't have to explain myself to her, but in order to be polite, I decided to reply to her small talk, but I just kept this short because I was getting a weird feeling about this lady. She continued to follow me around during my shopping, which I had decided to cut short given the situation. I then went to self-checkout since the line was shorter there. Usually, I don't mind waiting in line for a cashier, but today, I wanted to be done a lot sooner than normal. I scanned my items, and I swiped my points card before paying, and I then left. The woman was standing at the exit doors, literally watching me as I left. I thought that this was the end of it, until later that afternoon, I got a phone call. "Hello?" I answered, only to be greeted by the same cheery voice that I heard at the Walmart. "Hello, is this?" she said my name. I was shocked. "How did you get my number?" I asked. "Well, I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you, so after I saw you had a membership card, I looked it up and I found your phone number in our database," she said, sounding almost proud of herself. "What the hell? What is wrong with you? Isn't that illegal?" I was outraged. This was an invasion of my personal information. "Oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I just really like talking to you. And now that I've called, you can save my number, okay?" Flabbergasted by her nonchalantness over the situation, I blurted out, "No, not at all. I'm married, and I don't want anything to do with you. This is not okay." The phone line went silent for a long time before she hung up. She never called again, nor did I see her ever again at the Walmart, but I did report her, so that may be the reason why. But still, I hope that I never see that over-friendly Walmart employee again. I was at a large outdoor mall in Columbus, Ohio, and I wanted to do a little shopping before going into work nearby at 2 p.m. So, keep in mind, that this happened on a Wednesday afternoon in May. I parked on the first floor of a garage, a row directly across from the main entrance of the indoor mall area towards the back. As soon as I parked, I made eye contact with a guy walking in the next row. I was a 26 female at that time, and this guy looked to be around my age, if not younger. He turned towards me and then started walking my way. I put my head down, started gathering my things, and the next thing I knew, he was knocking on my window. I can't remember if I've already had the window down or if I rolled it down more, but anyways, the window was almost halfway down. He asked me where the closest restroom was. I told him that there is one as soon as you walk in the main entrance of the mall. He said that he didn't know where that was and if I would show him there. I pointed and I said that you literally just need to walk down this row and then go through the doors and the signs will be right there. But he really wanted me to show him where it was. He just stood there and looked at me for what felt like forever after he realized that I wasn't going to get out and show him the restroom. He then asked me if he could hop in the back seat real quick, and that's when my confusion went to panic. I really started to panic. I don't even remember if I responded to that right off the bat. He just kept going on, asking if he could get in, and then asked to hook up in the back seat. I just said no thank you and that I have a boyfriend and I'm sorry? To which he responded, "It's okay. I have a girlfriend and I love her." This just kept going on, me telling him that I needed to go and get to work and that I was sorry. He kept texting or something with his phone during the conversation too. I was afraid that he would try to open my door and I didn't want to lock them and somehow trigger this guy into doing something else. Somehow, I finally got the courage to start the car back up, reverse the car, and got the absolute fuck out of there before he could say anything else. I worked a couple blocks away and I hurried into the building before I called security. I have no idea what this guy's intentions actually were. I truly felt that he was trying to get me out of the car and possibly had other people close by. Maybe he really did just want to hook up. But who in the right mind goes about it in that kind of way? Was he bait for human trafficking? Was he just trying to rob me? He seemed to be a normal person until the interaction furthered. Thankfully, I was in a rental car because mine had been stolen exactly 3 weeks prior to this happening. I'm just very happy that this guy did not see what I typically drove if he happened to snag the license plate and the make and model of the car. What do you think this was? Does anybody here have any similar experiences? I still think about this to this day, and it's been about 2 years now. Transportation in the Philippines were made easier because there are motorcycle taxis here, and they are much cheaper compared to your Uber or Grab cars. You just need to book a rider through an app, just like how you would book Uber in your country. I'm used to taking them whenever it's not raining, and it's a faster way to get to my workplace, but that's just the tip of the iceberg to my story. One particular night, I was craving for something to eat. It was around 1 a.m. It took me an hour or two of scrolling through my phone to look for food to satisfy my cravings when I just decided that I'd go to 7-Eleven, which is just a few blocks away from the village that I live in. I decided to just walk there because the evening breeze was nice. I reached the highway and I walked to the nearest pedestrian lane. The streets were a bit dim when suddenly a man on the motorcycle stopped by me and he was urging me to ride on his motorcycle. Motorcycle taxis here have uniforms, so I know that he was a phony. 7-Eleven was still 2 blocks away, so I just politely brushed him off and said that I wanted to walk. He then took off, and I felt a rush of relief. I enjoyed the rest of my walk when I came to this block where only one street lamp was working, and the light from it was not a big help at all. My heart started beating fast, and I was sweating. Mind you, it was cold during that time. Something is stopping me from taking a step further. My legs felt heavy, but I did my best to walk because I was really hungry during that time. I don't have the perfect vision, and I can't see anything that is more than 4 feet away from me. When I was about to reach the corner where the only working street lamp is standing, I see the guy from earlier, and he was smoking something. I squinted my eyes, and he was smoking crack. I walked faster until I reached 7-Eleven. I shopped for my food, and when I went to the cashier to pay for my stuff, there were 3 people ahead of me. I then see the guy again. He went behind me, and he was holding a roll of aluminum foil. I was shaking, and I was about to cry when suddenly my childhood friend, who is a police officer, came in, and he greeted me. I greeted him back, and my friend then offered me a ride because he just clocked out and told me to wait for him. He went to the drink section of the store when the guy whispered something in my ear. "Suerte mo, miss. Di ka marirape ngayon." Which translates to, "Miss, you're lucky. I can't rape you now." When I was 15, I went to a show in Liverpool, UK with a friend. My friend told me that he was staying at a friend's house, so I boarded the 25-minute train home alone. This was the last train home at around 11:30 p.m. I found a seat and I stared out of the window as the city lights faded into peripheral twinkles. So, 5 minutes in, my trance was broken by the soft croak of an older guy, maybe 50, with a dusty blonde hair and aviator frame glasses. "Hello, young man. Are you okay? You look lonely." Shocked and confused, I nodded and said, "Oh, I'm okay, thanks." "The name's Dean. Do you like smoking weed or drinking beers? I've got some at my house. Are you stopping at Crew? You could pop in, you know," he said. No, I'm getting off at Runcorn," I mistakenly replied, cringing internally. I excused myself to use the bathroom as I made my way hastily across the carriage, the twinkling city lights now replaced by dank fields and a semi-urban decay. I peeked back, noticing the man playing with what seemed to be a needle. I sped up to the bathroom and I locked the door. It was only 10 more minutes until my stop. The next stop is Runcorn. I don't think a digitized train announcement has ever sounded so heavenly. I threw the door open and I bolted to the exit, but as my feet touched the station floor, I felt a firm grip on my shoulder. Looking back in fear and trying to shake off the grip, I acted fast and instinctively. I shouted, "Dad!" at a completely empty and on the other side of the gate. The now stumbling backwards Dean let out a "oh fuck" under his breath and ran to the other side of the train while I ran through the gate. I sprinted all the way home and told my parents, who told the police. But we never heard anything. To start with, I'm a 27-year-old female, and I'm a reporter for a small-time local news channel. The work I do mostly pertains to writing scripts and asking questions and later saying them on camera, sometimes interviewing passersby to get public opinion. The day started just like any other day. The city was tearing down a lot of smaller hospitals in the area and creating one large one in the center of town, which had mixed feelings in the public eye. I was in the downtown area with my camera crew, asking people about their opinions on the matter. Many people were against it because it meant a farther drive from their homes, but having a newer hospital is never a bad thing either. Most people tended to say either or. However, that changed when I interviewed one man. Looking about mid-30s with a red baseball cap and a denim jacket on. If he hadn't been interested in talking, I would have simply ignored him. But while he seemed all too eager to talk to me, he didn't seem very concerned with the topic. Instead, he started asking about me, first asking my opinion on the subject, which I deflected saying that I was interested in his thoughts about it. But afterwards, he started asking things that weren't even related to the hospitals. He started asking me about my job as a reporter and how it affected my personal life since I was quote-unquote famous. I assured him that I wasn't famous, but then he continued asking me personal questions, including about my love life. I informed him that those were none of his business, but he didn't seem to take the hint. He kept trying to talk to me until I flat out told him to leave. It took him a while to do so, but eventually he got the message. He looked a bit offended, but then said, "Oh, I'm sorry. You're probably busy with work," before walking off. I felt a bit weirded out by it, so we took a break from recording and had lunch before going back to work. The rest of the workday was more or less the same as before the weird guy. It wasn't until we were packing up for the day that I saw the man again. He simply walked back up to us again and started talking to me. I tried to tell him that we were finished filming and there wasn't anything else to talk about. But he didn't take no for an answer. He then asked me for my phone number. That's when the pieces started to click into place. He was being so weird because he was trying to make a pass at me. I kindly told him no and that I wasn't interested. And fortunately, he wasn't so keen on my answer. He then asked me if I was single or not, and then said that whatever man I had was probably an asshole and that he could treat me so much better. He started raising his voice at me and calling me a bitch for playing with his feelings. That's when my cameraman David stepped in. He wasn't in the best of shape, but he was a big guy, so having him step up and say something was such a huge relief to me. He walked up and got between me and the crazy dude before saying, "Buddy, she ain't interested, so take a hint." The man seemed a bit intimidated by the large man in front of him before glancing back at me again. He called me a bitch before walking off, giving us the middle finger. I let out a huge sigh of relief as I was reaching my breaking point before David turned to me and asked me if I was okay. I gave him a little nod and thanked him for saving me, and I get into the van and try to calm down as we drive back to the station. I never saw the creep with the red cap and denim jacket again, and I hope that I never do. I'm not 100% sure that this story belongs here, and so if it does get removed for not fitting the criteria, I understand completely, but I thought that I would share just in case. I'm going to start out to say that this isn't some flashy, scary story, and it doesn't have the most satisfying ending, but none got hurt, which I am extremely grateful for. This all happened when I was in like grade 5 or 6. I'm Canadian, so we have primary school, kinder to grade 8, and then we have high school, which is grade 9 to grade 12 or 13, and then go to college or university. So, I think I would have been around 8 or 9 years old at that time. I'm now, as of writing this, 23 years old, going to be 24 in July. So, my memory may be a bit foggy, but what happened this day will forever stand out to me. I, at that time, an 8 to 9-year-old female, and my sister who was 2 years younger than me, let's call her Paya, went to a little French immersion school growing up. At the time we were not living close to it, so we had to take a school bus. The bus stop where we would be picked up in the morning and then dropped in the afternoon was about a block or so away from the apartment buildings that we lived in. My sister and I would get up at 7 a.m. and catch the bus for 7:30 a.m. to get to school for 8 a.m. There was another family that also caught the bus at our stop with some younger children, so we were never fully alone. But my sister and I made the walk there and home without any adult because my mother worked nights, and my sister and I thought that we were old enough to walk the short distance alone. This will be important later. This all happened during late spring, think around April or May, when the weather was getting consistently hotter during the day, upwards of 20 degrees Celsius. I should also note that I have allergenic asthma, which means activities like running or strenuous exercise, as well as allergens like pollen, can all and will trigger my asthma. And for this reason, I wasn't a big runner, and seeing me run was a rare occurrence. So, in the morning, bright and early, at 7:15, my sister and I head out to go wait at the bus stop for the school bus. Everything was pretty normal, me being the more obviously tired one of us, but something stuck out to me. I noticed an old brown pickup truck parked in one of the driveways of a nearby house. A person sat in the driver's seat, seemingly doing nothing, maybe asleep, I don't know. This wouldn't have been weird, except I knew that the people there drove a minivan. Maybe it was just how ugly the color of the brown pickup was, but it really stuck out to me. In hindsight, I should have questioned why the guy in the truck just sat there in his vehicle for over 15 minutes doing nothing, but I was too tired to care. So off to school we went, and the day was honestly forgettable in how routine it was. On the bus to go home, however, my sister and I got into an argument, so when we got to our stop, Paya took off running back to the house ahead of me, leaving me with the parents who picked up their younger children at the stop, and after they left, I was just alone. I was not impressed by the stunt that my sister had pulled, but I just began my walk down the street with traffic near me going the same way I was walking. I was about a minute into my walk home when I noticed that brown pickup truck that looked oddly familiar. I hadn't realized that it was probably the one from that morning. It was slowing down beside me as I walked. And now, it was a pretty hot day out. One kid had collapsed during recess because of heat stroke, so I was having a hard time already due to the heat. The driver of this old brown pickup rolls down the passenger window just to talk to me. He was waving a hand at me to get me to stop. I do stop because I was raised to be polite, but I kept my distance. There was a patch of grass separating the curb and the sidewalk, meaning that I had at least 60 centimeters of space between me and the curb. "Hey there, kiddo. Where are you headed?" The driver, a man in his late 50s or so, asked. Now, I had been raised knowing all about stranger danger, so I was already on guard about this. "Home?" I told him, purposefully vague about it. At this point, the man leaned over and unlocked his passenger door. I was able to see him a little better now. He had a tattoo of what I think was a tiger and some other animals up his right arm. He wore a plain gray muscle shirt, and I couldn't see what kind of pants he was wearing because I was short. His hair was a salt and pepper of gray and black, pulled into a low greasy ponytail, and he had a mustache. Not to profile, but like one of those stereotypical pedo stashes. His skin tone was tan, but he seemed to be Caucasian, and his hands were large with a scar across his knuckles. "Well, how about you hop in and I'll give you a ride? You know it's pretty hot out today." This complete stranger offered me with a smile, and I noticed he seemed to have a missing tooth too. I, of course, smiled back not to be rude, and I simply said a polite, "Oh, no thank you, sir." And I started walking again. Now, this would have been fine and dandy if it had just ended at that. But instead, he began keeping pace with me in his truck and insisting that I get in, that it was too hot out and that all the other kids had been picked up. Now, this struck me as odd and still does even now, because this meant that he had been watching me when all of us had gotten off the bus. Though I guess he didn't notice my sister run off, but still this was really creepy. I again said, "No thank you." But he didn't seem to take the hint. In fact, he became more pushy and maybe a little irritated. He had pulled up so close to the curb, he was almost jumping it with his pickup now. And at this point, I was really feeling scared that this man might do something that I wouldn't like. So I quickly said, "Have a nice day." And then I took off running as fast as I could towards my apartment complex. I vaguely heard him shout something at me, but I just kept running, cutting over the grassy hill with a few trees on it instead of staying on the sidewalk. I saw that someone had just left the underground parking area that connected two of the buildings, and I ran in just before the big door that let cars out closed. I didn't stop running until I made it up to the 8th floor, got into my house, and then slammed and locked the door. At this point, I was in a full-blown asthma attack as well as crying in fear. I collapsed against the door, hyperventilating and sobbing. And my sister was now freaking out at how I just burst in like that. But I couldn't get out what I was trying to say as I could barely breathe. Eventually, I was able to calm down, and my mother came home from what she has been doing. I was then able to explain what had happened. My mother then called the police, and we had a female officer come interview me, to whom I recounted only what had happened on my way home from the bus stop, and then the nice policewoman took my statement. Unfortunately, nothing ever came of the investigation, and it didn't help that I couldn't remember the license plate other than it looked like it wasn't from Ontario, Canada. So, I never really heard anything after that. But to the man who may or may not have tried to kidnap me on my way home from school, let's not meet ever. I, a 29-year-old female, used to do some street performing when I was low on money. And at that time of the story, I was 25. I had recently lost a lot of weight and needed to save money for skin removal surgery, in addition to buying all the new clothing and seeing a chiropractor because of the changes in my gait affecting my spine. So, this was a Friday night, and I was in a college town near the state university with a lot of bars and restaurants. Because all of my clothing hung off my body like a tablecloth, I was wearing a decorative scarf tied into a dress, and it was a little on the revealing side, but it didn't look as sloppy as the rest of my clothing. If you don't wear decent clothing and makeup and such when you street perform, people assume you're homeless and can be really shitty towards you. This will be relevant to the story. So I was up tuning my guitar, sitting in a camping chair outside of a couple of bars, and at around 8:30 p.m., this beige SUV pulls up and parks in front of me. The guy driving it hopped out and approached me. He said, "Hey, do you want something to eat?" I answer, "Nah, I'm okay, but thanks though." And he just said okay, and then he got back into his car. But instead of driving away, he just sat there staring at me. I thought it was a little bit strange at that time, but I was focused on getting warmed up, so I didn't initially worry about it too much. I was only planning on staying out until about midnight, so I wanted to maximize my time. It was the end of the dinner time, beginning of the bar time rush, so it took me a while to realize that the beige SUV was still there, and the guy was still sitting in the driver's seat looking at me. I'm pretty sure he didn't even pay the parking meter. At about 9:30 p.m., he hops out again, and then he comes to me. He says, "Hey, are you hungry yet?" I answer, "No, I'm okay. I ate before I came out here." He then answers, "Come on, I want to give you something but I don't have any cash. Let me buy you dinner." This does happen though, when someone who doesn't carry cash sees a street musician that they like, they will often offer to buy a snack and then bring it to you, so I didn't find that strange. I then tell him, "Okay, sure, if you want to bring me a snack, that's cool." He then said, "Okay, come with me." I tell him, No, I'm not leaving my spot here." He then says, "There's a really good restaurant I want to take you to, but it's too far to walk. We need to drive there." I then answer him, "I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in going somewhere. I need to stay here and make some money tonight." And then he tells me, "I thought you were hungry. Come on, let me buy you dinner." I was starting to get frustrated, so I told him, "No, I told you I'm not actually that hungry. If you want to tip me with something other than cash, a slice of pizza from the place across the street, or a soda or a cigarette, that I'm fine with, but I'm not leaving my spot." He then says, "No, I'm not going to buy you a slice of pizza. If you want dinner, you need to come with me." At this point, tons of people were walking past us, and I was getting really annoyed at him for keeping me from playing music. I tell him, "Well, I'm not going anywhere, and I need to make some money tonight, so I'm done talking about this." At that point, I start playing my guitar to show him that I was done with this conversation. I probably should have been more concerned by this point, but I was honestly just pissed off. It wasn't uncommon for men who saw me street performing to offer me food or shelter in exchange for sex, so I kind of assumed that's what he was after at that point. For about the next hour, I focused on just playing music and chatting with people, and it was actually a pretty productive night. I had almost forgotten about the creepy dude, until he got out of his car and leaned against the door still staring at me. At this point, it was almost 11 p.m., and it dawned on me that he had been there for over 2 hours. And that's when the alarm bells finally started to go off in my head. I had a hard time focusing on the music after that because he was just standing there staring at me. And the longer it lasted, the more I felt like he had something more nefarious than just trying to bribe a young homeless woman to sleep with him in mind. At about 11:30, I realized that I needed to do something sooner rather than later. It was pretty much peak bar hour, but the streets were going to become less crowded eventually, and I was going to be walking home. I did not want to risk him following me. Now, When I'm street performing, I'm in a really friendly mode. I'm not the most intimidating looking girl in general, so I don't think he was expecting me to confront him directly. But when I feel threatened, I tend to get pretty mad pretty fast, and figuring that I had plenty of witnesses, I walked right up to him, angry as hell by this point. I asked him, "Why are you staring at me?" Him, taking aback, said, "Huh? You've been staring at me for 3 hours now. Do you just like making younger women uncomfortable?" I was mad, talking progressively faster and louder, and it was very clear that this wasn't going the way he expected it to. He then said, No, I wanted to buy you dinner." "So you're just waiting for me to get hungry enough to go get dinner with you? When I've already said no several times. That's not being helpful, it's being creepy. I know there aren't any restaurants that are still open at 11:30 p.m. around here." No, this one is. It's still open," he said. "I don't care if it's still open because I don't want to go anywhere with you. I told you that. So why are you here still waiting?" "No, you don't understand." He looked like he was racking his brain for an excuse. What? What am I not understanding about you staring at me for the last 3 hours? "No, you see, I'm an Uber driver," he answered. Of all the stupid excuses he could have picked, this was possibly the stupidest. Me, pretending to quote-unquote understand, I said, "Oh, okay, I get it. You've been waiting all this time for someone who ordered an Uber." Him, smiling, said, Yes. "And you were just going to leave them waiting while you took me to a restaurant then?" What happened next freaked me out more than anything else that night. As soon as I blew a hole through his piss-poor cover story, it was like he took off a mask. His smile disappeared, and his voice was deadly serious as he climbed back into his car and then said to me, "Okay, you will never see my face again." And then he drove off, fast. I just stood there, shook. I'd had plenty of creepy encounters while street performing, but not like this. It was impossible to convince myself that he was going to do anything besides abduct me. I was done after that. I decided to order an actual Uber home instead of walking, which cost about half of what I made in tips that night. In the back of that Uber, counting my cash, I realized that it was time to retire. The small amount of money I made during the daytime was not worth the effort, and the decent money I made at night was not worth the risk. I've since moved on to a new side hustle, and I also developed agoraphobia, which was really diagnosed because of this and other incidents like it. I hate leaving the house alone. I order most of my groceries and household supplies through DoorDash, and I have a job that's only 3 blocks away from my apartment. Still, on my walks to and from work, I find myself constantly checking my surroundings, using the reflection in the storefront windows to make sure that I'm not being followed. So, creepy guy in the beige SUV, I hope you keep your promise and that I never see your face again. This was in middle school. My teacher was absent one day, and this gym coach was substituting for him that day. I have seen him around the school before, and he has substituted for us a few times before. I was sitting on my desk, talking to my friend behind me and pretending to do my work. And for some reason, he decided to walk around the room to check if we were doing the assignment. So, I turned to my desk and I started writing. He goes one by everyone's desk. but then slows down once he reaches mine. He hovers over me, just staring down at my work, and I got nervous because I didn't want him calling me out. But for some reason, I felt his breath on me. It was heavy, which was really grossing me out. He was a frail, old-looking man, so I didn't think much of it. He walked really slowly and seemed harmless, but was very passive-aggressive when he spoke to all of us. I'd always get this weird, creepy vibe from him, but always thought that it was just me. A few months go by, and the rumor of him being fired circled around the school. I was curious, so I'd ask around to know what the tea was. Apparently, the same teacher that would sub for my class was fired. He was caught trying to touch the girls during practice and throughout the gym periods. He touched the girl, which was soon reported by the student. And he even got caught hiding in the crack of the door, watching the girls change in the locker room. He finally got caught while doing so, and he was soon fired and kicked out of the school. The news made it everywhere, even on the news, and it spread like wildfire. Thinking back on it now, it gives me chills to think that he would watch girls change. And thank goodness he got caught. You never know people's intentions. I'm a 22-year-old female, and back when I was in college, I used to party a lot. I used to go out with the girls to drink or hang out at large get-togethers where I didn't even know the name of the person whose house I was at. Looking back at it, it's not my proudest time, but at least I can say that I lived it up in my early 20s. The night was just like most weekends, at a bar getting wasted with the girls, and we had just finished our midterm exams and we were celebrating the fact that we survived it. We spent the first bit of the night comforting one of my friends, Mary, who didn't think that she did great on the test. But after a while, we managed to get her to open up and we were enjoying our night. At around 1:30 in the morning, we decided to all go home because we were past the point of feeling good drinking and closer to passing out. So we all called rides to get us home. Me and my friend Priya lived nearby, so we decided to only call one cab and I would just get dropped off at my house before the cab drove to the dorms. I lived a few blocks away from campus, so it made sense to carpool since we were both going the same way. Our cab came relatively quickly, and after saying our goodbyes, me and Priya went into the cab. Our driver was a guy who looked to be in his early 40s, with very short brown hair and wearing a plaid shirt. When the door opened up, he looked back at us and said, "Well, hello ladies, where can I take you?" Priya told him to go to the university while I managed to slur out the words to tell him to drop me off a few blocks before that. "Alrighty then," he said, his smile never leaving his face. He put the car in drive and then pulled out, but didn't put the meter on. At first, I thought he forgot, which in my drunk mind meant that the ride was free. But after a while of driving in the direction of the university, it took a turn into a residential area. Excuse me," I said, needing to take some stops in between words to avoid throwing up. The university is that way." I point back to the road we were at before. "You girls are university students, right?" the driver said. "You'd probably get in trouble stumbling around campus after drinking so much, so I'm taking you somewhere to sleep it off." "We would?" Priya said, looking surprised. "But I do it all the time," she drunkenly admitted, the alcohol clearly confusing her. I, on the other hand, was fully aware of the situation now. She can just go to my place, I piped up quickly. It's just before the university. You can stop there and you can let us out there. As I said this, my heart beat faster in my chest. This guy's intentions were clear, and it wasn't to get us to our destination like any normal cab driver. I stared at the man in quiet horror when he shook his head, that same 6 smiles still on his face, and said, "I've got a better place where you two ladies can stay at," he said, as he continued driving every second farther away from our route home. "No, thank you," I said. "My dad will be expecting us back soon and he'll be really upset otherwise." As I say that, I reach into my back pocket, my eyes locked on him. We matched gazes through the rearview mirror, and I froze, just staring at him, hoping that he would let us go. "I'm sure he wouldn't mind," the man said, and just as he did, he glanced at me before looking back to the road. In that split second, his eyes were off of me, and I took my chance. "Hey Siri, call my dad." The driver pulled over instantly and turned around to face us, trying to grab at my phone. Priya, finally understanding the situation, kicked him back as I held it as far away from the man as possible. We both screamed as the tussle continued for a few moments, until the call connected, and we all went silent as we did. "Hello?" It was my dad's voice. I was sobbing while I held onto the phone. I threw open the car door, and then Priya and I started to run. My father was still on the line asking what was going on while we sobbed. And looking back, the man didn't come out of his vehicle. Instead, the door closed before the lights came back on, and the car drove away quickly. I started to explain what had happened to my father as I cried, and me and Priya hugging each other for support. Our throats ached from the bawling. After a few minutes, my father showed up in his pickup truck alongside 2 police cars. I hardly acknowledged the cops as I ran into my father's arms and into safety. His arms closed around me as I started to cry all over again. He reassured me that I was safe now, and then the officers walked forward and introduced themselves. They took us to the station, and then we filed a report. They assured me that the man wouldn't be too hard to find, and they did end up catching him. While he did spend some time in jail, it was only for 9 months. I'm sure he's somewhere out there now, maybe even doing the same thing that he tried to do to me and Priya. But I will remember his face for as long as I live, and I hope that I never see it again. I'm a 25-year-old female from England. This started about 5 months ago, and first, it was quite a pleasant interaction, but it slowly got worse and more creepy. It started about October to November. I noticed that my wing mirror on my car had been put inwards. I park a street away from my house, so I have a short walk to it, and my house is also on the main road with 1 driveway, and my parents park on the drive. I asked my mother if this was her doing, as it was a thoughtful thing to do. She refused, and my father also said that it wasn't him. So I thought that it was just a kind or thoughtful person that did it. After all, where I park has a lot of older people, and they always say good morning to me when I set off to work. This continues for the months onwards. I asked a couple older people on the street, and they said that it wasn't them either. So I just continued going to work and didn't notice anything else until the winter weather got worse. December 2023 was when the weirdness continued. The frost kicked in, and the snow started on occasions. Since I set off from work at 7 a.m., it can be frosty at that time, and I would need to de-ice my car. About mid-December, I remember running late for work, and it was around 7:15 a.m. and I still had not de-iced my car. So I was doing a careful rush to my car as it was very cold and icy. Only to get there and see that it had been de-iced for me. I was confused and a little happy, but also shaken. It was a really strange feeling. Again, I asked my parents and anyone that I saw on the side street. It wasn't any of them. My mom laughed and said, "Oh, you might have a secret admirer." Well, it's like she was a fortune teller. The de-icing of my car happened a few more times on very icy days. From January onwards is when it got strange to the point that I started parking elsewhere. About the end of January, the start of February 2024, I saw what I can only describe as homemade food left on top of my car. Don't worry, I didn't eat anything. I ended up throwing these away once I got to work. But I found the situation was getting beyond strange. Around the same time, the first letter/note was left. It was written in what I would describe as a doctor's handwriting. It was basically asking if I enjoyed being treated like, and I quote, "the princess that I deserve to be treated like." I brought this home and I showed my parents, and they didn't like this at all. My dad said he was going to start parking on the street so I can park on the drive for a while. I said that would be a good idea. However, if this person was looking for my car, then he would know which house was mine. My dad agreed, but also pointed out that he or she may have already been watching me and may actually already know where I live. He stated that the main thing was me walking home from my car to the house at 8:15 p.m. He stated that he would sort the situation out if anything happened. I questioned possibly going to the police, and he stated that they would just laugh at us without any proof. He was right, we didn't have anything, and I didn't like the idea of parking back on the street, so I didn't. Now it's April, and I stopped parking on the drive a few weeks ago, and now I've started parking on a different street, but still close to my house. Nothing has happened since February, and I hope that it doesn't, as it was starting to get worse. Do I have a stalker? Or is someone just trying to mess with me? I don't know. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer it as much as I can. So one day, I took the bus as usual to get home, and this guy sitting next to me gets off at the same bus stop. I know pretty much all the neighborhood people, and I don't think I ever saw anyone of his nationality. During the way home, I was on the phone speaking another language. So this guy, after we get down from the bus, makes a sound to get my attention and then asks me where I'm from. I should have just walked away, but in this situation, I got scared and I didn't act rationally. So I answered him, then he asked me where I live, and I tell him that I live here without pointing exactly to my house. But then, he proceeds to ask me if he can get some with me. At that point, I started to laugh hysterically and I keep telling him that I have a boyfriend. I know, I should have just threatened him that I would call the police or something, but I got scared and I didn't want him to turn violent for not telling him what he wanted to hear. I tried to leave, but then he followed me. So I stopped to confront him, and he wants to give me a hug and say that I'm so beautiful. I kept replying that I can't and I don't want to which he then offers to just shake my hands, which I nervously agree just to get out of the situation. After that, I then changed paths and hoped that he wouldn't watch me get home, and then I returned back after. Should I learn how to stop acting like a total idiot in these situations? Yes. But should I be concerned if he will begin to stalk me? Christmas Eve dinner at Burger King. Sounds innocent enough, right? Not my first choice, but I had to work late, and it being Christmas Eve, it looked to be my best choice. I got finished working at 9 and I had some coupons for Burger King, so that made my decision for me. When I got there, I noticed that it was still open, but the dining room was shut down. So the only way that I could get something is if I went through the drive-thru. The only problem is, I don't have a car. I tried to walk up to the drive-thru and place my order, but the compassionate young lady working the drive-thru wasn't having it. She told me that if I didn't have a vehicle, then I could not use the drive-thru. I became rather aggravated and began saying things that I'm not proud of. At this moment, an older woman wearing a shining armor appeared on the scene and offered me to jump in her car and to order my food. At first, I turned her down, not wanting to be a bother, but after some convincing, I decided to accept her help. After ordering my food, it took so long to get it that I missed my bus and I just got upset. The nice woman offered me a ride home, and I felt kind of put off by the offer, and I declined. But she was persistent, but at the same time nice, and then convinced me to take her offer. Mind you, I'm a 250-pound, 30-some man, so I really didn't feel that threatened by a 50-some woman. If the circumstances were different, I would not have taken the ride. After I told her where I lived, we proceeded to go home. About 5 minutes from my house, she made the wrong turn. I explained that I lived the other way and that she needed to turn around or let me out of here, and I will just walk the rest of the way. It was when that woman's demeanor changed, and she told me that she could not let me spend Christmas Eve alone and that she was taking me to her house. I told her that I needed to get home immediately to let my dog out and that I would be fine. The woman then tried to entice me with cocaine and liquor at her place, but since I'm in recovery, I told her that I wasn't interested. She refused to turn around or to let me out and then started to drive strangely, not stopping at stop signs. I'm not gonna lie, my mind was racing and I began to sweat. I knew that I could physically overpower this woman, but what awaited me at her house? I also felt bad about hurting her after all of the kindness, but I had to get away before her house and I didn't know where that was. So, I did not know how much time I had. Then all of a sudden, the car in front was stopped at a stop sign and across from it another was stopped also. She had to slow down to almost a stop at this point. And this is where I made my break. I jumped out with the car still moving, leaving my food in the car, and I took off running. As I was running away, she stopped and got out of her car and began trying to talk to me into getting back into her car with her. That just wasn't an option. I don't know what her motives were or who she was, but I knew that I wasn't willing to risk my life over it. I ran all the way home and made sure that I wasn't followed. What would have happened to me if it was 2 years earlier and I was still doing drugs and drinking? Her offer of cocaine and booze would have probably worked on me. Kidnapping, murder, sex trafficking, organ trade, or I don't know. Being a man, the thought of the vulnerability most women face every day was so foreign to me, and now I understand the fear most women face. I really feel this nice woman had a nefarious purpose, and that I just so happened to be the perfect victim of the opportunity. Does anybody have any thoughts about this? That would be really appreciated. I never went to the cops because I felt that they may not believe me or they might look down on me for being scared. Should I place a police report? What if by me not reporting this, that someone else ends up getting hurt? Or am I just jumping the gun? And conclusions? Yesterday, I celebrated my birthday and I invited my ex-girlfriend Emma because we're actually still really close friends. She took the train to get to me, which takes about 1 hour and a half and requires changing trains twice. She left around midnight and she should have been home around 1:30 to 1:45 a.m. Shortly after 1 a.m., she texted me about a weird dude following her after striking up an upsetting conversation with Emma about whether she was gay. And when she answered truthfully that no, she's just trans, hoping that he would go away if she was friendly enough, he went on about why she was trans even though she knew that it was satanic. He also told her that he'd already noticed her on the train that same morning, which just strikes me as especially creepy. She got off at a stop, intending to wait for her subway home. But then, he got off with her, and he wouldn't leave her alone. The next subway to her place wouldn't come for another 25 minutes, and that stop was deserted. She sent me multiple anxious voice messages until she eventually called me, borderline crying and panicking, saying that she had run away from the station and was now lost with little idea where she was and even less of an idea of how to get home, and her phone was on 8% battery. She didn't have any money to call a cab either. She said she couldn't go back to the station because this guy was presumably still there and he had followed her when she had tried to just take the next train in the direction that she had come from in an attempt to try and get away from him. I advised her to call the police, which she did, and they apparently came, took her statement, and then left again, leaving her there on the outskirts of a big city with still no idea how to get home. I told her to use Google Maps to just try and get home and try to save battery, but to update me periodically. She called me again a few minutes after, saying that she was 45 minutes on foot away from home, but had thankfully managed to reach her mother, and she was coming to pick Emma up from where she was. I stayed on the line with Emma until her mom got there. I am so angry. Emma already struggles with severe anxiety and agoraphobia. The fact that she managed to make it to my birthday party is an achievement for her, and this is not going to help her at all. Why do people like this exist? This story takes place in a very small town in the northeast region of the United States in the summer before I went off to college in 2015. After I graduated high school, my parents decided to move to a smaller, more affordable house about 45 minutes north into the mountains. We stayed in my childhood home because the public schools in my area were the best in the state, and my parents really valued my education. I ended up going off to an amazing university, and now I have an incredible career because of my excellent education. As most people in the US know, amazing public education usually means higher property taxes. My parents got to the point where they could not afford the taxes on their 4,000 square feet home anymore, and they decided to sell it just after I graduated from high school. Their home is humble, and it sits on a beautiful piece of land on the side of a beautiful mountain. The trees are always so green, and there is a lot of wildlife around. They don't have many neighbors either, as their driveway is about 1.5 miles long. But this is what they chose to live in after I went off to college. In August of 2015, we moved into this house. I wasn't planning on staying long as I was getting ready to head off to college as a freshman. We decided to have a little housewarming party with a bunch of family friends and my best friend at that time as well. My dad was manning the barbecue, my mom was making drinks, we were playing with our dogs. It was a really grand time, and everyone had so much fun. My dad had built a brick fire pit in our backyard. And just to set the scene for you here, the fire pit was about 30 feet from our back patio door, and we had a picnic table and other seats all around. Behind the sitting was the tree line. It was so dark sometimes at night that you needed a flashlight to see 10 feet in front of you. With the fire pit lit, you couldn't see someone unless they were either sitting next to you or across from you in front of the pit. My best friend decided to stay the night, and we asked my dad if we could make s'mores. As it was getting a little chilly as it does in the late summer in the northeast at night, my parents left us outside with my dog, Nino. Nino was a huge 100-pound black lab/pit bull mix. He was such a loyal and incredible dog that my dad trained as his right hand. He was our protector, as he could run extremely fast. He was very strong, and he alerted us when something went bump in the night. Side note, he passed away a week before I got married in 2022. He was 17 years old and lived an adventurous life with my parents, hunting squirrels, laying out in the sun, and running amok. Nino laid in between us facing the tree line, and my best friend was to my right. Our backs were to the dark, dense tree line, which was our first mistake. We were laughing, joking, and eating s'mores together, planning for the future, and just generally excited about going off to college together. She decided to play some music, and we just relaxed there, feeling content and at ease. It was the perfect summer night. Until Nino started growling. I saw his ears perk up and his head cocked to the side. He then sat up and continued to growl. My best friend and I both looked at each other, thinking Nino just saw a stray animal or something that's really non-threatening. This area was known for lots of deer and rarely a coyote or wolf. As he was trained to help my dad hunt deer, we just assumed that it was a buck or fawn in the distance behind us. We went back to singing along to the music playing and talking about our fall 2015 class schedule. Again, Nino started growling. Our second mistake is that we did not call out for my dad. We didn't even think there was a problem until Nino started barking repeatedly. This time, louder and more vicious. He stood up and started barking as if alerting us to activity beyond the tree line that we couldn't see. We stood up as well, the fire obscuring our view. My best friend took her phone, paused the music, and then turned on her flashlight. She started to walk towards the edge of the tree line with Nino by her side, still growling and barking, alerting us to not go any further and to call for help. We stood still in silence, listening. I was too afraid to even breathe at this point. She started walking into the woods, and when she shined her flashlight, she saw a figure. Someone peering behind a tree, a man with a green shirt and green pants on, about 5'11" with glasses too. We screamed, and we ran as fast as we could inside, leaving the fire unattended and this creepy man behind the tree. What we did not know at that time is where this man came from. We crashed through our front door, breathless with Nino tailing behind us, and startled my mother who was washing dishes and cleaning up from the party. She was talking to my dad about something that they saw on the news, and I think we cut him off mid-sentence to explain that there was a man dressed in all green lurking behind a tree in the woods. We didn't know how long he was there or if he was still there, but we were both crying. I remember feeling extremely sick, like I was going to throw up. My dad jumped up, grabbed his shotgun and headlamp, and then ran outside with Nino. My mom gathered us into the living room, shut all of the lights in the house off, and then locked the doors. She told us to be quiet and that she was going to call 911. As she did that, my best friend and I shook in fear. We were anticipating gunshots and screaming, but we never heard any. My mom, now on the phone with 911, described what we saw to the operator. And I heard my mom say, "Oh," in an alarming way. It was at this point that my dad came back inside, and my mom let him know that the police were on their way to us. Being in a small town on the mountain with less than 10,000 people means that we don't get our own police force. We get the state police every time there is a call made to emergency responders. My dad put his gun away and waited outside for the police to show up. To our bewilderment, they didn't just send one police officer, but 10 and an entire SWAT team and a helicopter to circle the area. We were rightfully terrified. I was practically having a panic attack at this point. The police officers came inside our home and asked my best friend and me what the man was wearing, what he looked like, if they were able to discern any scars or tattoos, and we explained the weird matching green outfit and the glasses. The officer excused himself and alerted the police and SWAT members outside of our description. They started to search the woods behind our home with their guns drawn, flashlights, and the helicopter circling above. They advised us to stay inside and that they would let us know when or if they found something. And after about 25 minutes, we got another knock on our door. It was not one, but 2 officers this time. My dad let them in and they began to explain the situation. One officer explained that we must have seen on the news that a convicted felon from the prison, about 20 miles away, escaped into the mountains. The police set up a perimeter 10 miles around the prison, but the convict escaped them yet again. The outfit the man was wearing, as well as our description, signaled to them that the escaped convict was 100% lurking through our remote, densely wooded backyard that night. The all-green outfit was a standard issue for prisoners in my state then. They did not, however, find the man near us after 25 minutes of searching, so he was still out there. The officers let us know that they were going to have a squad car stay and watch our house for a few days, as they were unable to locate the fugitive and they believe that he is still an active threat to our safety. That night, and for 3 nights after that, we all slept in the living room together. My dad's shotgun was within arm's reach of him at all times. And later that week, we got another knock on our door from the officers stationed outside of our home. They let us know that the man was back in police custody and that we were all safe now. They advised us to get security cameras and how sorry they were that this happened to us. After that, my parents spent about $10,000 on security cameras and also fencing for our backyard. It is now all fenced in, and we have about 4 cameras to watch the tree line at all times. I guess you never know what will happen or what goes bump in the night. To the escaped convict and perhaps murderer who watched my best friend and I sing along to 2015 pop hits from your hidey hole behind my parents' isolated home, let's never meet again. Hi MCT. I'm so glad that I was finally able to send you my story. I hope that you are able to read it though. I'm Carla, a 35-year-old single mom living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ontario, Canada. I have 2 wonderful kids, Emma, who's 8, and Jack, who's 5. My life has been a roller coaster, but nothing prepared me for the nightmare that unfolded over the past few months. I want to share my story to hopefully warn others and maybe find some peace in the process. I was married to my ex-husband Mark for nearly 10 years. In the beginning, things were really good. But over time, his behavior changed. He became controlling and eventually abusive. I tried to make it work for the sake of our children, but I couldn't put them or myself through it any longer. About a year ago, I filed for divorce after he shoved me during an argument. It was one of the hardest decisions that I have ever made, but I knew that it was the right one. For a while, things were relatively quiet. I focused on my kids and my job as a receptionist at the local medical clinic. Life started to feel normal again. But then, about 3 months ago, I started noticing Mark's car parked near my house. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe he was in the area, I told myself. But then it became more frequent. Every time that I left for work or came home, his car was there, parked a few houses down the street. One evening, I was putting Emma and Jack to bed when my phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. It said, Carla, please talk to me. I miss you. We can make it work, you know? I felt a shiver run down my spine. I knew it was Mark. I ignored the message and I blocked the number, hoping that that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. The messages kept coming from different numbers. Some were desperate pleas for reconciliation, while others were much darker. Things like, if you don't talk to me, you'll regret it. And another one said, I'll make you pay for keeping my kids from me. I saved every message and showed them to the police, but they told me that there wasn't much that they could do unless he really does something to me or the kids. Crazy, right? Mark would be at my workplace more often now. He would sit in his car across the street, just watching the entrance. My coworkers noticed and asked if everything was okay. I didn't want to worry them, and it's really not their business, so I downplayed it. But inside, I was terrified. I couldn't focus on my work, was constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for him to show up. One day, I was leaving the clinic when I saw him standing by my car. My heart raced as I approached. Carla, please, just talk to me. I only want to see my kids, okay? He said, his voice a disturbing mix of anger and desperation. Mark, you need to leave. You're not supposed to be here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He took a step closer, and I could feel the panic rising. You're making a mistake. We belong together, he said, his eyes narrowing. I managed to get into my car and lock the doors, and I drove straight to the police station and filed another report. They promised to increase patrols near my house and workplace, and they said that they would talk to him, but I still felt vulnerable. A few nights later, I was awoken by a noise downstairs. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and I crept out of bed. I could hear someone moving around in the living room. I dialed 911, whispering to the operator that someone was in my house. I silently went to check on Emma and Jack, who were thankfully still sound asleep. I locked us in the bedroom and waited, my heart in my throat. But now, I could hear Mark's voice. It was low and menacing as he was calling out for me. I heard his voice starting to get louder and louder, meaning he was getting closer. But the police arrived just in time, bursting through the front door and arresting him. He was taken away in handcuffs, screaming that he loved me and that I was ruining everything. The next day, I filed charges against him for breaking and entering and harassment, and that I wanted to get a restraining order. There's a court date set for next month and I'm scared, but I know that this is the right thing to do. My children and I deserve to live in peace without the constant fear of being watched or threatened. I'm sharing my story as a reminder to trust your instincts and take action if you are in a similar situation. No one deserves to live in fear. Be safe, everyone. I have no clue if this counts as sexual assault, but I gave it a content warning just to be sure. And just to clarify, these are 2 separate encounters in the same day and 2 different guys. It was a nice day out today and I didn't want to waste money on DoorDash, so I figured why not walk to a nearby restaurant. It's 20 minutes walking distance from my house and I wanted to get my steps in. I wore shorts and a shirt since it was 70 degrees that day. I made a pit stop at the smoke shop, and this was my first encounter with a guy who doesn't fucking understand the word no. He stops me as I'm passing by him and he asks what my name is. I tell him, and then he asks for my number, so I said, "Oh, no thank you, I'm not interested." But he then introduces himself and tells me how old he is, then asks for my number again. I repeat once again, "No thank you, I'm not interested." And he's still persistent. Then he finally asks to put his number in my phone. I figure that he can put his number in and I can block him when I get home. I just wanted him to leave me alone, so I let him put his number in and he then tells me to have a good day and we go our separate ways. I tell my boyfriend about this encounter and he tells me that I should have gave the guy his number instead. I make my way to the restaurant. As I'm passing some street, I'm walking briskly trying to get there and back, and this guy notices me. I didn't even have to look at him to feel it. I did not have to even turn around to feel his eyes watching me. I did not have to turn around to know that he got in his car and started following me as I walked. It's almost like my body was alerting me of this rather than my brain did, because I was not comprehending the situation at all. I turn my headphones down and I hear him yelling after me, "Yo!" repeatedly trying to get my attention. I just ignore him and I keep walking. But this is when he gets in his car and starts following me, still trying to get my attention. He then pulls his car in front of me, kind of blocking my path. I see him in front of me and I get a sick feeling inside, one that I won't ever forget. And then this guy waves at me in the creepiest way possible, like a predator catching his prey or something. He then tries to get me to come to his car, and I shake my head and wave him off, and I'm saying, "No thank you, I'm not interested." And then he mumbles all kinds of shit like, "Ah, you're so beautiful. What's your name? Are you in a relationship?" And all kinds of bullshit like that. I'm frozen for a second looking at him. But then, I look down and I see that his dick is out. He just has it in his hand and wiggling it around. I see this, and immediately my legs start moving without my brain having to tell them to. Literally as if they had a mind of their own. I remember my mind going completely blank, and I didn't register this encounter as danger until I was walking away, reaching in my bag for my pepper spray, and my hands shaking to call my boyfriend, but I did not stop moving. Luckily, the guy sped off and didn't follow me after. I made it to the restaurant, but I was too scared to walk back home, so I called an Uber. This has never happened to me before. I know it doesn't seem like much, but the whole thing was terrifying, and I keep thinking back on how my life could have been drastically altered in that moment in so many ways. Luckily, my body reacted way before my brain did, and I got myself the hell out of there without even thinking about it. Every time I think about it, my heart starts racing. I didn't get his license plate because I was literally just so shocked and was just focused on getting to a safe area away from him. I wish I would have stayed home and ate my cereal. I'm scared to even walk anywhere else, even across the street like I usually do. This literally ruined everything for me. Just a reminder of how you're never truly safe, no matter where you are. Please be careful and pay attention to your surroundings, and don't give these weirdos the time of day. I just saw a TikTok about how certain butterflies mean certain things. And now that I think about it, I kept seeing a white butterfly in my backyard outside my room window before I left. Then, I had another one following me as I was walking from the smoke shop, but I didn't think much of it at that time because, I don't know, they said it means ancestors watching over you, but who knows really. My point still stands though. Pay attention to what and who is around you. My name is not important for this story, but know that I'm a 30-year-old freelance illustrator living in a cozy apartment complex in the heart of the city of Cebu. For those who don't know, Cebu is located in the Philippines. My building is full of quirky characters, but it always felt safe for a single woman like me. Until recently. I want to share my story here in the hope that it might help someone else. I moved into my apartment about a year ago, and it's been my little sanctuary ever since. The building is old but charming, with creaky wooden floors and lots of natural light. My neighbors seem friendly enough, especially Mr. Rodrigo. He is the elderly man who lived across the hall from me. He was always helpful, offering to carry my groceries or water my plants when I traveled for work. He was a retired professor from a university here that I know of. I thought he was just a sweet old man looking out for me, but I was so wrong. A few months ago, I started noticing little things out of place in my apartment. At first, it was small stuff. My keys moved from one spot to another. A book that I didn't remember taking off the shelf suddenly just appearing on my coffee table. I chalked it up to my own forgetfulness. Freelancing can be hectic, and I often work late into the night, so I assumed that I was just tired and I was losing track of things. But then I started finding small gifts around my apartment, a bouquet of flowers on my kitchen counter, a box of chocolates on my coffee table. I didn't think much of it though. I just assumed that they were from a friend or an admirer who had somehow gotten access to my apartment. I know. I should have been freaking out and calling the police or something, but I genuinely didn't want to think negatively about the situation. Maybe I was just naive, I guess. But when I ask around, none of my friends or coworkers or even family members claim responsibility. One of my friends said, "Kahadlok ana uy. Unsa palay gipanghilabtan ana niya sa imong balay? Pag-ilis og lock." Which translates to, "That's so scary. Imagine the things that person touches in your house. Go change your locks." And that's when the unease began to set in. One evening, I came home from a late-night illustration session at a nearby cafe to find my door slightly ajar. My heart raced as I pushed it open, half expecting to find a burglar inside. But there was no one. Instead, I found a beautifully wrapped gift box on my dining table. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet with a small note that says, "To you with love." I was terrified. Someone had been in my apartment again, and I had no idea who. I called the building management the next day, but they dismissed my concerns, saying that there was no sign of forced entry and it was probably just a prank. That's just horrible management. So that's when I decided to take matters into my own hands. I bought a small, discreet camera and I set it up in my living room, pointing towards the front door. A few days later, I went out for a late night walk, leaving the camera recording. When I returned, everything seemed normal. But when I reviewed the footage, my blood ran cold. There, clear as day, Mr. Rodrigo using a spare key to enter my apartment. He walked around, touching my things, leaving another small gift on my coffee table. And the most chilling part was how calm and methodical he seemed, as if he had done this so many times before. Where he got a copy of my key, I have no idea. I took the footage to the police, who were also shocked and took immediate action. Mr. Rodrigo was arrested and charged with trespassing and harassment. He was also evicted from the apartment complex. And for a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. Despite Mr. Rodrigo's arrest, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My apartment, which had once been my haven, now felt like a prison to me. I wanted to move out, but I couldn't afford to break my lease. Freelancing doesn't pay much, and I had already stretched out my budget to secure this place. So I just stayed, constantly looking over my shoulder and jumping at every little noise. Mr. Rogers' trial is set for next month, and I'm preparing to testify, of course. I hope that seeing justice served will bring me some peace, but I can't help but worry. What if he comes back? What if he finds another way to get to me? The fear is always there, lurking in the back of my mind. I'm telling my story here as a warning. Be careful who you trust, even if they seem harmless. And if something doesn't feel right, trust your instincts. I wish I had acted sooner, before things escalated to this point. My youngest son is autistic and 5 years old. It's very obvious that he's autistic. He constantly stims with his hands, rocks back and forth, and doesn't respond to communication. He's a Gestalt language processor, so he repeats catchphrases that only I can understand. For instance, he will say "whittle wobbles" when he has a hole in his sock. Saturday, I took him and my daughter, who's 8, to the park. A man probably in his mid to late 30s was there, with who he said was his niece. Her and my daughter hit it off, so he came over to talk to me. My son is in his own little world, but playing on the equipment from time to time, and he hits himself in the head, so I constantly have to redirect him. The man asks if my son is autistic, and I say yes. He then asked when he was diagnosed, and I told him at the age of 2, almost 3. He asked if he's in regular classes or special needs, and I don't answer him right away because I'm getting uncomfortable. He can tell, and he responds with, "See, I think my nephew is autistic and he's 3. So I let my guard down a little, which was the wrong decision. I tell him that he's in a special needs class. He asks what school because he wants to know options for his nephew. I hesitated, and I then tell him the 4 schools in the district that offer a special needs class, not specifying which school my son goes to. Then he asks if my son runs off a lot. I just reply sometimes, and he notices the GPS tracker on my son's ankle. He asks how well that tracks him, and if he ever tries to take it off. At this point, I realize that this is not a conversation I want to have. I then tell him that I am not comfortable talking to him about this anymore. He responds with, "Oh, I'm just concerned about my nephew." I tell him not all autistic children are the same and that he should get him evaluated. I call my daughter over, who is now upset because she was having fun playing with a little girl, and then I pick up my son and then we go to the car. I'm just watching him as we leave and he's just staring at us. My daughter asks why we had to go, and I tell her that we have to go home and do stuff around the house. She's very intuitive, and then she asks, "Is it because of that girl's stepdad?" I asked her why she thinks he was her stepdad, and she said that the little girl told her that he was her mom's boyfriend. I asked what else she said about him. She tells me that the little girl said, "He likes to talk to girls like your mom and it makes my mom mad." I then ask if there was anything else, and she tells me that the girl said she was glad she met my daughter because she's an only child and doesn't get to play with other kids except at school. She also tells me that the little girl asked for her phone number and wanted to see her again soon. This man was lying to me. For what reason, I don't know. I can only assume to make it seem like he was single. But it could be more sinister than that, though. I have no idea. I immediately call the police and tell them everything. They get my info and say that they are sending an officer to the park. And by the time the officer got to the park, maybe a couple hours later, they were, of course, gone. I give the dispatcher a description, the man and the little girl's first names, and what I think he was driving since it was just us there, so I assume that it was his vehicle in the lot. They then tell me that they will call if they need any more information. A lesson learned. I'm almost certain that he took advantage of my willingness to help another autistic person to try to get information about my son or about me. Update. The man has been found and arrested. My brother shared my story with his friend, who is a sheriff's deputy in the county to the south of me. They had gotten similar reports about a man matching the same description. One report included him allegedly trying to lure a disabled toddler away from his mother at a trampoline park. They had a video and his license plate this time. My brother's friend sent me the guy's mugshot and asked if this was the man. And it was the man. My brother's friend was investigating the trampoline park incident, but since it was a different county, he didn't know of my report until my brother shared it with him. I asked about the girl that was with him, and he couldn't tell me anything other than she's safe. They arrested him in a county almost 2 hours away from me yesterday. I found out his full name, and I looked up all his charges. He had a warrant in the state to the north of me for so many things, including stalking, violating a protective order, and child endangerment. And now, new charges due to the trampoline park incident. Since nothing technically illegal happened in my situation, he won't have charges brought against him for that. But my story may be needed for his case. I'm not a lawyer or law enforcement, so I don't know specifics on how or why, but maybe to show a trend of his behavior? Or maybe targeting disabled children. When I find out more, I'll update it here. But parents, trust your instincts. I know some comments think I went too far calling the police, but in this case, I am confident now that I did not. Who knows how many times he may have done this, but it went unreported. Hi everyone, my name is Emily, and I'm 16 years old. I live in a small picturesque town in Pacific Northwest where towering evergreen trees line the streets, and the air always smells fresh and crisp. My town is the kind of place where everyone knows each other and it's usually very safe. I have a part-time job at a local diner, which is about a 15-minute walk from my house. Despite my busy schedule, I always look forward to the walk home. It was my time to unwind, enjoy the cool evening air, and clear my head after a shift. The route I take home is pretty straightforward. I leave the diner, cut through a small park that's well lit by street lamps, and then I walk through a residential area filled with cozy houses, manicured lawns, and the occasionally friendly neighbor waving hello. I've always felt safe walking home even at night, and it's become a routine that I cherish. One evening after my shift ended at around 9 p.m., I started my usual walk home. The sun had set, but the streets were illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights. As I left the park and entered the residential area, I noticed a man walking a short distance behind me. He was tall and lanky, wearing a dark hoodie with a hood up, jeans, and some worn-out sneakers. His hands were shoved deep into his pockets, and his head was slightly lowered, making it hard to see his face. At first, I really didn't think much of it. People walked their dogs or went for evening strolls all the time in my neighborhood. But as I continued down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting closer to me. I quickened my pace, hoping he would just continue on his way, but then he matched my speed. My heart started to race and I could feel the panic rising in me. I tried to stay calm and rationalize the situation. Maybe he was just going the same way I was. Maybe he wasn't following me at all. But my instincts were screaming at me to be cautious. I turned a corner hoping to lose him, but he was still there trailing behind me. My mind raced with thoughts of what to do. Should I run? Should I scream? I didn't want to overreact, but every instinct was telling me that I was in danger. As I walked faster, I noticed the man closing the distance between us. I could feel his eyes on me, and it sent chills down my spine. Suddenly, he called out and said, "Hey, wait up! I just want to talk to you." His voice was rough and unsettling. I didn't respond and I just kept moving, but he persisted. He said, "Hey, don't be scared. I just want to ask you something." Panic surged through me, and I decided to make a break for it. I sprinted down the street, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear his footsteps quickening behind me. I darted through a narrow alley, hoping to shake him off, but he followed still, his breathing heavy and labored. I emerged from the alley and found myself in another residential street, but it was quieter and there were fewer streetlights. I looked around desperately for help, but the houses were dark and no one seemed to be outside. I spotted a convenience store at the end of the street and I made a beeline for it, hoping that it was still open. As I neared the store, I glanced over my shoulder and I saw the man still pursuing me, his face now visible under the streetlights. His eyes were wild and his mouth was twisted into a sinister grin. I burst into the convenience store, startling the cashier who was stocking shelves. "Please, help me! Someone's following me!" I gasped, my voice trembling. The cashier quickly locked the door and called the police. I hid behind the counter, peeking out to see if the man was still there. He had stopped outside the store, staring through the windows with a look of frustration. After a few tense moments, he turned and then walked away, disappearing into the night. The police arrived shortly afterward, and I gave them a description of the man and what had happened. They promised to patrol the area more frequently and advised me to be cautious. My parents were contacted, and then they came to pick me up. I could see the worry in their eyes as they hugged me tightly, and I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. For weeks, I was terrified to walk home alone. My parents arranged for someone to pick me up after my shifts, and I couldn't help but look over my shoulder everywhere I went. The man never showed up again, but the fear remained. I kept seeing his face in my mind, and the memory of his sinister grin haunted me. One night, I was closing up at the diner when I noticed a familiar figure standing across the street. My blood ran cold as I recognized the man who had followed me. He was leaning against a lamppost, casually smoking a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the diner. I quickly locked the door and then called my dad, who told me to stay put and that he was on his way. As I waited, I tried to keep an eye on the man without drawing attention to myself. He seemed more relaxed this time, almost as if he was toying with me. My dad arrived within minutes, and the man disappeared again before the police could be called. The following day, my parents and I went to the police station to update the report. The officers assured us that they would increase their patrols, but there wasn't much that they could do without more information. I felt helpless and frustrated, but I knew I had to be strong and vigilant. I changed my routine, taking different routes home and always making sure that I was with someone I trusted. My friends and coworkers were supportive, and they helped me feel more secure. I also started carrying pepper spray and took a self-defense class to feel more prepared. Despite these precautions, I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I saw a shadow or heard footsteps behind me, my heart would race and I'd be on high alert. I became more cautious about what I shared on social media, not wanting to give away any information about my whereabouts. One Saturday evening, I decided to meet up with a group of friends at a local cafe. It was a rare night off and I wanted to enjoy myself and try to forget about the man who had been stalking me. We laughed and chatted, and for a while, I felt like a normal teenager again. As the night wore on, I excused myself to go to the restroom. But when I came back, I noticed the man sitting alone at a table near the entrance. It was him! My heart pounded in my chest and I felt a wave of nausea. He was watching me with that same sinister grin, and I knew that I had to leave. I whispered to my friends that I needed to go, and they quickly gathered their things to come with me. We left the cafe together and I could feel his gaze burning into my back as we walked away. One of my friends suggested that we go to their house instead, which was nearby, and then call the police from there. As we walked, I glanced over my shoulder and saw the man trailing us behind at a distance. My friends noticed it too, and we quickened our pace, trying to lose him in the maze of residential streets. We turned corner after corner, hoping that he would give up, but he persisted. We finally reached my friend's house and then rushed inside, locking the door behind us. We peered out the window to see if he was still following, but he had vanished once again. We called the police and they arrived shortly afterward to take our statements and then search the area, but again and again, they could not find any trace of him. The police advised me to be extra cautious and to change my routines as much as possible. They promised to keep an eye on the area and follow up on any leads. I felt a sense of relief knowing that they were taking my situation seriously, but the fear still lingered. With the support of my friends, family, and the police, I began to regain some sense of normalcy. I continued to work at the diner, but I always made sure someone was with me when I walked home or went out. The memory of the man's sinister grin still haunted me, but I refused to let it control my life. Months passed, and although I never saw the man again, I remained vigilant. I shared my experience with others to raise awareness and remind them to trust their instincts and stay safe. The fear may never completely go away, but I've learned to be stronger and more cautious because of it. Always trust your instincts. It's easy to dismiss your fears, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Hi everyone. This is something that happened to me that has deeply shaken me, but I would like to get it off my chest, so here it goes. I'm Lisa, and I'm using a fake name, but I'm a 22-year-old social media influencer. I live in an upscale home in a quiet neighborhood. I don't want to share the location or even an idea of where it is because I'm just scared. My life might have looked perfect online, but the truth is far from it. I wanted to share my story to remind everyone to be careful about what they share or post online and who they trust. I started my social media journey a few years ago, posting about beauty tips, fashion, and just the daily life because I was very interested in those things. I think I got it from my mom, and if this situation didn't happen to me, I would have loved to share my account with you, but now I can't. I started small, of course, but my following grew rapidly, and I started to make a decent living from sponsorships and ads. It was a dream come true to be able to do the things I love and to earn from it at the same time. But it also came with its downsides. The constant pressure to post, the invasive questions from followers, and, as I would come to learn, the risk of attracting the wrong kind of attention. About 10 months ago, I started noticing strange messages in my DMs on Instagram. At first, they were harmless compliments and questions, but one user, his name was Alex, stood out. His messages were more frequent, and he seemed to know a lot about my life. I checked his account, and he doesn't seem like a bot or something like that. He had like 3 photos of himself on there, and the rest were random shots. He was a guy who looked to be in his late 30s to his early 40s. He had dark hair and a chunky build. He looked to be around 6 foot tall. I assumed that he was just a dedicated fan and didn't think much of it, so I just ignored his messages. That was my first mistake. Things escalated when I received a message from Alex saying, "I saw you at the coffee shop today. You looked even more beautiful in person." My blood ran cold. I hadn't posted about going to the coffee shop that day. I was about to, of course, but how did he know? I brushed it off as a coincidence, thinking maybe he saw me there because he was getting his coffee too. But deep down, I was feeling uneasy. A week later, I come home to find a bouquet of roses on my doorstep. There was no note on it, but I had a sinking feeling it was from Alex. I'm not sure why. I posted a thank you message on my socials, also addressing this mystery person who gave it, hoping that it was from a friend or from a brand, and that I just made a mistake thinking it was from Alex. But that night, I received a message from Alex saying, "Did you like the roses? I know they're your favorite." Panic then set in. I had never mentioned my favorite flowers online, or maybe I did, but I don't remember. But the issue is, how did he know my address? Out of all the things that I post, my address was not one of it. I decided to ignore Alex's messages, hoping that he would just lose interest and just stop. But that only seemed to make him more persistent. The messages became more intense, ranging from declarations of love to threats like, "If you don't respond to me, I will come to your house again." One message read. Another said, "You can't ignore me forever, Lisa." This really disturbed me. I showed the messages to my friends and my family, who urged me to go to the police, and I tried to file a report, but without knowing who Alex really was and not having enough proof, as they said, there wasn't much they could do. I felt trapped. I didn't want to leave my house at all or share any information about me online. So I stopped posting stories and photos and many more. I just wanted to crawl into a wall and hide in my room. One late afternoon, I had to go out and buy some supplies and groceries. I asked my mom to meet me at the store because I didn't want to be there by myself. Nothing happened the whole day though, and I started to relax. When it was time to go home, it was dark, but I felt a bit confident, so I didn't ask my mom to accompany me, and I assured her that I would be fine for the night. But when I got home, I saw a note taped on my door, and it read, "I'm inside. Come and find me, Lisa." I ran back to my car and I locked it. My heart raced as I dialed 911, and my hands were shaking so badly that I could barely hold the phone. The operator stayed on the line with me until the police arrived. They searched the house and they found Alex hiding in my basement. He was arrested, and after some investigation, the police told me that he had been following me for months, not just online, but physically, and that he was tracking my every move through my social media post. Alex's arrest brought some relief, but I just couldn't shake the fear. I decided to quit from social media, find another job, and just focus on my well-being. I moved in with a friend for a while, but I couldn't afford to break my lease, so eventually I had to return home. I'm still in therapy trying to cope with the anxiety and fear that lingers, but I'm sharing my story here as a warning. Be mindful of what you share online and who you interact with. It's easy to forget that not everyone has good intentions. And to Alex, who stalked me and messed up my life, you took away my peace of mind, and I will continue to fight every day to get it back. So, let's not meet ever again. I used to work at a certain 24-hour diner that serves waffles. The House of Waffles, if you will. And honestly, it was probably one of the best jobs that I have ever had. I worked the night shift, and the manager on that shift was super laid back. So as long as we kept the line clean and the customers happy, we were pretty well allowed to do whatever we wanted. Of course, within reason. On the night where this happened, it was a rather busy and stressful night, which did happen from time to time. I just come off my shift, so it was around 3 in the morning, I believe. And after having served about 150 waffles that night, I was pretty well ready to get home and then go to bed. The employee parking lot was a small cramped space off to the back of the diner. It was large enough for only a few cars, and if you worked a full shift, you usually had to park in the front of the building. I had gotten one of the closer spots in the back lot. It was a bit tucked off at the side and a bit darker than the rest of the lot. But it felt secure enough, plus it was an employee lot, so it was surely safer than being out in the main lot with everyone else, right? Yeah, that was the night that I learned that that was completely wrong. As I approached my car, keys in hand, ready to hit the unlock button, hop in and then head home, I noticed something odd. There was another car that was haphazardly parked in the employee lot. Like they weren't parked in the lot, but off to the side and behind another person's car. I paused and I sort of stared at it for a moment, thinking that it was really strange. As I was staring at it, I heard the engine turn over and the headlights kicked on. I just kind of thought that it was someone doing something that they probably shouldn't have been. And they saw me and realized that it wasn't as hidden as they thought. I shrugged it off, thinking that they would just go ahead and leave, and I kept on toward my car. As I got to my car, I reached my hand in my pocket to grab my phone, only to realize that I didn't have it. I had accidentally left it inside. I huffed a bit at my stupidity, shut my door, and started back toward the back entrance of the restaurant. As I was walking back, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the man getting out of his car that was now sitting there idling. I only saw him out of the corner of my eye, but I knew that he was there. I knew that he was walking toward me, and I was now extremely nervous. I picked up my pace, but the man started shouting for me to hold on, that he wanted to talk to me. He was, unfortunately, faster than I was, and he caught up to me, grabbing my arm. As he grabbed me, I started screaming and I reached out and banged on the back of the door as hard as I could, trying to pull away from his grip. I kept screaming and trying to hit or kick the door to get anyone's attention, but he kept pulling me away from the door, and I was near certain that this was the end for me. This guy was going to get me in his car and then drive off. Thankfully, that wasn't what happened, and my banging on the door was enough to catch the attention of our cook. To describe our cook is to describe the most intimidating man that I have ever seen, though, knowing him, I know that he's also the most kind-hearted giant ever. Andre was a 6.5-foot tall man that had to be around 300 pounds, and while Andre had a bit of fat on him from eating the food at our diner, he also liked to hit the weights, and under that slight chubbiness was a ton of muscle. So when he threw the door open and was holding a hammer and then came out shouting at the man that had a hold of me, we both jumped. The man took one look at Andre, let me go, and then made a mad dash back towards his car. Andre took off toward the car as the guy started to reverse out as fast as he could. I then witnessed what was probably the most terrifying thing that I have ever seen. I watched as Andre pulled his arm back and threw the hammer at the windshield. And I swear, that hammer went through the damn glass and hit the guy in the face. It definitely broke it. If not all the way, he now had a massive crushed spot on the windshield. The guy gunned it and took off out the parking lot, leaving me standing there behind Andre, who I now considered my savior. He asked me if I was okay, took me back inside, and then we contacted the police. This was the day that we all learned that the cameras in the back lot, the employee lot, didn't work. They had apparently stopped working at some point in the last year, and the owner never bothered to get them fixed. He did though after this, but it was a little too late for that. I was given a few days off after this, and when I came back, I was told to park in the closest spot, and the manager implemented a new rule that no one was allowed to walk to their cars alone. Someone had to, at the very least, be at the door and watch them get in their car at the end of the shift. I don't work there anymore. Andre does, and he's officially my best friend at this point because that man most likely saved my life. And watching him throw a hammer through a windshield was something else. I have no idea if they caught the guy, but I never heard from them. If nothing else, hopefully Andre scared the hell out of them, and they learned their lesson. Hi everyone. I've been thinking about sharing this experience for a while now, but I never knew where to share it or even if it's worth sharing. I think on the surface of it, it's probably not that creepy, but it was the first time in my life where I got that, "Oh, this doesn't feel right," feeling in my gut. I was about 5 or 6 years old when this happened, and I'm 31 now, but I remember it as clear as day. For some background, I lived at the time in a small cul-de-sac in England. At the end of our road was a row of shops, and often people would park at the end of the road when there is no parking outside the shops. There was a row of terraced houses with a patch of grass outside, and on this grass there was a small wall that had a sign on it, just saying that it was private parking beyond that point. This day, a friend and I, both young girls, were sat on this wall, facing the end of the road, just chatting and people watching. While we were sat there, a red car parks at the end of the road on the right-hand side, probably about 10 meters or so away. A man then gets out of the car, and he's slightly older than middle-aged from what I can remember. Immediately, the second that he gets out of the car, before he even takes a single step, he gets out a camera and then takes a photo of us sat on the wall. Now, this is the late 90s, so this is just a disposable camera. After that, he starts walking across the road, and as he gets halfway across the road, he stops, and then he takes another photo of us, and then he keeps going. As soon as he gets to the pavement on the other side of the road, he again stops and takes another photo. Then, he continues walking in the direction of the shops. I remember asking my friend what he was doing, but I can't really remember anything else about what we said. I think we just shrugged it off and kept talking about whatever that it was we were talking about before. A little while goes by, and then the man returns. And then he does it again. He stops on the pavement right before crossing the road and takes a photo of us. He keeps walking, gets halfway across the road, and takes another photo of us. He then keeps walking and then takes a final photo of us right before he gets in his car. At no point during any of this interaction does he say a single word to us. He never asked to take our photo, say hello, or wave or smile. No, nothing. Just completely silent and straight-faced in taking photos. At this point, I think we both get this bad feeling. I, for sure, do, and I run inside to tell our parents. I didn't even know what it was that I was feeling, being so young and all. I just knew that this didn't feel good, and my gut was screaming at me that I needed to tell someone about this. I half expected my parents to tell us that we were being silly, but they looked shocked and immediately called the police. I remember the police coming and us telling them the story, and they looked concerned, which, again, I didn't really expect. I knew it felt wrong, but I also thought that because he just left and didn't do anything, and it wasn't really illegal to take photos, that we would be told off making a fuss of it. Again, I was only very young, so even though I knew it felt weird, I didn't know why. I remember the police leaving and saying that they would keep us updated, but I don't remember anything happening after that, which isn't that surprising. I'm sure our description of the man wasn't that good, and we didn't know about getting number plates or anything like that. I have thought of this incident on and off throughout my life as a weird thing that happened. Of course now, as an adult, I understand more why it was really weird that this man was taking photos of really young girls back then. Still, I try and rationalize it in my brain. Is it really that creepy? Maybe he just thought that it was a nice image. 2 girls hanging out in the middle of summer. But even writing that, it feels weird to me. But of course, nothing actually ever happened to us, and I never saw that man again. We weren't kidnapped or worse, so maybe it was innocent? What makes it hard for me to consider it as a slightly weird but innocent encounter is the fact that he never spoke or even acknowledged us. I think it would be super weird anyway for a random man to ask to take a photo of little girls, but the fact that he didn't say a single thing was weird. Also, I find it so weird that he didn't just take 1 photo, but like 6. Like he was trying to get the perfect shot. It's weird to me that I have no idea what happened to those photos. I would love your opinion on this. Is it creepy, or am I just over-exaggerating the situation? Like I said, it ended up perfectly fine. Nobody got hurt. Why do you think this man took the photos? I'm a 28-year-old female who lives in a small town called Fairview, nestled near the Mississippi River in the Midwest. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and you can't walk down the main street without running into at least a few familiar faces. I've always felt safe here, cocooned in the comfort of our tight-knit community. That all changed for me a few months ago, and I still get chills thinking about what happened. Fairview is your typical picturesque town. We have charming little coffee shops, a beautiful park by the river, and an old-fashioned movie theater that still shows black and white films on the weekends. I work in one of the few office buildings downtown, a nondescript job that pays well enough to afford my cozy apartment. Life was pretty uneventful, really, until I started noticing a strange car parked outside my building multiple nights a week. At first, I thought that it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone had a new boyfriend or girlfriend who was over frequently, or perhaps someone in the building had a new car that I hadn't seen before. But as the weeks went by, I grew more uneasy. The car, a dark blue sedan with tinted windows, was there almost every night when I got home from work. It was always parked in the same spot, directly across from my apartment building, and it never seemed to move. One night, curiosity got the better of me and I decided to walk by the car on my way to the entrance. As I approached, I glanced inside but I saw nothing but darkness. The windows were too tinted to see if anyone was inside. But a chill suddenly ran down my spine and I quickly made my way inside, locking my door behind me. A few days later, I was in the break room at work chatting with my friend Jenny. She noticed that I seemed distracted and asked what was wrong. I told her about the car and how uneasy it makes me feel. She said, "That sounds kind of creepy. Maybe you should report it to the police?" I sighed and said, "Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's even a problem. I don't know why it makes me uneasy. I just don't want to make a big deal out of nothing." That evening, as I walked to my car in the office parking lot, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I glanced around, but I didn't see anyone. My heart raced as I hurried to my car and drove home, checking my rear-view mirror the entire way. When I got home, the dark blue sedan was there again, parked in its usual spot. My hands trembled as I unlocked my apartment door and I bolted it behind me. I decided that it was time to call the police. The dispatcher was polite and took down all the details, but it was pretty obvious that they didn't take me seriously. I mean, it makes sense that there would be a car parked there. It was either a new car from my neighbor or just someone who's with them in general. But what doesn't make sense is how disturbed or uncomfortable it made me. It was like it was there because of me and that someone was watching me. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every little sound that I hear. The next morning, though, I found a note slipped under my door. It was written in neat block letters and simply said, "I see you." My blood ran cold. I knew it. I knew something was going on. I knew I wasn't just crazy. I rushed to my phone and I called the police again. Showing the note to the officer who arrived, he promised to keep an eye on the area and told me to stay vigilant. Days turned into weeks and the blue sedan continued its nightly vigil. Then, the messages started appearing in my social media inbox. It was anonymous and unsettling messages. They ranged from simple greetings to ominous warnings like, "I'm watching you." Another one said, "You can't hide from me, you know." I showed the messages to the police, but they said that there wasn't much that they could do without knowing who was behind them. I felt trapped, constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. But one night, after a late shift at work, I noticed the blue sedan following me home. My heart pounded as I tried to lose it, taking random turns and doubling back, but it stayed right behind me, its headlights glaring into my rearview mirror. I pulled into my apartment complex and then I sprinted to my door, fumbling with my keys in my panic. As I reached my door, I heard footsteps behind me and I turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a man, tall and dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by a hood. I screamed, and I managed to get inside luckily, and I slammed the door shut just as he reached it. I called the police and they arrived within minutes, but the man was gone. They found the blue sedan abandoned a few blocks away, but there was no trace of the stalker. The police advised me to stay somewhere else for a while, so I moved in with my friend. I couldn't shake the fear though. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every little noise. But eventually, they caught the man. He turned out to be a former coworker who had become obsessed with me. He was arrested and charged with stalking and harassment. I've seen the guy around at work a couple of times, but we didn't really have any interactions other than saying hi, hello. And when I didn't see him again, I just assumed he quit and didn't think about it. Even though that he was behind bars right now, I just couldn't stay in Fairview. The place that had always felt like home now felt tainted, filled with memories of fear and unease. So I decided to move to a new city, hoping to find a fresh start and some peace of mind. If you ever feel like something is off, trust your instincts. Don't wait until it's too late. And to my ex-coworker, let's not meet again. Hi, I'm a 24-year-old woman, and this all started about a year ago when I got a new job at a local marketing firm. My name is Hannah, and I had just graduated from college with a degree in marketing. I was excited to start my career, and I was eager to make a good impression at my new job. The firm I joined was relatively small, with about 20 employees, but it had a good reputation, and I was thrilled to be part of the team. My first few weeks were great there. I was learning a lot, and my colleagues seemed friendly and welcoming. However, things took a turn for the worse when I started getting to know one of my male coworkers, Chris. Chris was in his late 20s. He had been with the company for several years, and he was well liked by the management. At first, he seemed friendly, offering to show me the ropes and then help me get settled in. But it didn't take too long for his behavior to become inappropriate. He would make offhand comments about my appearance, touching my shoulder or back in ways that made me feel uncomfortable. At first, I tried to laugh it off or politely brushed it aside. But his comments and touches became more frequent and more invasive. One day, he cornered me in the break room and made a lewd comment about my outfit. I felt trapped and violated. I told him to stop, but he just laughed it off and told me that I was being too sensitive. After that incident, I went to HR to report him, but they just brushed it off, saying that Chris was just being friendly and that it didn't mean any harm. They just advised me to try to get along with him. When Chris realized that I had reported him, his behavior escalated from harassment to outright bullying. He would publicly criticize my work, spread rumors about me, and make my life a living hell in the office. He even started trying to mess up my projects, causing me to miss deadlines and get in trouble with the management. I felt isolated and powerless, and my colleagues seemed to avoid getting involved, and management continued to turn a blind eye. The stress really became unbearable, and I dreaded going to work every day. I started having anxiety attacks, and I couldn't sleep at night. I knew I couldn't stay in such a toxic environment, so I decided to quit. After quitting, I spent a few weeks job hunting, and I finally landed a position at a new company. It was a larger firm with a more professional atmosphere. I hoped that it would be a fresh start. My new colleagues were friendly, and the work environment was much better. And for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe again. But my relief was short-lived. A few weeks into my new job, I noticed a familiar face in the office. It was Chris. My heart sank. He had somehow managed to get a job at the same company, and I couldn't believe my bad luck. At first, I tried to avoid him, hoping that he would leave me alone. But Chris made it clear that he wasn't going to let that happen. He would show up at my desk, make snide remarks, and then continue his harassment. He even started following me home, showing up at my apartment building and watching me from a distance. It felt like I was living in a nightmare and I didn't know what to do. I went to HR again, but they were hesitant to take any action. Chris had a knack for playing the victim, and he convinced them that I was the one who was the problem. I felt trapped and helpless, and I couldn't quit another job, but I also couldn't continue living in fear either. Desperate and out of options, I decided to call my father. He was a retired firefighter, a strong and protective man who has always been my rock, and I explained everything to him, and he was furious. He promised to come down and help me deal with Chris. A few days later, my dad showed up at my apartment. He took me out for dinner and then reassured me that everything would be okay. He decided to stay with me at my apartment for a few days, promising that he would help. I didn't know what my father had in store, but his mere presence was reassuring to say the least. After another terrible day at work, I drove back to my apartment with Chris following not too far behind me. I got nervous. This was usually the worst part of my day, me getting out of my car and getting cornered by him on my way inside. Sometimes I tried running in quickly. Sometimes I stayed in my car for an hour or two until he leaves. And sometimes I just have to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, I exited my car and I start walking towards my apartment as per usual. Chris immediately got out of his car and briskly walked over to me. No doubt, preparing a whirlwind of uncomfortable things to say to me. But before he could get close, the door opened and Chris stopped. When Chris saw my father, he looked nervous but tried to play it cool. My dad walked up to him and said, "We need to talk, now." I then went inside and they both stood in front of the apartment, and I could hear my dad's raised voice as he confronted Chris. "You've been harassing my daughter, and it stops now. If you ever go near her again, you'll regret it." Chris tried to deny it, but my dad wasn't having any of it. "I don't care what excuses you have. You leave her alone, or I'll make sure you face the consequences." Chris finally broke down and admitted that he was attracted to me and he wanted a relationship. My dad was livid. He screamed at Chris. "Attracted? Attraction is no excuse for harassment. You've terrorized my daughter and it ends today, young man." My dad didn't get physical, but his tone and presence were enough to make Chris realize that he couldn't continue his behavior. After the confrontation, Chris left. The next morning, I found out that Chris had quit his job. I was absolutely relieved, but I was still shaken by everything that had happened. My dad stayed with me for a few more days, making sure that I was okay and helping me regain my confidence. I haven't seen Chris since that day, and I'm finally starting to feel safe again. My new job has been supportive, and my colleagues have been understanding. I'm grateful for my dad's intervention and the strength he had showed in protecting me. Looking back, I realized how important it was to stand up for yourself and seek help when you need it. No one should have to endure harassment or bullying, and it's also crucial to have a support system in place. So, Chris, you asshole, the coworker who wouldn't leave me alone and bullied me, let's not meet again. And to everyone reading this, please be cautious and stay safe. Don't be afraid to ask for help and also take action if you find yourself in a similar situation. I have an experience that I would like to share that deeply scared me. This happened years ago when I was still a small girl, but I want to share it here in case it may help someone. My name is Amanda. I'm a 25-year-old woman now, but this story takes place when I was just 7. I remember it vividly because it was one of the most terrifying experiences that I have ever had in my life. My family and I lived in a small town in Ohio, and there wasn't much to do there. So when the circus came to town, it was a big deal. I was ecstatic. My parents, my older brother, and I spent the entire day at the circus. We watched the acrobats, animal shows, and of course, the clowns. I've always been a bit wary of clowns, but that day, I decided to push my fears aside and have fun. The circus was everything that I had imagined and more. The smell of popcorn and cotton candy filled the air in my lungs, and the sound of laughter and excitement was all around. After the main show, there was a special area set up for kids to play in. It was a colorful and lively place filled with games and small rides and entertainers. My brother was off with his friends, and my parents were nearby, chatting with other parents. So, I wandered into the kids' area, eager to explore and play. That's when I met Mr. Waffles, the clown. He was dressed in a bright patchwork costume with oversized shoes and a red nose. His face was painted with white and also with a big friendly smile. He seemed to be the main attraction in the kids' area, and the children all flocked to him. "Hey there, little miss. What's your name?" he asked me with a jolly voice. "I'm Amanda," I replied, giggling a little. Mr. Waffles had a funny way of talking that made me feel at ease. Well, Amanda, would you like to play a very special game with me?" he said, bending down to my level. "Sure," I said excitedly. Mr. Waffles explained that he wanted to play hide and seek. He would hide somewhere very hidden and that I would have to look for him. He told me to close my eyes and count to 10. Eager to play, I shut my eyes tightly and I began counting. 1, 2, 3. After reaching 10, I opened my eyes and I began my search. The other kids were still playing nearby, but I was focused on finding Mr. Waffles. I looked behind tents, under tables, and around corners, but I couldn't find him. Finally, I wandered to a more secluded area and near a door to a trailer. There he was. He was crouched behind some boxes. I exclaimed, "Found you!" Mr. Waffles seemed very happy that I found him. "Well done, Amanda. You've won a prize, but I have it inside my trailer," he said, standing up and reaching for the door handle. And just then, I heard my parents calling for me. Amanda, sweetie, it's time to go now." I turned toward their voices and then called back, "I'm over here." Mr. Waffles' face darkened and he quickly walked off without another word. I felt a strange mix of disappointment and relief, so I just ran back to my parents and we headed home because it was getting late. Later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the circus and Mr. Waffles and all the things that we did there. I was lying in my bed, drifting off to sleep, when I heard a faint knock on my window. My heart skipped a beat and I sat up listening closely. I slowly got out of bed and I walked to the window. My room was on the ground floor. I hesitated before pulling back the curtain. And to my surprise and horror, standing in my backyard, illuminated by the moonlight, was Mr. Waffles. He was waving at me, his smile now appearing sinister and menacing. I screamed as loud as I could, backing away from the window. My parents burst into my room, and my dad holding a baseball bat and my mom looking frantic. "Amanda, what's wrong?" my mom asked, pulling me into her arms. And I explained while pointing to the window that Mr. Waffles the clown was outside. My dad went to the window and then looked out, but Mr. Waffles was no longer there. He said that he didn't see anyone, and he was trying to calm me down. But I swore that he was there. I was not the type of kid to lie or play pranks on my parents, so they ended up believing me. My parents exchanged worried glances and decided to call the police. The police arrived shortly after, and then they took my statement. They searched the backyard and the surrounding area, but they found no sign of Mr. Waffles. They assured me and my parents that they would do everything that they could to find him. I was terrified. My parents tried to comfort me, but I couldn't shake the image of Mr. Waffles standing outside my window. I didn't sleep at all that night, and for a few weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep without checking my windows and locking them securely. As I grew up, the memory of that night stayed with me. I tried to put it behind me, but every time that I heard about a circus coming to town, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I became wary of clowns, and I avoided circuses altogether. I later learned that Mr. Waffles had never been found. The circus had left town the day after the incident, and there was no way to trace him. The police suspected that he had been following the circus from town to town, using his clown persona as a cover. My parents and the police took my fears seriously, and I am extremely grateful for that. But the experience definitely left a lasting mark on me. Mr. Waffles, the clown who followed me home, I hope I never see you again. And right now, I can confidently say that I do not like clowns anymore. For this story, let me say my name is Raul, and I'm a 17-year-old high school junior. I'm half American and half Filipino. I go to a fairly large school in Windsor, Ontario, and I'd say that I have a pretty typical high school life. I'm on the volleyball team, which has made me somewhat popular, and I am known for being a decent player. I wouldn't call myself a heartthrob or anything like that, but I guess you could say that I'm a little bit handsome. I have a tight-knit group of friends, and we've been through a lot together. My friends and I hang out almost every day after school, either practicing sports, playing video games, or just goofing around. There's James, the jokester of the group, Brandon, the quiet but smart one, Lisa, who's like a sister to me, and Lucas, who has been my best friend since elementary school. We all looked out for each other, and I've always felt safe and supported around them. Being on the volleyball team and somewhat popular, I am no stranger to getting love letters and random gifts from admirers. It's a bit flattering, and my friends often tease me about it. I usually take it in stride, and it's become a bit of a running joke among us. But one day, I got a letter that didn't feel like the usual harmless crush notes. It was left in my locker, like many others, but the contents were different. The letter was written on a piece of ornate, cream-colored paper with intricate designs around the edges. It smelled faintly of lavender, which was unusual. The letter read, "Dear Raul, I've been watching you for a while now. I know everything about you, your likes, your dislikes, your routines. You may not know me yet, but you will soon. You're special, and I have plans for the both of us. And don't worry, I'll make sure you will understand in time." I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the words. It was creepy, almost obsessive, and definitely not the usual kind of attention that I was used to. I decided to show it to my friends after school. When I showed the letter to my friends, they didn't seem as freaked out as I was. James laughed and made jokes about my secret admirer, while Brandon and Lisa exchanged amused glances. Lucas, my best friend, just smirked and said, "Well, looks like someone's really into you, man." "Yeah, but this isn't like the other letters. This one feels different. It's creepy," I insisted. "Relax, Raul. It's probably just someone messing with you. Besides, if they were really dangerous, they wouldn't be leaving love notes," Lisa said, trying to reassure me. I tried to brush it off, but the letter lingered in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and it made me feel uneasy. Over the next few days, I received more letters. Each one was written on the same ornate cream-colored paper with a lavender scent, and each one was progressively weirder and more aggressive in tone. One letter said, "Why are you ignoring me, Raul? You're making this harder than it needs to be. I thought you'd be more excited to know someone cares about you so deeply. Don't make me do something drastic to get your attention." Then another one said, "I saw you with Lisa today. She's not right for you. She doesn't understand you like I do. You need to stay away from her, or there will be consequences." The letters were becoming more specific, mentioning details about my daily life that only someone close to me would know. It was unsettling, and I started to feel paranoid. Who could be watching me so closely? One night, as I lay in bed, it hit me. The stalker might be someone close to me, someone who knew about my routines, my friends, and my personal life. The realization made my heart race. Could it be one of my friends? The thought was horrifying, but it made sense. I began to observe my friends more closely, looking for any signs of odd behavior. I watched how they reacted to the letters, how they interacted with me, and if they acted suspiciously. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. A few days later, we were all in a hurry to get to practice. We were running late, and in a rush, Lucas's bag fell, scattering his things all over the floor. As we hurriedly picked everything up to help him, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among his belongings was a stack of ornate cream-colored paper, the same kind that the stalker used for the letters. I felt a wave of shock and betrayal wash over me. Could it really be Lucas? I needed to confront him. After practice, I pulled Lucas aside. My heart was pounding and I felt sick to my stomach. "Hey, Lucas, I need to talk to you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sure, what's up?" he replied, looking confused. "I saw the paper in your bag, the same paper that the stalker uses for the letters. What's going on, man?" His expression changed from confusion to guilt. He looked down, avoiding my eyes. He finally said, "Raul, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to go this far." "What do you mean? Why did you do it?" I demanded, feeling a mix of anger and hurt. He took a deep breath and started to explain. "I've been in love with you for a long time, but I didn't know how to tell you. I thought if I got your attention through the letters, maybe you'd notice me in a different way. But it kinda got out of hand and I didn't know how to stop it. I was stunned. Lucas, my best friend, had been the one stalking me all along. I didn't know what to say. I felt the mix of emotions, betrayal, anger, and sadness. I said in a shaking voice, I can't believe you did this, Lucas. You made me feel so scared and paranoid. How could you? I'm sorry, Raul. I never meant to hurt you. I just didn't know how to handle my feelings. Lucas said, tears in his eyes. I think it would be best if we don't see each other anymore. I need time to process this and seriously, man, I can't be around you right now. I said, my voice firm. He nodded, tears streaming down his face, and said, I understand. I'm so sorry, Raul. I hope you can forgive me someday, though. After that day, I distanced myself from him. I told my other friends what had happened and they were supportive. They couldn't believe that he had done something so extreme, but they stood by me. It took a while to feel safe again, but I eventually moved on. I focused on my sports, my studies, and spending time with my other friends. Lucas left our friend group and kept his distance, respecting my need for space. So Lucas, my former best friend, I do hope you are doing well, but far, far away from me. This happened to me over the past year, and I still get anxious thinking about it. To give you some context, I'm a 28-year-old woman living in a small town in upstate New York. My family has always been close-knit, but we have had our share of struggles, particularly with health issues. My father passed away 5 years ago due to complications from poor health. He had diabetes and also heart problems, and his death was a wake-up call for all of us. Losing him was devastating, but it also made me reevaluate my own lifestyle. I became obsessed with working out and also eating healthy. I was determined not to fall into the same patterns that led to my father's death. Exercise became my therapy, my way of coping with stress and grief. About 2 years ago, I joined the local gym that I absolutely loved. It was a small family-owned place with a friendly atmosphere. The staff knew me by name, and the regulars were always up for a chat. I usually went to the gym at 6 a.m. right when it opened. I liked working out early because it was less crowded, and it allowed me to start my day on a positive note before heading to work. The gym's location was convenient, just a 10-minute drive from my apartment, and it had all the equipment that I needed. The morning crew was small but very consistent, and we all became familiar faces to each other. One day about a year ago, a new guy started showing up at the gym around the same time as me. He introduced himself as Greg. He seemed friendly enough, and he quickly integrated himself into our little morning group. Greg was in his late 30s, always wearing a bright smile and eager to offer workout tips. At first, I really appreciated his enthusiasm. It was nice to have someone to chat with, and he seemed genuinely interested in fitness. We would occasionally work out near each other, and he would spot me when I was lifting weights. It seemed very harmless, and I enjoyed having someone around who took fitness as seriously as I did. However, things started to change after a few months. Greg began showing up more often. Almost every time that I was at the gym, he was there too. He started hovering around me, even when I was doing exercises that didn't require a spotter. He would comment on my form, suggest new routines, and asked personal questions that felt intrusive. I really tried to be polite but distant, hoping that he would just take the hint. I told myself that he was just trying to be helpful, but his constant presence was beginning to make me feel uncomfortable. I decided to change my workout schedule to see if I could avoid him in any way. I started going to the gym at different times, sometimes in the afternoon or even in the late evening. But no matter when I went, Greg would eventually show up. Each time, he acted like it was just a happy coincidence, saying things like, "Oh, great minds think alike." Or, "Looks like we're on the same schedule." It was unnerving. I couldn't understand how he was always there, but I didn't want to make a scene or accuse him of anything without solid proof. The situation escalated when I started seeing Greg outside the gym. One Saturday morning, I went to my favorite coffee shop to grab some coffee and to read for a bit. And as I settled into a corner, I heard the familiar voice. "Hey, fancy seeing you here," Greg said, taking a seat at the table next to mine. My heart sank. This was my go-to spot, a place where I felt safe and relaxed, and seeing him there felt like an invasion of my personal space. "I didn't know you came here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh, I love this place. Best coffee in town, you know," he replied, flashing that unsettling bright smile. After that, I started seeing him more frequently around town, at the grocery store, the park, even at the library. Each time, he acted like it was a random encounter, but I knew deep down that it wasn't. The odds of us running into each other so often were too slim to be mere coincidence. But the final straw came when Greg appeared near my workplace. I work at a marketing firm downtown, and one afternoon I was leaving for lunch. I saw him standing across the street. He then waved and started walking toward me. "Hey, I was just in the area and I thought I'd grab some lunch. Want to join me?" he asked. Panic set in. How did he know where I worked? I hadn't mentioned my job or its location to him. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm actually really busy today," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe another time." Greg's expression suddenly changed though. His face twisted into a look of frustration and anger. "Why are you avoiding me?" he demanded. "I'm not avoiding you," I lied. "I just have a lot on my plate right now," I added. "You're lying. I can tell. Don't you know we belong together? Why can't you see that? Why are you avoiding me? I'm doing my best to be around you all the time and to see you all the time, but you just keep avoiding me, giving me that fake smile of yours." His words sent a chill down my spine. He had never said anything like that before, and I have never seen him like that before too. I realized then that this wasn't just a series of coincidences. Greg was stalking me, and Greg was mad crazy. "I need to go. Please leave me alone or I'll call the police on you," I said firmly. Greg's face contorted with rage, and then he yelled, "You're making a mistake! You're making a mistake! We belong together!" People on the street were starting to stare, and I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, making sure Greg could see what I was doing. "Leave now, or I will have you arrested," I said, my voice shaking. Greg hesitated, and then he turned and walked away, muttering under his breath. I watched him go, my heart pounding in my chest, and my knees were shaking. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher explaining the situation and providing a description of Greg and the situation. A police officer came and I filed for a report, but since he didn't exactly harm me and I could not provide concrete proof of the stalking, they couldn't do more. But I didn't see Greg after that day. He stopped coming to the gym, and I no longer ran into him around town. My friends and coworkers were also incredibly supportive, helping me feel safer during that difficult time. Despite Greg's disappearance, I really couldn't shake the fear that he had instilled in me. I was worried that he was just lurking around in the corners, watching me. I decided to find a new gym, even though I loved the one that I had been going to for years. It really broke my heart to leave that place. But I knew that this was the best thing for my safety and also for my peace of mind. I found another gym a bit further from my apartment, and the staff there were understanding when I explained my situation. It really took some time, but I eventually started to feel comfortable and safe again. I didn't have to work out while looking at my back anymore. Looking back, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts. If someone's behavior makes you uncomfortable, don't just ignore it. Don't just think that it was a mere coincidence. Speak up, take action, and then protect yourself. So, Greg, the gym buddy who took it too far, let's not meet again. Hello everyone, I'm Adam, and I'm a 25-year-old guy working at Walmart. Of course, I'm not gonna tell you which one. I have been working there for the past 3 years. It's not my dream job, but it pays the bills, and I am able to save up a bit while I figure out what I really want to do. I usually work the evening shift from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's not a bad schedule, as it leaves my mornings free, and I have grown accustomed to the routine. On this particular day, I was assigned to stock shelves in the grocery section. It's a task that I have done countless of times, and I usually zone out and get into a rhythm. But that day, something, or rather, someone, broke my routine in a way that still gives me chills. It started around 5 p.m. when a woman approached me as I was stocking the cereal aisle. She was in her early 30s with shoulder-length brown hair and a friendly demeanor. She asked where she could find a specific brand of granola. I pointed her to the right shelf, and I thought nothing of it. Helping customers is part of the job, and her question seemed perfectly normal. However, as I moved to restock another section, I noticed the same woman nearby. This time, she asked me where to find almond milk. I showed her the dairy section, and again, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she was just health conscious, and she had a lot of specific questions. But as I continued with my work, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was following me. No matter which aisle I moved to, she seemed to be there with another question. She asked about gluten-free bread, organic vegetables, and even cleaning supplies. Each time I patiently answered her questions, but the unease was beginning to set in. I started to wonder if I was overthinking things. Maybe she just had a lot of questions, and it was a coincidence that she kept finding me. But by the 5th or 6th encounter, I decided to test my theory. I moved to a completely different section of the store, away from the groceries, to see if she would follow. And sure enough, she appeared, asking where to find the light bulbs. My heart rate spiked. There was no way this was just a coincidence anymore. I tried to remain calm and polite though, but I was genuinely creeped out. I decided to take my break early. I headed to the employee area, and I stayed there for a while, hoping that she would finish her shopping and then leave. After about 20 minutes, I went back to the floor, cautiously scanning the aisles. Thankfully, I didn't see her anymore, and I instantly felt relief. Maybe it was just all in my head, and that she had already left. The rest of my shift went by uneventfully. I finished stocking the shelves, helped a few more customers, and then I clocked out at 11 p.m. I was tired. I was ready to go home. I headed to my car, which was parked in our employee lot, and I began to drive home. As I was driving, I noticed a car behind me. At first, I didn't think anything of it. There was only so many routes out of the Walmart parking lot, and it's not unusual to have cars behind you for a while. But as I continued to drive, the car stayed behind me, making the same turns that I did. I started to get a little paranoid. Was I just being jumpy because of what happened earlier? I decided to test it out. I took a few random turns, driving through residential areas and side streets that I knew well, but the car followed my every move. My heart was pounding now. I couldn't see the driver clearly, but I had a sinking feeling that it was the same woman from the store. I needed to do something. I didn't want to lead her to my apartment, so I made a split-second decision to drive to the nearest police station. As I pulled into the station parking lot, the car behind me suddenly sped off, and I only caught a glimpse of the driver, but it looked like a woman, possibly the same one who had been following me around in the store. My mind was racing. What did she want from me? Why was she following me? I sat in the parking lot for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I considered going into the station to file a report, but I hesitated. I didn't have any concrete evidence, just a series of unsettling encounters and a car that followed me for a while. Would the police even take me seriously? So I just decided to go home. I was on high alert the whole time. I kept checking my rearview mirror, making sure that I wasn't being followed again. The drive was tense, and every car that appeared behind me made my heart skip a beat. Thankfully, I made it home without any further incidents. And that night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the events in my mind, wondering if I was just being paranoid or if I had genuinely been in danger. The next day, I went back to work as usual, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I kept an eye out for that woman, but I didn't see her again. It's been a few weeks now, and I haven't had any more creepy encounters. I still work at Walmart, and while I've had my share out of customers, nothing is as unsettling as what happened with that woman. I don't know if it was the same person following me in the car, but the coincidence is too eerie to ignore. So, to the woman who followed me around the store and then followed me home, I hope I never see you again. Hi everyone. I have been reading stories on this subreddit for a while, and I thought that I would share a story of mine. It's my first time posting on here, so please forgive me if I'm not the best storyteller. I'm 21 years old, and for this story you can call me Jake. I'm a college student pursuing a degree in computer science. I share an apartment with 3 of my best friends from high school, Mike, Tony, and Sam. We've known each other for years and have always been really close. We share everything with each other and have always been tight-knit. Our friend group also includes a few others who don't live with us but hang out with us often. One of them is Ryan. Ryan's been a part of our group for about 2 years now. He's a nice guy, friendly and outgoing, and we've always gotten along pretty well. We're a diverse group with different interests, but we've always found some common ground in our friendship. Things took an unexpected turn one night though, when we were all hanging out at our apartment. We were playing video games and everyone was having a good time. At one point, Ryan asked if he could talk to me privately. I thought nothing of it and I agreed. We went to my room and I could see that he was nervous. "Jake, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while now," he began, avoiding eye contact. "I've had feelings for you for some time now. I think I'm in love with you." I was stunned. I didn't see that coming at all. I had always seen Ryan as a good friend and nothing more. I took a deep breath, trying to process what he had just said. "Ryan, I'm flattered, but I'm not attracted to men," I said gently. "I see you as a friend and I do hope we can keep things that way." Ryan looked heartbroken, and I felt terrible for hurting his feelings, but I wanted to be honest and clear about my own feelings. He nodded and said he understood, and then we went back to join the others. I hoped that that would be the end of it, and that things would go back to normal. Unfortunately, things didn't go back to normal. Over the next few days, Ryan's behavior became more aggressive and unsettling. He started sending me explicit messages and even tried to show me gay pornography. He was insisting that I would enjoy it if I just gave it a chance. I was uncomfortable, and I told him to stop, but he didn't listen. Ryan's actions didn't stop at just harassment. He began spreading rumors among our friends and classmates, claiming that I was secretly attracted to men but was too afraid to admit it. He made it sound like I was leading a double life, trying to hide my true self from everyone. The rumors created an awkward atmosphere, and I found myself constantly having to defend my sexuality. It was exhausting and frustrating, and it felt like my friendship with Ryan was turning into a nightmare. When I continued to reject his advances, Ryan started accusing me of being homophobic. He would publicly call me out, saying things like, "Why can't you just accept who you are, Jake? Are you that scared of being gay?" I tried to explain to him that rejecting his advances didn't make me homophobic. It just meant that I wasn't interested. But Ryan wouldn't listen. He was convinced that my refusal to be with him was rooted in prejudice, and he made it his mission to make me look bad in front of our friends. My friends could see what was happening, and they tried to intervene. Mike and Tony talked to Ryan, trying to make him understand that his behavior was toxic and unfair. But Ryan was relentless. He continued to harass me and spread lies, and it was taking a toll on my mental health. One evening, after another round of accusations and harassment from Ryan, our friend group had had enough. We sat down and had a serious conversation about what was happening. It was clear that Ryan's actions were damaging our friendship and creating a toxic environment for us. So we made the difficult decision to remove Ryan from our friend group. It wasn't easy because we had all been so close, but his behavior had crossed too many lines and we just couldn't let it continue anymore. A few days later, Ryan reached out to me one last time. He sent me a long emotional message saying that he couldn't live without me and that he would end his life if I didn't start a relationship with him. I was taken aback and I was deeply concerned for his well-being, but I knew that I couldn't give in to his demands. I replied, urging him to seek help and talk to someone about his feelings. I told him that threatening suicide was not the way to handle things and that I genuinely wanted him to be okay, but I couldn't be in a relationship with him. Ryan didn't respond to my message, and I was worried sick. I kept an eye for any news or updates about him, hoping that he was getting the help he needed. A few days later, I saw Ryan on campus. He looked tired and worn out. but he was alive, so I felt a mix of relief and sadness, knowing that he was struggling, but also that he hadn't gone through with his threat. Looking back, I realize how important it is to set boundaries and to stand up for yourself even when it's difficult. Speak up if you are being harassed or manipulated, regardless of the circumstances. So, Ryan, the friend who couldn't take no for an answer, I hope that you are well, my friend, but let's never meet again. I have been lurking here for a long time, reading everyone's stories, and I never thought that I would have one of my own to share. But after what happened to me, I think it's important to tell my story. Writing it down might help me process everything, and maybe it will also serve as a warning to others out there. To give you a bit of context, I'm a 32-year-old single mother living in a small town in Illinois. My name is Jennifer, and my son, Oliver, is 6 years old. He is the absolute center of my world. His father is not in the picture, having left us when Oliver was just a baby. And since then, it's just been the two of us, and we have built a pretty good life together. I work as a nurse, which means I have odd hours and long shifts. Balancing my work schedule while taking care of Oliver is challenging, but I try to manage. I don't have any family nearby. My parents retired to Florida, and my siblings live in different states. This means that I rely heavily on friends, neighbors, and trusted agencies for support, especially when it comes to babysitting. One evening, after a particularly long shift at work, I stopped by the grocery store to pick up a few things. I was exhausted, and all I wanted was to get home and then tuck Oliver into bed. I was unloading my groceries into the car, and I was fumbling with my keys, and I nearly dropped everything. That's when a man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Need a hand?" he asked, smiling warmly. I was taken aback, but I was grateful for the help. I said, "Oh, thank you. I'm just so tired today," trying to manage a smile. He helped me load the last of the groceries into my trunk and then introduced himself as Mark. He looked to be in his late 40s, with a friendly demeanor and an easy smile. He mentioned that he lived nearby and often shopped at the same store. I told him thank you, feeling genuinely grateful for what he has done, and I introduced myself too. "Oh, I'm Jennifer, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Jennifer. Happy to help," he said. I didn't think much of the encounter at first. I was just glad for the assistance on a tiring day. Over the next few weeks, I noticed Mark around town more often. I'd run into him at the grocery store, the coffee shop, and even at the park where I took Oliver to play. Each time, he would strike up a friendly conversation, offering help or just chatting about the weather. At first, it seemed like a series of happy coincidences. Mark was always polite and helpful, and I appreciated the friendly face in my otherwise busy and sometimes stressful life. But after a while, it didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. It felt weird and creepy, and I began to feel uneasy. It started when he showed up at Oliver's soccer practice. We had never discussed Oliver's activities, and I found it odd that he was there. When I asked him about it, he said he was thinking of signing his nephew up for the same league, and he wanted to check it out. My unease grew as Mark's appearances became more frequent and more targeted. It wasn't just a random encounter at the store anymore. He seemed to know my schedule and would appear at places where he knew that I would be. One Saturday morning, I decided to take Oliver to the farmer's market. It was one of our favorite weekend activities, and I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. As we were browsing the stalls, I felt a tap on my shoulder, and I turned to find Mark smiling at us. "Hey, Jennifer, fancy seeing you here," he said. I forced a smile, trying to hide my discomfort. "Oh, hi, Mark. Enjoying the market?" "Absolutely. Got some great produce here. How's Oliver doing?" he asked, bending down to greet my son. Oliver, being the friendly and trusting kid that he is, chatted with Mark for a bit. But my instincts were screaming at me that something was off. I tried to wrap up our conversation quickly, and I told Mark that we needed to get home. By now, I was convinced that Mark was following me. I decided to change my routine to see if it would make a difference. I started shopping at a different grocery store, I varied my routes to work, and I even took Oliver to a different park. For a while, it seemed to work. I didn't see Mark anymore, and I started to feel a bit more at ease. But the sense of relief was short-lived. One evening, as I was leaving work, I noticed a familiar car parked in the lot. My heart sank as I realized that it was Mark's car. He was sitting inside, and when he saw me, he then got out and walked over. "Hey, Jennifer, I was just in the area and I thought that I would say hi," he said, his smile as warm as ever. I tried to hide my panic and I answered, "Oh, hi Mark, I'm actually in a rush to pick up Oliver, so I have to go." "I can give you a ride if you want," he offered. "Oh, no, that's okay. I've got it covered. I need to go," I said firmly. As I drove away, my hands were shaking. How did he know where I worked? I hadn't told him. The realization that he was likely following me was terrifying. The final straw came a few days later. I had decided to take Oliver to a nearby town just for a change of scenery, you know? We spent the afternoon exploring and having fun, just the two of us. And as we were getting ready to leave, I saw Mark walking towards us. My blood ran cold. He said, "Jennifer, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." He was acting surprised. I just couldn't take it anymore, so I demanded, "Mark, this is getting creepy. Why are you following me?" His friendly facade dropped, replaced by a look of anger. "I'm not following you, Jennifer. We're just running into each other. Why are you making a big deal out of this?" "Because it is a big deal. You've shown up at places where I never mentioned I would be. That's not normal, Mark," I said, my voice trembling. He then came very close to me and then said with a very disturbing tone, "We belong together, Jennifer. Can't you see that? I'm not following you, Jennifer. I'm just looking out for you, helping you. Why can't you appreciate that?" I was terrified, so I threatened, "Stay away from me and my son, or I will call the police on you." His face twisted in rage, but he took a step back and said, "Fine, but you'll regret this, Jennifer. I didn't do anything wrong," he said before he stormed off. I immediately went home and I called a friend to come over and stay with us. I was too scared to be alone. I also contacted the police and filed a report, and they took my statement. I haven't seen Mark since that confrontation, but one night, when I was at home watching TV, and my son Oliver was asleep in his room, I thought I heard the doorknob jiggle, so I turned the volume down and I listened intently. But then, I heard it. Footsteps. There was someone walking around the house. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my phone and then ran upstairs into my son's room. I locked the door and then I called the police. I was whispering to the operator about my situation when I heard glass breaking. I quickly updated the operator about what was going on, and thank goodness, she informed me that the police were close. The glass breaking woke up my son, and he was scared, but I told him to be quiet, and thankfully he listened. I could hear footsteps walking around the house. Then I heard police sirens from a distance and a door shutting. The police arrived and we only exited the room once they were right by my son's door knocking and telling us that it was safe to come out. I was a mess. I was crying and I was trying to explain what happened to them. The police officer searched the house and found no one other than a broken window and shattered glass on the floor. I was so upset thinking whoever did this got away. Until we heard some shouting and a scuffle out the back part of my house. We had some trees there and a little shed where I like to keep things. One police officer went out back to check the whole area and found someone hiding by the shed, hidden by the trees. And when they brought the person out front, I saw who it was. If you were guessing that it was Mark, then you would get a 10 out of 10 for that. It was him. I told the officer that I knew who he was, and I told them the whole situation with him. Mark denied it, but the things inside his backpack didn't really help him. He had rope, tape, a knife, and some other things in there that definitely screamed that he was lying and that he was up to no good. A long story short, I pressed charges and also filed for a restraining order. I am still shaken with the whole experience, but I am trying to move on. I've learned to trust my instincts and be more cautious about the people that I interact with. I'm just glad that me and my son are safe. So everyone, please, stay safe out there. A year ago, I moved into a neighborhood with my dog, Max. It was a quaint, serene place, and after a tough breakup and leaving my old life behind, I thought that this would be a perfect fresh start. My new house was cozy, with a small garden where Max could play. I loved the quiet streets and our friendly neighbors, and there was also a sense of community that seemed to pervade every corner of my new place. The first weeks were amazing. I spent my days unpacking, decorating, and exploring the new area with Max. One afternoon, while walking Max in the park nearby, I met Lee. He was a tall, handsome man with a charming smile. Lee was half Korean and half American, and he had an easygoing demeanor that definitely put me at ease. We struck up a conversation about our shared love for dogs, and I found myself genuinely interested in him. Lee seemed perfect too. He was attentive, caring, and thoughtful. And over the next few weeks, we ran into each other more frequently, and I started to look forward to our encounters. Eventually, our casual meetings turned into planned dates, and before long, we were officially a couple. In the beginning, everything was wonderful. Lee was so attentive and affectionate. He would bring me flowers, cook me dinner, and surprise me with thoughtful gestures. We spent a lot of time together, and I enjoyed the attention and care that he showered me with. My dog Max also seemed to like him, which I took as a good sign. However, as the time passed, I began to notice a darker side to Lee. He was overly possessive and had a controlling streak that became more apparent as our relationship progressed. He would get upset if I spent time with friends without him. He would question me about my whereabouts constantly, and he grew increasingly jealous of any attention that I received from other men. His behavior started to suffocate me. I tried to talk to him about it, hoping that we could just work things out. but his attitude only got worse. He became more demanding, more paranoid, and even more intrusive. I felt like I was losing my sense of self and my independence. It was definitely choking me. So one night, after a particularly heated argument about my plans to go out with some of my girlfriends, I realized that I couldn't take it anymore. I told Lee that we needed to break up, that his behavior was unhealthy, and I couldn't continue on like this. He was devastated, but I stood my ground. I needed to get my life back and also my peace of mind. I felt like I was constantly walking on eggshells around him, making sure that I do everything according to what he wants, just so he doesn't get mad or snap at me. I thought that breaking up with him would be the end of it, but I wouldn't be here if it ended there. Lee didn't take the breakup well. In the days that followed, he bombarded me with messages and calls, begging me to take him back. I tried to be firm but also kind, explaining that my decision was final. That's when the messages and calls didn't stop. It was just too much. At first, it was every day, then a couple of texts in a day, and then some calls, and then it was just every hour, and sometimes I would wake up with multiple messages and missed calls from him. So I decided to block his number, hoping that would finally stop him. Unfortunately, blocking Lee didn't deter him. He started leaving letters in my mailbox. They were long, rambling letters pleading for another chance, apologizing for his behavior, and professing his undying love for me. At first, I read the letters, but they made me feel more uncomfortable and anxious, so I stopped reading them and I just threw them away without opening them. Then, I started seeing him around town. At first, it seemed like a coincidence, but then I would spot him at the grocery store, at a coffee shop, at a parking lot, at the park where I would walk Max. And given the things that he has been doing in the past few weeks, I threw out the idea of it being a coincidence, and I was sure that he was just displaying stalker behavior. Lee was always following me. I began to feel paranoid and trapped. He was always one step ahead from me, always watching. Things escalated further when Lee started showing up at my house. He would knock on my door at all hours of the night. He would be begging me to talk to him. The first time it happened, it was around 2 a.m. and I woke up to the sound of loud, insistent knocking. My heart raced as I crept to the door and I peered through the peephole. There he was, disheveled and desperate, pleading with me to open the door. I was terrified. I didn't want to open the door. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally left. But the visits didn't stop there. Every few nights, he would show up again knocking on my door. He was begging for a chance to explain himself. One night, the knocking turned into banging on my windows, specifically the window to my bedroom. I woke up to the sound of glass rattling and Max barking furiously. Lee was outside my window, shouting at me to let him in. My fear turned to anger, and I yelled through the window that I would call the cops if he didn't leave immediately. I didn't understand or know why I didn't do this before, but I'm so glad that I finally did it, because that worked. The banging stopped, and I hear running footsteps going away from my window. I think the threat finally seemed to get through to him, because Lee stopped showing up at my house. I hope that meant he finally realized how inappropriate and scary his behavior was toward me. But the damage was done. I really felt unsafe in my own home, and I was constantly on the edge and always looking over my shoulder. Even after Lee stopped his nightly visits, he stopped his texts, the letters, and everything, I would still see him around in the neighborhood. He avoided direct contact. He never approached me, but I could still feel his eyes on me. My friend suggested that I move, but I refused to be driven out of my own home. I loved my house. I loved my neighborhood. It was beautiful. And I didn't want to just uproot my life because of Lee's obsession. Instead, I just took measures to protect myself. I installed security cameras, I changed my locks, and I made sure to always have my phone fully charged with me. As time passed, the sightings of Lee became less frequent. He seemed to have finally backed off. But the experience left lasting scars on me. I developed a deep distrust of new people, especially men, so dating wasn't in the cards for me right now or anytime soon. I was just so scared that something like this might happen again. I shifted my focus on rebuilding my sense of security and peace. I focused on my work, spent more time with my friends. I even took up new hobbies just to keep myself busy. And Max, my best friend, was my companion, providing comfort and a sense of safety. It has been a year since I broke up with Lee, and all these things happened. And while things are better, I still deal with the aftermath of his obsession. I haven't seen him in months though, and I do hope that he's finally moved on. I also hope that Lee isn't doing the same thing to another woman out there. So, to Lee, wherever you are, let's not meet again. My girlfriend and I were thrifting at Goodwill recently, and she went to go look at some clothes in front of the mirror. I stayed by the cart probably 15 feet away, and I kept looking at clothes. I looked over at her, and I noticed a bald, pudgy guy with a son that looked to be about 5 years old behind her. He had his phone pointed towards her, and I really don't want to think that he's taking pictures of my girlfriend's ass, so I just keep watching. He acts like he is looking for toys with his son for a second, and then when she turns around again, he takes out his phone and then points it at her. I immediately get filled with so much rage and I walk over to him. I ask him if he's taking some pictures, and he says, "Yeah, of my son, isn't he cute?" And I say, "No, you're not. You're taking pictures of something else." He said he wasn't, and I said, "Show me your camera roll," and he said he didn't have to. I said that I really don't want to smash your phone and beat you in front of your child. He then started deleting the pictures while his hands were shaking, and I made him go to his recently deleted folder and permanently remove the photos, and then I called him a piece of shit and to never do that again. I really regret not whooping his ass though. I've been super angry at the thought of him doing that to other people, and I wanted to make him suffer. I work at a financial consulting firm, and my job is demanding. My days are filled with meetings, client calls, and a never-ending stream of emails. Each day feels like a marathon, and by the time that I get home, I am often too exhausted to do anything but collapse on the couch. Despite the stress and long hours, I actually love what I do. There's something deeply satisfying about helping clients make smart financial decisions. I thrive on the challenge and the rush of solving complex problems. My team is also great. The teamwork that we share makes the work environment bearable even on the toughest days. That sense of accomplishment, coupled with the hope that I'm making a difference in someone else's financial future, really keeps me going. One evening, I came home late from work again. I was completely worn out and ravenous. Cooking was out of the question, and I didn't have the energy to even think about what ingredients I had at home, let alone prepare a meal for me. So, I decided to order food from a Chinese restaurant that I like. It wasn't the healthiest option, I know, but I needed something comforting and easy. So I pulled up Uber Eats. I then placed my order and I settled onto the couch to wait. The anticipation of a hot, delicious meal was the only thing that was keeping me awake. And after about 30 minutes, I received a notification that the driver had arrived. The knock on my door came shortly after, and I dragged myself to answer it. I opened the door, and I was greeted by the delivery driver. He stared at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. His gaze was a little too long and felt a bit invasive. As he handed me the food, he made a weird comment about my looks. I'm not the type to take any bullshit from people, so I called him out on it. He got visibly upset and then stormed off. I watched him leave, feeling a mixture of anger and unease. I just shook my head and I went back inside and sat down to eat. As I was eating, my phone buzzed with a text message. It was from the delivery driver. He told me that I wasn't too pretty and that I should be thankful that he even gave me attention. My stomach churned and I felt a wave of anger wash over me. And then he said that I was just playing hard to get. I was stunned and I was disgusted with this guy. More messages followed, each one more disturbing than the last. He called me names and made threats, but the most chilling message simply said, "I'll see you later." I was furious and I immediately reported the incident to Uber Eats. I hoped that would be the end of it. I couldn't finish my dinner. The messages had left me on edge and my appetite was gone. I felt a knot of anxiety forming in my stomach. I went to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep right away. My mind was racing and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. So I started playing with my phone and also watching some videos to distract myself. The glow of the screen was my only comfort in the darkness. But then, I heard a noise outside my place. It sounded like someone was jiggling the doorknob. My heart raced as I got up and I quietly walked to the door to check the peephole. And to my horror, I saw the delivery driver from earlier. He was fiddling with my door trying to get in. Fear paralyzed me for a moment, but I decided to go back to my room. I walked quietly again, but my shirt accidentally hit my remote on the table and it fell and made a thud. It probably made him realize that I was there, so he started banging on the door and screaming at me. I panicked. I grabbed my phone and I ran back to my room and I locked the door to call the police. My hands were shaking as I explained the situation to them, and they assured me that help was on the way. The minutes felt like hours as I waited there, my heart pounding in my chest. I could still hear him outside, banging on the door and shouting. I backed away from the door, trying to find a safe spot in my bedroom. And finally, I heard the sounds of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the police arrived, and funny enough, the guy was actually still there. I really thought that he would leave at the sound of the police sirens. They quickly apprehended the delivery driver, and I watched through the peephole as they handcuffed him and then led him away. A police officer then came to me and interviewed me about what happened. What happened really shook me. I was paranoid for a while, so I decided to install a camera at my front door. And you know what? I probably won't be ordering in anytime soon. Hi everyone, my name is Richard, and this all happened when I went to the mall to buy a wedding anniversary present for my parents. They were celebrating their 30th anniversary, and I wanted to get them something special. I figured that the mall would have a variety of options, so I took a Saturday afternoon to go shopping. As I entered the mall, I was preoccupied with ideas for the perfect gift. I wasn't paying much attention to where I was walking, and I accidentally bumped into a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, and I immediately apologized. She didn't seem upset, and we both went our way. I didn't think much of it at that time. I just wanted to find a gift and be done with it. I started off by checking out some jewelry stores, thinking a nice couple necklace or bracelet might be a good idea. As I moved from store to store, I kept seeing the same woman that I had bumped into earlier. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. The mall isn't that big, so it's not unusual to run into the same people more than once. But it just kept happening. Every store that I went to, she was there, seemingly browsing, but always keeping an eye on me. I started to feel uneasy. It seemed like everywhere that I turned, she was there, but getting closer each time. She was always in my periphery, just close enough for me to notice, but not enough to make a scene. After about 2 hours of wandering around the mall and feeling increasingly paranoid, I finally found the perfect gift. A beautiful photo frame with intricate designs on it. My parents love displaying family photos, and I thought that it would be a thoughtful addition to their collection. I bought the frame, and I felt a sense of relief, thinking that I could finally leave and put this weird experience behind me. As I was heading towards the exit, I heard someone call out to me. I turned around, and it was the woman from earlier. She asked if I wanted to grab a coffee with her. I was taken aback. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had been feeling uneasy about her presence all afternoon, and now she was directly approaching me. I declined, trying to be as polite as possible, but she didn't take it well. And it shocked me because her reaction was immediate and intense. She started yelling, attracting the attention of everyone around us. She screamed that she loved me, and that bump earlier was a sign that we were meant to be together. She insisted that the way I looked at her while apologizing was a clear proof that I liked her too. I was stunned. I didn't know how to react, but I just knew that this woman was crazy. She needed help, and I needed to be away from her. People were starting to gather, and I felt trapped and embarrassed. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I ran. I turned around, and I bolted towards the exit, clutching the gift that I had bought. I could hear her screaming behind me, but I didn't look back. I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. I reached my car, I got in, and I drove off, and my heart was pounding in my chest. I kept checking the rear view mirror, half expecting to see her following me. But she didn't. I got home and I decided not to tell my family because I didn't want to ruin the mood and the celebration. I know my parents could tell that I was a bit shaken, but I told them that it was nothing and they didn't press for it. It's safe to say that I haven't been back to that mall in 10 months since the incident. Hi everyone, I'm a 27-year-old female. I've always been an avid hiker. There's something about being out in the wilderness that clears my mind and makes me feel alive, you know? I often hike alone because it gives me a sense of peace and solitude. I know the risk, like getting lost, encountering wild animals, but I always felt prepared. I had my maps, my gear, and my well-worn hiking boots. Last fall, the foliage was exceptionally beautiful. The leaves had turned brilliant shades of red, orange, and yellow, and I didn't want to miss a single moment. I decided to tackle a new trail that I had heard about. It was a bit more remote than my usual spots, but that added to the allure. I was excited for the challenge and the chance to explore a new area. But of course, I also had to do my research about the area in case something happens. One Saturday morning, I set out early. The drive to the trailhead took about an hour, and I enjoyed the scenic route through winding country roads. I arrived at the small gravel parking lot, and I noticed only a few other cars. Perfect. I like the idea of having the trail mostly to myself. I double-checked my gear, locked my car, and I started down the path. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and also chirping birds. I felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. The trail was well marked, and I settled into a steady pace, taking in the beauty around me. About an hour into my hike, I noticed someone else on the trail ahead of me. It was a man, dressed in dark clothing, moving at a leisurely pace. I didn't think much of it at first. It wasn't uncommon to come across other hikers, even on more remote trails, I kept my distance, not wanting to intrude on his solitude or have mine interrupted. But as I got closer, something about the man's demeanor struck me as odd. He seemed to be deliberately slowing down, almost as if he was waiting for me to catch up to him. I felt a twinge of unease, but I just brushed it off. Maybe he was just taking in the scenery or adjusting his gear. When I finally did pass him, I offered a polite nod and continued on my way. He didn't respond. He just stared at me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. So I quickened my pace, wanting to put some distance between us. I told myself that I was just being paranoid. After all, I was out in the middle of the forest, and most people who hike are also friendly and harmless. As I continued along the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I would glance back, half expecting to see the man behind me. But he wasn't there, and I couldn't see anything. The trail twisted and turned through dense woods, and I couldn't see far in any direction. My unease started to grow, and I found myself listening intently for any sounds of footsteps or movement. I didn't understand why. I've been on hikes so many times before, and this is the first time that I've ever felt this way. About 3 hours into the hike, I stopped for a break. I found a large rock to sit on, and then I pulled out my water bottle and a snack. The forest was quiet, and the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I haven't seen any other hiker in a while. I just tried to relax, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I finished my break and I got ready to continue, I heard a faint rustling behind me. I turned around, expecting to see nothing as I have earlier. But that's when I saw the man again, standing a short distance away. My heart skipped a beat. Why was he still here? Had he been following me this whole time? I quickly packed up my things and I started walking again, faster this time. I could hear my own breath and the pounding of my heart in my ears. The trail ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, and I couldn't see another soul in sight. After another hour of hiking, I reached a small clearing. I stopped to catch my breath and scan the area. And that's when I saw him again, standing at the edge of the clearing just watching me. Panic surged through me. This was no coincidence. He was definitely following me. If by now you're thinking that I should have called for help, I just want to let you know that during hikes I don't usually bring my phone, which was a massive mistake on my part. I decided to take a detour off the main trail. I thought that if I could lose him in the dense woods, I could make my way back to the trailhead using my map and compass. I veered off the path and I started weaving through the trees, hoping to confuse him and throw him off my trail. For a while, it seemed to work. I didn't see or hear him, and I started to feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe I had lost him. But then, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart raced, and I broke into a run. The underbrush clawed at my legs and the low-hanging branches scratched my face, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from this guy. The forest was a maze of trees and bushes, and I struggled to keep my bearings. I stumbled over roots and rocks, barely keeping myself upright. The footsteps behind me grew louder, and I could hear him crashing through the underbrush, getting closer. And just when I thought that I couldn't run any longer, I spotted a small stream up ahead. I remembered while I was studying the area that this stream led to a service road usually used here. I pushed forward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The stream twisted and turned, and I struggled. I could still hear him behind me, but the sound seemed to be getting fainter. I didn't want to look back though and slow myself down. And after what felt like an eternity, the stream led me to a wider path. I recognized it as the service road used by park rangers. Relief washed over me, and I knew that this road would eventually lead back to the main trail and the parking lot. I kept moving, my legs heavy with exhaustion, but I was driven by the need to get to safety. As I walked, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him emerge from the trees. And finally, the parking lot came into view. I could see a few cars, including my own, and I felt a surge of relief. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with my keys as I unlocked the door. I jumped in, locked the doors, and I took a moment to catch my breath. I was safe. For now. I took a few deep breaths and I started my car. The drive back to the town was a blur. My mind raced with thoughts of what had just happened. Who was that man? Why was he following me? I felt a wave of nausea and I had to pull over to the side of the road to collect myself. When I got home, I called the park rangers and I reported the incident. They took my statement and assured me that they would investigate, but no one called me back to give me an update. What happened really messed me up, and I decided to put my love for hiking on hold. Instead, I just took walks around my neighborhood, always in the daylight, and always with my phone in hand. I know one day I will get over this and go hiking again. But next time, maybe I'll bring a friend or a family member with me. I traveled to Seoul for a week by myself back in 2018 because I was still studying and Seoul is expensive. At that time, I was doing a semester abroad in Kyoto. I decided to book a room in a hostel, and it was supposed to be a mixed dorm for 6 people. Upon arrival, I found out that I was actually going to be sharing a room with 5 other men who were already staying at the hostel. At that point, I was still quite naive and I didn't think much of it. Besides, the hostel was already fully booked. There was 1 guy from Japan, 1 Korean, 2 Chinese, and a German in my room. The German guy gave me weird vibes from the beginning, especially by the way that he would just stare at me. But I just brushed it off because I would be out and about all day anyway. Every single day, he would ask if I wanted to hang out and go see the sights together, which I really like to do on my own, so I would always come up with an excuse. One time, I accepted his invitation to explore Gangnam, and it was just awkward. We had very little to speak about besides small talk. When I would get ready in the morning, as in apply my makeup and do my hair, he would just stand there and watch and say nothing. I got annoyed and I asked him if he didn't have to be somewhere else several times, and he would just shrug. Anyway, for the entire week, I was weirded out, but I did my best to avoid him. One time, we ran into each other at a cafe in the city center where I found it strange because what are the odds, you know? The other guys in my dorm room were actually super nice, and we even all went out for dinner one night. Then, on my very last day, I woke up too early and drifted back to sleep. The next time that I woke up, it was to him sitting by my bedside and then caressing my arm and shoulder. I immediately sat straight and I asked what he was doing. Even though it was only my arm he was touching, I felt so disgusted. I always thought of myself as someone who would scream and curse at someone in a situation like this, but I was simply dazed and shocked. He then went on to confess his love for me, how he wanted to meet up when we were back home, and how I was just so special. And note, I'm from Germany too. When I pointed out that he couldn't possibly be in love with me because it had only been a week, he insisted that he just knew and that he wanted to show me his affection. At that point, I was just so nauseous. Of course, he was leaving that morning too and offered to go to the airport together. I insisted to take a later bus, and he thankfully left it at that. I just couldn't wait for him to just go and leave me alone. I am so glad that I didn't run into him at the airport, but at some point, I did just burst into tears because it had been so exhausting to ward off his advances all week and then gently telling him that I wasn't interested in him after he'd fucking touched me while I was sleeping. I don't know how I managed to remain so calm and polite to him, but who knows how he would have acted if I had been aggressive. With hindsight, I think I should have insisted to switch rooms, but up until the very last morning, nothing had actually happened, and I would tell myself that maybe that poor guy was just awkward but didn't mean it. After that, I never doubted my instincts again. Hey Reddit, something happened to me last summer that I need to get off my chest. My name is Sarah, and I'm from Pennsylvania. Last summer, I landed a job as a lifeguard at our local community pool. It was my first real job, and I was excited for it. The pool was a popular spot in our small town, and I knew it would be a busy summer. The job was perfect for me. I got to spend my days outside, and I had a good tan by the end of June. Also, I love swimming. Plus, the pay was decent, and I could save up a bit of money before entering college. Every day, I would put on my red swimsuit, grab my whistle, and then head to the pool. The first few weeks were uneventful. I got along with my fellow lifeguards, and the job was pretty easy. We would watch over the swimmers, make sure everyone was safe, and occasionally jump in to help a kid who had gotten in over their head. I felt a sense of responsibility and pride in what I was doing. About a month into the job, I noticed a teen who started coming to the pool every day. He looked around my age, maybe a bit younger. He was tall, lanky, and always seemed to be alone. At first, I didn't think much of it. We had a lot of regulars, and it wasn't unusual for someone to spend their entire summer at the pool. But this guy was different. He never swam. He would just sit on the edge of the pool or in one of the lounge chairs, always watching. I started to feel his eyes on me even when I wasn't looking in his direction. It was unsettling to say the least, but I tried to brush it off. I told myself that he was just a shy guy and maybe had a crush on me. As the days went by, his presence became more and more noticeable. He would always find a spot where he had a clear view of my lifeguard chair. When I walked around the pool, I could feel his gaze following me. It really made me uncomfortable, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, especially if maybe I was wrong. I was there to do a job, and I didn't want to cause any unnecessary drama. One afternoon while I was on break, I saw him walking towards the snack bar, and I decided to walk the opposite way to avoid any interaction. As I passed by a group of kids playing in the shallow end, I glanced back and saw him standing still, just watching me. And my heart raced and I hurried back to the lifeguard station. A few days later, I found a note in my locker. It was a simple handwritten note that said, "You look beautiful today." There was no name on it, but I had a sinking feeling I knew who it was from. I should have reported it, but I didn't want to overreact. Maybe it was just a harmless crush, as I thought. He would get bored and then he would just move on. But the notes kept coming. One every few days, always complimentary, but always in that same handwriting. It was clear that whoever was leaving the notes knew my schedule and also had access to the staff area. My discomfort grew, but I still didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the paranoid girl who made a fuss over nothing. One evening after my shift ended, I decided to walk home. It was only a few blocks away and the weather was nice. As I left the pool and I started down the street, I had that eerie feeling of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder and I saw him a few paces behind me. My heart skipped a beat and I quickened my pace. He matched my speed, staying just a few steps behind me. I felt a wave of panic rise in my chest. I reached for my front door, fumbled with my keys, and then rushed inside. I slammed the door shut and I locked it, my hands trembling. I peeked through the window and saw him standing on the sidewalk, staring at my house. And after what felt like an eternity, he then turned and then walked away. The next day at work, I was on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting him to lurk around every corner. And when he finally showed up, I felt a knot of dread in my stomach. His behavior had crossed the line and I knew that I couldn't ignore it any longer. I decided to confront him if he got any closer. As my shift ended, I saw him walking towards me. I gathered my courage and I walked up to him too. I told him that he needed to stop following me and then to leave me alone. His face twisted into an expression of hurt and anger. He stammered something about how he thought that I liked him too. I was firm and I told him no, and that he was making me uncomfortable and that he needed to leave me alone. He then walked off, muttering under his breath. I hoped that that would be the end of it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that things were far from over. And unfortunately, I was right. For a few days, he didn't show up at the pool. I started to relax, thinking maybe he had finally gotten the message. But then the phone call started. My phone would ring late at night, and when I answered, there would be a silence on the end. Sometimes I heard breathing, other times nothing at all. I blocked the number, but the new ones kept coming, and I just couldn't figure out how he had gotten my number. One night, I heard a noise outside my window. Fortunately, I was still awake at that time, so I peeked through the curtains, and I saw him standing in my yard, looking up at my window. My blood ran cold, and I called my parents who were out for the evening, and they rushed back home. And by the time that they arrived, he was gone. That was the breaking point. My parents called the police and I filed a report. The officers took my statement and they said that they would keep an eye out for him. I had hoped that the police involvement would scare him off, but I just couldn't shake the fear that gripped me whenever I thought about him. The next day, the lifeguard manager called a meeting and I explained what had been happening, and they took it seriously. They increased security around the pool, and the staff was instructed to keep a lookout for him. I felt a bit safer knowing that I had people watching my back. A week went by without any sightings or incidents, and I started to feel better. But then one evening as I was leaving the pool, I saw him standing at the end of the street just staring at me. My heart pounded in my chest, and rather than confronting him, I decided to hurry back inside. I then called the police and they arrived quickly. They found him lurking nearby and then arrested him for trespassing. He was given a warning to stay away from me. The rest of the summer passed without any further incidents. I had finished my job at the pool and prepared to head off to college. The experience had left the mark on me and I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even when I knew that I was safe. Looking back, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and to take action when something feels off. I never imagined that a simple summer job could turn into such a terrifying ordeal, but it did. I hope my story serves as a reminder to always be vigilant and to take threats seriously. Sometimes, the most innocent seeming situations can turn into something much more dangerous. I have also learned my lesson about worrying about making a scene or causing problems. And next time that I feel unsafe or uncomfortable, I will speak and I will call them out. So, to the guy from the pool, wherever you are, let's not meet again, ever. Hi, I've been listening to a lot of your stories, and I never thought that I would have one of my own to share. But something happened to me that I need to get off my chest. Maybe it will serve as a warning for others. This happened to me a couple of years ago. My name is Sadie, and this is my story. Ever since I was young, I have been passionate about mental health. I saw how mental illness affected people close to me, and I knew that I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to help people to understand them and to be a source of support in their darkest times. That's why I decided to become a psychiatrist. It wasn't just a career choice for me, it was a calling. Moving away from my hometown to attend university was a big step towards achieving that dream. I was excited and I was nervous too, but mostly I was determined. My dorm room became my new home and I quickly adapted to my new surroundings. I was ready to start this new chapter of my life and work towards my passion. The first few weeks of school was everything that I would hope it would be. I settled into my classes, made new friends, and I began to immerse myself in my studies. It felt like everything was falling into place. Then, I noticed an awkward guy in one of my classes. His name was Edward. He was quiet, he kept to himself, and always seemed a bit out of place. I didn't pay much attention to him until we were put together for a group project. Our group consisted of Edward, another girl, let's call her Jessica, and also another guy, let's call him Eric, and then there's me. We had to meet a few times to work on our paper. During our meetings, I spoke to Edward occasionally, but it was always about the project. I was polite, but also distant. I wasn't interested in getting to know him beyond what was necessary for our work. I thought everything was going fine. He indeed was awkward, and he would stare a little too long for comfort, but he didn't do anything beyond that. One day, a friend of mine asked me in the hallway if I was dating Edward. I was shocked, and I immediately denied it. I asked why she would ever think that. And she told me that Edward had been spreading rumors about us dating. I was stunned. I felt a mix of anger and confusion. I explained to my friend that that wasn't true and that I had no idea why Edward would say such a thing. Other people overheard our conversation, and soon the truth was out. When Edward heard about this, he confronted me, asking why I would deny our quote-unquote relationship. I was furious, like the audacity of this man to get mad at me. So I confronted him right back, asking why he would spread lies about us. He insisted that he wasn't lying and claimed that he was in love with me, saying that I obviously felt the same way. I lost my temper. I yelled at him, telling him that there was nothing between us and that I have never been interested in him. After that confrontation, Edward's behavior changed. His face had turned dark when I rejected him. I had hoped that that would be the end of it, but it really wasn't. Our group project was done at that time, so I thought things would go back to normal and I can just avoid him as much as I want to. Instead, Edward started sitting closer to me in class, always trying to be near me. I noticed him everywhere too, at the cafeteria, the library, even outside of my dorm. One day, I saw him following me to my dorm. I was scared, but I just tried to brush it off as a coincidence. But then, one night after a late class, I was walking back to my dorm with a friend when she tugged my arm and whispered that Edward was following us. We panicked. We ran to the main entrance of the building. Then we slammed the door shut behind us. Edward then banged on the door, and my heart raced with fear. I just couldn't take it anymore. I reported Edward to the school authorities, but he denied everything. I felt helpless and afraid at that time, but fortunately, multiple people stepped up to be witnesses, and the school finally took action. They suspended him, but that didn't give me the sense of security that I needed, knowing that he was still out there, potentially waiting for his chance. And that made it impossible for me to feel safe. I was upset that the school only suspended him. It felt like a slap on the wrist for all the fear and anxiety that he had caused me. I couldn't focus on my studies. I was constantly looking over my shoulder wondering if he was there. I just wanted to feel safe again. So, I made the difficult decision to finish the current semester and then transfer to another school. I would be leaving behind my friends and everything that I had worked hard for, but I knew that it was the right choice for my mental health and my well-being. Moving to another school was like hitting the reset button. I felt a sense of relief in me. I found solace in my studies, and I dedicated myself to becoming the best psychiatrist that I could be. I wanted to help people like Edward, to understand them and prevent them from causing harm to others, just like what happened to me. My experience made me more determined than ever to pursue my career and make a difference. I'm not that close to finishing my studies, but I'm getting there. So please, wish me luck. So, to Edward, wherever you are, let's not meet again. Last month, I had a pretty normal routine. I worked at a local cafe not too far from my apartment. The job wasn't glamorous at all, but it paid the bills and I enjoyed the interactions with customers. Most days, I worked the evening shift, which meant that I got off work around 10 p.m. The walk home usually took me about 15 minutes, and though it was late, I always felt safe in my neighborhood. There was a shortcut that I often took to shave off a few minutes. It was a narrow alleyway between two old buildings. Despite the flickering streetlight and the occasional stray cat, it was a well-trodden path used by locals. I had never had any issues taking this route. Well, until that one night. That night started like any other. I finished my shift, said goodbye to my coworkers, and then locked up the cafe. I was so tired, and I was looking forward to getting home and relaxing. As I stepped outside, I felt the cool night air and zipped up my jacket. I plugged in my earphones, and I started my usual walk home, choosing to take the shortcut through the alley. The alley was dimly lit as usual, and the streetlight at the entrance flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I adjusted my backpack and I kept walking, my thoughts drifting to the TV show that I planned to binge watch when I got home. About halfway through the alley, I noticed the man standing at the entrance. He was dressed in dark clothes and seemed out of place. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I sensed that he was watching me. This made me uneasy, but I just brushed it off. Maybe he was waiting for someone or just passing through, you know. I kept walking, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. I reached the end of the alley and I turned onto the main road. The streetlights provided more comfort and I felt a bit better. I glanced back expecting to see the man gone, but he was still there, standing at the entrance of the alley, staring in my direction. My heart started to race, so I quickened my pace, telling myself that I was just overreacting. A few minutes later, I glanced back again and I saw the man was now walking in the same direction as me. He was a good distance away, but the fact that he was still behind me sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to remain calm and kept walking, my mind racing with thoughts. Was he really following me? Or was it just a coincidence? So I decided to test my theory. I picked up my pace and I turned down a side street that I didn't usually take. When I looked back, the man had also sped up and was now closer. There was no doubt about it. He was following me. Panic began to set in and I felt my pulse quicken. I needed to lose him and get to a safe place. I turned down another street, then another, zigzagging through the neighborhood in an attempt to shake him off. Each time that I glanced back, he was there, just getting closer and closer and closer. My breathing became shallow and my legs felt that they were made of jelly. I couldn't keep this up much longer. I thought about calling for help, but my phone was buried in my backpack and I didn't want that to slow me down. I needed to focus on getting away from this guy. I spotted a convenience store up ahead, its neon sign flickering in the night. It was open 24 hours and I knew there would be people inside. I made a beeline for the store, hoping that I could lose him in the aisles. I rushed into the store, my heart pounding in my chest, and I quickly moved to the back, pretending to browse the shelves. I glanced towards the entrance and I saw him walk in. He stood near the door, scanning the store, looking for me. My heart sank. I needed to think. I needed to do something, and fast. That's when I saw that the store had a back exit. I decided to make a run for it. I waited until he was distracted, then slipped out the back door. I found myself in another alley, but this one was well lit and connected to a busier street. I started running, my mind focused solely on getting away. As I reached the main street, I dared to look back, and he was there, emerging from the store, and he had seen me. He broke into a run and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I needed to get to a safe place or call for help, anything. And that's when I spotted a taxi, parked at the curb, and I ran towards it. The driver saw the panic on my face and immediately unlocked the doors, so I jumped in and told him to drive. When he started driving, I then told him my address. As the taxi sped away, I looked back and I saw the man standing on the sidewalk watching us leave. The taxi driver asked me what happened, and I gave him a brief idea of what was going on. He felt sorry for me, and he made sure that I would get home safely. I felt a mixture of relief and fear. I was safer now, but the reality of what just happened started to sink in. I had been followed by a stranger, and I had no idea who he was or why he had targeted me. The ride home felt like an eternity. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him following us. I know that was impossible because I was in a taxi, but that's how I felt. My mind raced with questions and fear. What would have happened if I hadn't noticed him? How long had he been watching me? I felt a wave of nausea, and I tried to push the thoughts away. When I finally got home, I locked the door and I collapsed on the couch. I was shaken. I called the police and I reported the incident. But since I wasn't able to give a description of the guy or have any inkling idea of who he was, they just took my statement and assured me that they would patrol the area. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. I was constantly replaying the events in my mind. I felt paranoid. I was always looking over my shoulder and jumping at every single noise. I avoided the shortcut and I took the longer way home, even if it added extra time to my walk. I informed my manager at the cafe and they were supportive, offering to even adjust my schedule if I needed it. A week later, I was starting to feel a bit more like myself. I had taken some time off work to recover, and I was slowly getting back into my routine. One evening though, as I was leaving the cafe, I saw him again. He was standing across the street just watching me. My blood ran cold and I felt that familiar knot of fear in my stomach. I knew that I couldn't let him control my life. I needed to confront this head on. So I called the police again and I reported his location. They arrived quickly, but by the time they got there, he was gone. The officers reassured me that they were taking the situation seriously, but I felt a sense of helplessness. How could I stop someone who was constantly watching and waiting? I spent the next few days trying to figure out my next move. I couldn't keep living in fear, but I also couldn't ignore the reality of the situation. I decided to stay with a friend for a while, hoping that a change of scenery would help me feel safer. My friend was understanding and offered me a room in her apartment. The first night at my friend's place, I slept better than I had in weeks. The sense of security in the presence of someone that I trusted definitely helped ease my anxiety, but I knew that I couldn't stay with her forever. Eventually, I just decided to move to a new apartment in a different part of town. Along with that was also a change of job. It was a difficult decision, but I knew it was the right one. I found a place with better security and a shorter commute to work. The move was exhausting both physically and emotionally. I also made a conscious effort to stay vigilant and aware of my surroundings. I changed my routines and my routes, always keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. I do hope that my story serves as a reminder to always be vigilant and to take threats seriously. So, to the man from the alley, I don't know who you are, but I hope we never, ever meet again. You're sick. I'm a model and I was doing work for a catalog out of state. During our break, I stated that I was going to walk back to the hotel to get my charger since it was only a block away. One of the video crew offered to walk with me as he had something he wanted to grab from the hotel too. We got to the hotel with no problems, but I left the hotel alone. As soon as I walked out the door, a man approached me and said, "I saw you walking earlier." He and I had been in the hotel for about 20 minutes, which means he followed us to the hotel and had been waiting for me. He continued to walk with me and asking me all kinds of personal questions. I tried to politely get out of the conversation by telling him that I have to go to work and that I couldn't talk right now. But he continued to follow me and ask me questions the whole way back to where I was shooting. When I got there, he asked me to come swimming in the river with him. I told him that I couldn't because I have to work. I was afraid to be stern or tell him to F off because I have heard of too many stories of men like this becoming violent in that situation. I did start feeling nervous as I tried to open the door to the building because he followed me and he was standing right behind me. The door was locked. I started running around to every door, trying desperately to get inside as he followed me to every door. They were all locked. Now I'm really in a panic. But then a car with two girls inside pulled over and then called me to come to their car. I ran over and he immediately booked it down the street and disappeared. The girls told me that they saw what happened and asked me if I needed a ride. I explained that I just needed to call someone to get inside and that it seemed that he was gone now. I got on the phone with another model and she was on her way to open the door. I told the girls that I was okay now and that he was gone and someone was on their way. But as soon as the girls drove away, the man appeared from around the corner of the street that he left down. He had been watching and waiting for them to leave, and he was walking very fast towards me. I ran up the stairs and I started banging on the door, desperate to get in. He started coming up the stairs after me, and when the door finally opened, I then went inside and I closed it fast behind me. And needless to say, I was shaken. I never feel safe when I walk anywhere now, no matter how short the distance would be. Even walking across a parking lot is a stressful experience. When I was a kid, probably around 6 years old, I had a summer experience that still sends shivers down my spine. It was one of those events that happened quickly and could have been much worse, but it taught me one hell of a lesson by the end of it. I remember that it was a really hot day, the kind where the air does that fun shimmering off the asphalt, and I was home with my mom. She was a teacher at my school and we were both on our break. We were spending some time in the backyard. My mom was inflating and then filling up the little pool that my dad had bought the weekend before, and I was just excitedly running around, waiting to jump in the water. My mom told me to go inside and get us a couple of popsicles, and I excitedly did what she requested. I was digging in the freezer for a specific flavor, blue raspberry of course, and enjoying the cold air blasting in my face, when I heard it. A light knock at the door. We didn't really get a lot of visitors where we lived, usually just my grandparents or our neighbor, Miss Shelley, whom I absolutely adored. Thinking that it was probably Grandma or Miss Shelley, I went over and I swung the door open, expecting to be greeted by her warm smile and some cookies. But instead, there was a man standing there, a stranger, with a creepy yellow grin that seemed to be way too big for his face. I may have been 6 years old, but I cannot forget that face. The smell hit me next, a sour stench that made my nose scrunch up. I didn't know it then, but as an adult, I now realize that it was probably the stink of some kind of booze. I bluntly asked this guy who he was, and he laughed and responded that he was a friend and that he was there to see me. I was a pretty social kid, so I just assumed that he was a friend of my parents that I hadn't met yet. When I asked him how he knew me, he leaned down, laughed, and then said, "I've known you for a long, long time. I was there when you were born." It was a weird thing to say, but at that age, I didn't really question it. He then followed this up with "Hey, why don't you come outside? I brought lunch for us. You like pizza, right?" I did like pizza. In fact, I loved pizza. And with the word pizza mentioned, I now really wanted pizza. I started to step outside, but just as I did, my mom appeared at the front door and put a hand on my shoulder. She asked this man who he was and what he wanted. I remember him flashing that ugly yellow smile at her and asking for someone named Melissa. My mom, clearly not convinced, told him, "No one named Melissa lives here. I think you need to leave." He responded with an, "Oh, of course, my mistake," still holding that creepy smile, and then turned to walk off. Without saying another word, he walked out our front gate, got into an old minivan, and then drove away. My mom immediately pulled me back in the house, and that's when I got my first lesson about stranger danger. She explained that we should never trust people who we don't know like that, especially if they're asking us to go somewhere with them. I mentioned that he said he was a friend and that he was there when I was born. And she told me that none of that was true and that sometimes people will lie to us to get us to trust them. Now, looking back as an adult, I realized just how close I came to a potentially dangerous situation. If my mom hadn't come inside to check on me when she did, well, I really don't like to think about what would have happened. It's a really chilling reminder of how important it is to teach kids about the dangers of trusting strangers. And it's a lesson that I've held closely ever since. I use this story to actually explain to my own son about stranger danger. I never saw that guy again, thankfully. And I hope that I never do. I, a 25-year-old female, had an experience about 4 days ago that I haven't been able to shake. I was Stalker house sitting for my boyfriend while he was away on a backpacking trip. He is 26 and male. My boyfriend's home is in a semi-remote area at the bottom of a hill at the back of a few arches of property. He's right next to the highway, which has a opposite to us, a small rural neighborhood. It's both very sketchy and very safe, meaning that the community is close, but people frequently keep to themselves, and there are lots of abandoned or dilapidated homes right next to very well-kept homes. A pretty typical countryside neighborhood, I may say. So, I really didn't feel unsafe to agree to watch my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is a 115-pound jet black American Bulldog / English Labrador mix. He's basically all muscle, and ever since my boyfriend and I began dating, he has become very protective of me and my own dog, Lottie. Lottie is a 57-pound poodle mix. I'm a dog groomer, so she's usually done up in pretty silly haircuts with bows and everything. All of this is to say that one of my dogs is very intimidating and the other one is not. Because of his strength, however, I cannot walk Hennessy and Lottie at the same time on my own. So I usually lock Lottie alone, then go back and get Hennessy to walk him alone. We do about 30 minutes of walking each, and I like to take Hennessy after Lottie at night because I feel safer with him as it gets later. This is important because this was the case about 4 nights ago. I was about 3/4 of the way through my walk with Lottie when I got this really weird feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I looked around to see that about 30 feet or so back, there was a tall man in a hoodie standing next to an older run-down home. I instantly thought that the hoodie was weird. I live in Northern California and it's early August. It doesn't get colder than 87 degrees in the evening, especially when the sun was still setting like it was at that time. I forced myself to brush it off as I tend to be fairly paranoid due to my years of reading Let's Not Meet stories. As I kept walking, the sun kept setting and the streets began to slowly get darker. I would glance back from time to time and I noticed that the man was keeping pace with me, not breaking the 30-odd foot distance. If I turned a corner, so did he. If I sped up, so did he. Finally, we reached the highway and I crossed right before a car came speeding past, hoping that if the guy was following me, this would put some distance between him and myself, which it did. But that didn't stop him from continuing to follow me. I walked as fast as I could to the house, not wanting to turn around. But now, being able to hear his footsteps on the gravel. At this point, Lottie had noticed him too and started to bark and growl. I forced her to keep moving, and thankfully made it back inside the house, slamming and locking the door, hoping that that was the end of it. It was not. Moments after that I'd shut and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard this too and started barking because they always do when someone is at the door. There's no people on my door, but I can talk to whoever is on the other side since it's a pretty thin door. So I yelled out and asked who was there. Through the barking, I could hear a man's voice that said, "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" For some reason, the way he said it was so creepy to me. It was like there was nothing behind it, kind of like he'd rehearsed the line or decided to say it beforehand. I yelled back, "No," and I asked him to please go away. He paused for another second and then again said, "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" He starts trying the door handle again, this time pushing up against the door. And by this point, Hennessy can tell something is wrong and so can Lottie. The hair on the back of Hennessy's neck is standing up and he's mashing his teeth while growling. At that moment, I don't know what possessed me, but I threw Lottie into the bathroom behind me and I grabbed Hennessy by the collar, keeping him close to the door with me, and he's still barking and going crazy. I hear the man repeat that he wants to meet my dog, and I yelled out to him to leave. He paused and then slammed into my door. I say the door moved, and at that moment, I unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough that Hennessy could get about halfway out. He's going bonkers at this point, and my hand is starting to hurt from holding him back. I can hear his teeth clacking as he ferociously chomps toward the man. While this dude was not expecting Hennessy. He stumbled back, almost falling over, and cursed as he scrambled to stay off the ground. He didn't even look at me, and instead booked it up the hill as fast as he could and out of sight. I managed to pull Hennessy back in, and I called the cops to tell him what had happened. I never got a good look at the guy, and they basically told me that there wasn't anything that I could really do. But they did take my statement and told me that they'd contact me if anything ever came of it. I'm so thankful for Hennessy. After all of that, I snuggled up with him and Lottie that night, and I cried because it had all hit me on how terrifying that was. I literally went out the next day, and I bought him the biggest bone that I could find from a pet store nearly an hour away because he earned it. Of course, I got Lottie something too. I don't know why this creep didn't get the hint when I had 2 dogs barking inside, but my assumption is that he didn't realize he was hearing 2 barks, or assumed that if I had 2 dogs, they were both like my puffy poodle. That is to say, he was not afraid. I am so thankful the guy didn't have a firearm, and looking back now, I probably should have just called the cops and kept my door closed. But I hope that maybe he saw Hennessy. He'll know not to come back and mess with us, because if he does, I'll let my big sweet boy rip his arm off. My name is Lisa, and this is Mandy's story as she told it to me. And don't worry, I got her permission to share this on here. Mandy and I have been best friends since elementary school. We're both 16 years old, and we go to the same high school. We practically do everything together. We study, hang out, even plan our future college adventures. Mandy is the kind of friend everyone wishes they had. She's very kind and funny, and she's always there when you need her. We trust each other with our deepest secrets, and we support each other through thick and thin. Last summer, Mandy went on a vacation to a small beach town with her family. Her family has been going to this town every year for as long as she can remember. It's a tradition they cherish. Mandy loves the beach and the sounds of the waves and the smell of the ocean and the feel of the sand between her toes. Let's just say it's her happy place. It's her sanctuary away from the stresses of school and her everyday life. Her family usually rents a small cottage near the beach. The town is quaint, with friendly locals and a relaxed vibe. Mandy always looks forward to these trips. She spends her days swimming, sunbathing, and reading her favorite books. It's a time for her to just unwind and recharge. On one particular day during the vacation, Mandy decided to spend the afternoon alone at the beach. She asked her mom if she could go, and her mom agreed, just reminding her to stay safe and return home before dinner. Mandy packed her beach bag with a towel, some sunscreen, and a book, and then she headed out. The beach was nearly deserted, which was typical for that time of day. Most families were either at lunch or taking an afternoon siesta. So Mandy found a quiet spot, laid out her towel, and then settled in to enjoy the sun. She applied sunscreen and then laid back, closing her eyes to soak up the warmth around her. The rhythmic sound of the waves and the gentle breeze lulled her into a state of relaxation. But as Mandy lay there, drifting in and out of a light nap, she suddenly heard a voice. It startled her, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a man standing a few feet away from her. He was in his 40s, he was overweight, and he looked disheveled. His clothes were wrinkled, and he smelled strongly of alcohol. Mandy felt a pang of unease, but she decided to be polite. She answered his initial questions, thinking that he might be a local just making conversation. The man asked her where she was from and if she came to the beach often. Mandy kept her answers short, hoping that he would just take the hint and leave. But instead of walking away, he actually sat down next to her on the sand. But then, his questions started to become more invasive, asking her about her family, if she was alone, and where she was staying. She felt very uncomfortable. She felt trapped, and she wasn't sure of how to extricate herself from the situation without causing a scene. This man's gaze was intense, and he seemed to be getting closer to her. Her instinct screamed danger, and she knew that she needed to get away. Mandy decided to leave. She packed up her things quickly, trying to remain calm at the same time. She stood up and then began walking towards the path that led back to the cottage. The man called out to her, trying to engage with her again, but she just ignored him and kept walking. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she quickened her pace. Soon, the man's calls turned into catcalls and then into threats. He was following her, and his tone had become menacing. Mandy's fear spiked and she broke into a run. She could hear his footsteps behind her, and she pushed herself to go faster. Luckily, given his build, he could not catch up to Mandy. He was very athletic, and of course young and full of adrenaline. Mandy then reached the cottage, breathless and terrified. She rushed inside, locking the door behind her. She then leaned against it, just trying to catch her breath and calm her racing heart. She didn't tell anyone about what had happened because she didn't want to worry her family or ruin the vacation. Mandy just stayed away from the beach for the rest of their stay there. She pretended that everything was fine, but inside, she felt shaken. When the vacation ended and Mandy returned to school, she finally told me and a few close friends about what had happened. She recounted the story with a mix of fear and anger. She is frustrated that her safe place had been violated. We listened, horrified, and assured her that she had done the right thing by running away. Mandy said that she had learned her lesson and that she would never go to the beach alone again. Next time, she said she would bring us with her, ensuring that she was never in a vulnerable position like that again. We all promised to be there for her, to support her and help her reclaim her love for the beach. Mandy's experience serves as a warning to all of us to be cautious and aware of our surroundings. even in places that we think we are safe in. So, to the man on the beach, wherever you are and whoever you are, stay away from teenagers, you creep. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I moved into my first apartment by myself. I usually have roommates, but my last situation was being sexually harassed by two guys in my house, and also by a 60-year-old woman who was a severe alcoholic and drug addict. Long story short, I have been here for 2 months and it's been good. I love the place, the apartment, the location. But yesterday, I got the shit scared out of me when I received a knock on my door at 3 a.m. I live on the top floor of a 25-floor building and was the first to move in after renovations. So there is only 4 to 5 people on my whole floor. I had no texts, not calls from anyone I knew about coming over. First they knocked and I went silent. They knocked again. It sounded like a man knocking. I called my mom telling her the situation and that I was utterly terrified being a young woman. They waited a few minutes and then they knocked again. My mom called the police for me and 2 women officers came up. I told them what had happened and they were super kind about the situation. The only person who I could have maybe expected to knock was the only person who had access, the doorman. This doorman in particular has always had a very strange vibe to him. He never talked much, but he was always watching me. I would go to the elevators and he would get out of his chair to stare at me, waiting for them to open. He is somewhat a 28 to 32-year-old man. I'm not sure exactly how old, and he's a pretty tall African-American man. He'd always check me out, and while he wouldn't say much, he'd flirt. 2 days ago, I was going out with some girlfriends and I was dressed in a tight and short black dress with black boots. He seemed really interested in me at that point and definitely spent extra time staring at me, but I don't really think much of it. So after talking to the police, I went downstairs and I asked him, "Hey, so I got a knock on my door at 3 in the morning. Was that you by any chance?" And he immediately said yes and that it was him. I was like, "Why are you knocking on my door at 3 a.m.? And he answered, "Well, it wasn't 3 a.m., it was like 2:30, and I was checking up on you." I asked him why, and he then mumbled something under his breath. I'm like, "What did you say?" And he said, I don't know." I gave him leeway and I said, "Because you thought I wasn't okay?" And he said yeah, and I asked him why he would think that I wasn't okay. He then again said that he doesn't know, and I told him that it really scared me. I also told him, "I see you 3 to 4 times a day, why couldn't you just talk to me down here?" And he then answered, "I don't know." Looking back, I also received a knock on my door at 12:30 a.m., but it was very faint, enough where I thought he was knocking on someone else's door. It was so weird. After I told him to not knock on my door again, he called me and he left a voicemail on my phone. I noticed the random number and realized that he called me at midnight at around 3 a.m. I was super scared because I live alone. Ring doorbells aren't allowed in the building unless requested. And also, the management company keeps hiring guys like this. The last guy was fired. I'd ideally like to actually end my lease, even if he gets fired, which he definitely will, considering the last guy who wasn't nearly as bad got fired. That would be good, but he knows where I live, what car I drive, when I come and go, and also has access to the magnets to get up the elevator. He even asked me a few days ago about my unit number. I am super scared and I hear stories about this all the time. I'm terrified that he will have a maintenance key or something and then he would come into my apartment and hide and wait for me to get home. A young girl was killed by someone who worked in her building. So, what do you think I should do? This happened about 6 years ago to me and my two other friends. I'm a 20-year-old female, but I was 14 at the time of this story and we were seeing the new Jumanji. This was my second time seeing it, but I was super excited because my mom had decided that I could finally start getting dropped off when I hung out with friends instead of her accompanying us. After she dropped us off, we went inside, got our tickets and snacks at the concessions, then went to decide where we wanted to sit. This was way before there was an assigned seating, and you could just sit wherever you wanted. Of course, being teens and wanting to be on our own, we sat in the back so we would not interrupt the other movie watchers with our snickering and our jokes. There weren't that many people there, maybe like 3 groups of kids and various other adults around them, but I did not pay much attention to them at all. We wanted to be on our own. And soon after we were settled, the trailer started, and that's when he walked in. I did not pay much attention to him then, but I still noted that he was the last person to enter the theater. I could still remember exactly how he looked to this day. He must have been in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. He was Caucasian, had dark eyes, reddish-brown hair, and a short beard. He was wearing running shoes, some jeans, and a white baseball hat, and a jacket over a t-shirt. He did a quick scan of the theater, and he stopped with his head in our direction, and then started making his way up the steps, all the while he remained fixated on us. We were 1 row from the very back, and he sat directly in front of us, right in front of my friend who was sat in the middle. This was the first more noticeable red flag. Soon after that, the movie started. I immediately tried to focus in on the movie, but not long after it started, the man started twisting his hat, so at times it faced forwards, then backwards on his head. That would have not been a problem if it wasn't for the fact that every time he adjusted his hat, he would completely turn his head to stare at us, then smirk for a few seconds and then turn back. It continued on like this for almost the entirety of the first half of the movie. He would then giggle to himself quietly, even if the movie was in no way comedic. The vibes were just so off on this guy, bordering on sinister. By then, I had completely lost interest in the movie, and I remained unfocused on what he was doing. And soon enough, he changed creep tactics, and every time the movie characters told a joke or said something remotely funny, he would full-on belly laugh and then turn around toward us while laughing and making direct eye contact with each of us. And after he probably got tired of that one, he would stand straight up and rotate to face us, smile creepily, and then sit back down. I was literally so tensed up that I had stopped eating my M&Ms, and now my friends had started exchanging uneasy glances with me, and I could tell that they were just uncomfortable as I am. I remember clearly my friend on the left just grabbing my arm as the movie was getting closer to the end and whispering my name nervously with widened eyes. I replied with, "I know, I've been watching him." I had decided to start coming up with a plan. I already knew that the employees here were unreliable, so I decided to trust the only other thing that I could think of without my mom there: women. It was almost the end of the movie, and I turned and grabbed both of my friends' arms and whispered to them as quietly as I could, "Guys, the moment the credits starts, I want y'all to run to the bathroom, and I'm going to call my mom to come in here and get us, okay?" They nodded, both looking as terrified and uneasy as I felt. About 5 minutes later, the credits started, and the moment they did, we fucking bolted as quietly as we could. Of course, in my mind, every horror movie scenario was playing in my head with me being the last to leave the row, so when I got to the bottom of the stairs, I decided to do the dumbest thing that I could have done. I stopped and I turned around as my friends ran ahead of me to the bathrooms. The theater was empty now, except for him in our row, crawling around and looking under the fucking seats. This felt like it lasted for a couple of minutes, but could not have been more than a couple of seconds. I was petrified. I couldn't move at that moment, but believe me, that I started moving again when his head popped up from the end of the row, and after a jerk motion scan of the room, his eyes focused on me. I swear, his eyes were so wide that I could see the whites from all the way down there. That's when he got up and started running, and so did I. I bolted out of there, skidding on the slick carpet, and shot my way to the women's bathroom, which was 4 theater entrances ahead of me. I could see my friend peeking out to the side of the entrance as I got closer. I noticed that my other friend was not accompanying her. After I could speak again and I was semi-breathing normally, we headed deeper into the stalls, and I shakily asked her where our friend went. She told me that instead of running into the bathroom, she shot off to the concessions where there are sometimes employees. This might have been my first option if I didn't know my theater well enough to know that it was a 50-50 chance for any employee to be there at that moment. We then calmed down a bit more, for we were now in the noisier and crowded bathrooms, surrounded by other people and adults. After like 4 minutes, we decided to take a peek out of the entrance to see if he was still there. And I kid you not, this motherfucker was pacing back and forth in front of the entrance with the most angry look on his face, staring directly at me when I poked my head out. I still don't know why I didn't tell any of the women around us what was happening. We finally called my mom, close to tears, and told her what was happening. She immediately left the store that she was at to come and pick us up, as she could hear that we were very upset. After waiting a minute more, we decided to take another look outside, and thank God he was gone. We saw our friend standing near the front of the theater next to an employee. Turns out, she had just been standing by the worker and watching the man run in my direction, then pace in front of the bathroom, then finally leave. She never said anything to the worker, which I thought was stupid then, and thinking back, it's even stupider. But we were dumb and young. We waited for my mom to get there around the employee, who never said anything to us and was probably confused as hell. We finally saw her car pull up, and we raced out to it and told her to drive out there quickly. After telling her what had happened, she told us that we were probably overreacting and he maybe thought that we were cute and that we were the ones who misunderstood the situation. I'm still kind of pissed at her for that. Very ignorant of a very knowledgeable and usually understanding woman. But maybe she was trying to comfort us. I don't know. All I know is that man did not have good intentions, and we had every right to be afraid as we were. Just thinking about it gives me the same goosebumps as I had in that theater. I know that if I saw him today, I would know exactly who he is. Stay safe. Always trust your instincts, even if you think that you're overreacting. They're usually right. I'm a 28-year-old male, and a few months ago, my life was pretty calm and predictable. I work as a software developer, and my days are usually spent coding, attending meetings, and troubleshooting issues. My job can be intense, but I do enjoy challenges. I live alone in a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood, and my routine was fairly straightforward. I've always been a bit of a night owl, often staying late at work to finish my projects or catch up on tasks. This means that I usually drive home at around 10 or 11 p.m. The drive is about 15 minutes long, mostly through well-lit but quiet suburban streets. I never really thought much about my commute. It was just part of my daily routine, something that I did without a second thought. But all of that changed one night. One evening, I left work a bit later than usual. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I got into my car and I started the drive home. The streets were mostly empty, and the only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional chirping of crickets. I felt the usual post-work fatigue, but I looked forward to unwinding with some TV before bed. As I turned onto a quieter street, I noticed a dark sedan behind me. Nothing unusual, just another late-night driver. I paid it no mind and I continued on my way. But as I made a few more turns, heading deeper into my neighborhood, I realized that the sedan was still there behind me. It was just following at a steady distance. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe the driver lived nearby or was heading in the same direction as me. But the uneasy feeling in my gut grew stronger with each turn that I made. I decided to test my theory by taking a few detours, turning onto random streets that I didn't usually take. And each time that I looked in my rearview mirror, the dark sedan was there, mirroring my every move. My heart rate picked up. This wasn't just a coincidence. Someone was following me. I knew that I needed to lose the car. I didn't want whoever this was to know where I lived. I remembered the police station that was a few miles away. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. If I could just make it there, I knew that I would be safe. So I turned onto a main road and then I headed into the direction of the station. My hands were gripping the steering wheel tightly. As I drove, I saw a police car parked on the side of the road up ahead. I felt a surge of relief and I decided to stop beside it. I pulled over and parked next to the patrol car, hoping that the presence of law enforcement would deter the driver of the dark sedan. The dark sedan slowed down as it approached, and I held my breath, watching to see what it would do. And after a moment, it then sped up and then drove off, disappearing into the night. The police car had scared him off. Well, at least for now. I sat in my car for a few minutes, trying to calm myself down. The police officer in the patrol car noticed me and came over to check if everything was all right. I explained what had happened and I gave a description of the dark sedan. The officer took my information and promised to keep an eye out for the car. He also called it in and told them the direction that the car went off to. I felt a sense of relief, but also frustration. The man in the dark sedan had been scared off, but who knows if he would come back or not. To be honest, I said man, but I really have no idea if it was a man or a woman. But what I do know is that I needed to take extra precautions to ensure my safety. Over the next few weeks, I made a conscious effort to change my routine. I started varying my routes home, taking different streets, and occasionally driving to a friend's house before heading back to my apartment. I also adjusted my work hours, leaving earlier or later to avoid a predictable schedule. I continued to keep a close eye on my surroundings, always checking my mirrors and being aware of any cars that seemed to follow me for too long. Safe to say, I'm not a fan of dark sedans right now. So far, I haven't seen the car again, but I will continue to stay vigilant. Stay safe, everyone. Hello, everyone. This happened all yesterday, and I am still very anxious about the whole situation. Well, I was sitting with my boyfriend and my 4-month-old daughter in the train to Paris. On each side were 4 seats, and my boyfriend and I were sitting on one side, and on the other side there was a man in his 50s. He was acting since the beginning a bit weird, mumbling stuff and so on, but I just ignored him as I was a bit exhausted from the travel. He smiles seeing my daughter and says something in French. He was French. Then, I hear noise, like a noise when someone is taking a picture. I was surprised and I thought that it was the grandma sitting on the other side, near the man taking a picture. So, I let it pass because I know that especially grandmas go crazy when they see babies, and this might be like an innocent picture. But then, my boyfriend who is in front of me tells me that it was the man, and he is visibly uncomfortable. I also started to feel a bit unwell because he was like very creepy. Then, my baby starts crying, and after trying to calm her down, I give her to my boyfriend to also try to find out what she needs. Then, the man just takes another picture of our daughter. My boyfriend confronted him and asked him if he was taking pictures. He said no, but he clearly was. He said that he was calling his sister, but the hand movement wasn't as he was trying to call. He was looking behind the phone turned in the direction of my daughter, and after a few seconds, every time checking the phone and doing it again. He then showed us a random chat as to prove that he didn't do anything. He said if my boyfriend had a problem, then they would talk at the train station in Paris. I asked myself why he didn't show us his gallery with all the pictures. This was strange to me. Then he said that he was just making selfies of himself. Time passes, and he then starts doing it again. At this point, I leave with my daughter and I go to find a person who controls our tickets to ask to change seats and tell them what is happening. They give us some new seats very far away from our old ones. We describe the man and they tell us that they will handle it. But then, we see the man coming and he goes to the toilet that's near us, although he shouldn't have to go that far from his seat. I was scared. It was like he was looking for us and where we were. The ticket collector goes after him and asks him what he is doing there. I don't know what he said, but his gestures were wild. He then goes back to his seat, I guess. But after a while, he comes back and goes near us. This happens like 5 times and I was absolutely terrified now. He had a little purse with him and my imagination went like crazy. The ticket collector went after him every time and asked him if he was looking for something and warned him to stop. At first, he didn't listen, but then we didn't see him anymore. What was he doing? Does someone know what his intentions were? After we arrived at the station, we ran like crazy to catch another train quickly because we were scared that he was still following us. I, a mid-20s female, went to the local grocery store tonight at around 5 p.m. It's winter, and it's getting dark by 5 p.m. where I live. I was in an aisle taking my time deciding between the options when this late 20s, early 30s looking guy with light features, glasses, and a scruffy beard comes up right next to me and just stands there. I didn't think much of it or even look at him at first because I figured, whatever, he's just looking too, you know. But then, after a few seconds, I noticed that he wasn't moving or doing anything. He was just standing there. So I looked at him and he was already staring at me. And for a half second, I thought that he might say something to me. So I stood there for a second just looking back at him. he didn't say anything, so I just turned and fast walked away. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, that was weird, but whatever. Probably just an awkward guy who doesn't know how to talk to women. Then, not 30 seconds later, I'm in another aisle and I see him out of the corner of my eye, coming down the aisle I'm in, again, staring right at me. So again, I walked away as fast as I could and just went right to the self-checkout. While I was at the self-checkout, I'm looking over my shoulders the whole time, making sure that he isn't behind me anymore, and he's not. I start walking out of the store, relieved that, once again, I was just being paranoid and I wasn't ever in any real danger. But as I am walking out, I decide to look behind me one more time, and there he is, right freaking behind me. I then notice that he has nothing in his hands, no groceries, and he's heading toward the door right on my heels. Without even thinking, I just stop dead in my tracks. I look right at him again, and he's already looking at me. And then he puts his head down looking at his phone, and then walks past me out the door. He bought nothing from the store. I am so scared at this point that my head is spinning. I don't know what to do. I can see my car because I parked close to the exit, thank goodness. So I call my fiancé and I sprint as fast as I can to my car. I then jump in, lock the doors, and start looking for this guy. And then I see him. He is aimlessly walking around the parking lot through the cars. He is pretty far away from me at this point, and I have my fiancé on the phone, so I'm feeling somewhat safe again. I watched him walk around for another few seconds before I got out of there. I have no idea what this guy was doing or what his motive could have been. Maybe he was just a weird dude who doesn't know how to talk to girls? Or maybe he was a predator with dangerous intentions? Or maybe he thought that I would look easy prey for a robbery? The thing I really can't wrap my head around is the fact that each time that I noticed him, he was already staring at me. He was not discreet at all, and I would think a dangerous predator might be a little more inconspicuous. He also didn't buy anything from the grocery store, which I also couldn't understand. I was in the store about 5 minutes before I noticed him, so I'm sure he didn't follow me in the store. Am I being paranoid? There's a lot that didn't feel right, so I'm having a really hard time trying to rationalize this experience. But it was definitely a creepy encounter. Back when I was 17 years old, I was enjoying my summer break before my senior year of high school. I lived in a small town where nothing much ever happened. My days were mostly spent hanging out with friends, working a part-time job at the local ice cream shop, and lounging by the pool in the backyard. Looking back, those were some of the most peaceful days of my life. But all good things must come to an end. One evening when I was home alone, half paying attention to the TV while scrolling through Instagram, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I usually ignore these kinds of calls. They're usually telemarketers. But because my friend said that he got a new number but hadn't given it to me yet, I decided to answer this one, thinking that it might be him. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a faint, almost whispering voice. I couldn't make out what the other person was saying, and they hung up after a few seconds. I brushed it off as a prank, and I just went back to watching TV. Over the next few days, the calls kept coming, all the same unintelligible muttering from the same unknown number. I started to feel annoyed more than anything. I figured that it was some kind of kid from school messing with me. At first, I just declined the calls, but as they kept coming, the more annoyed I got. As the days went by, the calls became more frequent, sometimes happening several times a day. I would try my best to ignore it, but it was just becoming too overwhelming. At that time, I didn't know you had the option to block or silence unknown numbers. So, what I did was just put my phone on silent instead so I don't hear it ring. Only to see multiple missed calls from this unknown number when I opened my phone back up. Sometimes, I would answer the call though, and I would scream at whoever was calling, telling them to fuck off. I didn't know any better at that time or how stupid that could be, but I was young, and I assumed that the person in the other line was just some dumb prank caller trying to get on my nerves. Over time, when I did answer and not scream at the person, I noticed that the voice on the other end started to become clearer. It was a man's voice, and after finally being able to understand him, I learned what he was saying. He talked about me, my personal life, details that no stranger should know. He mentioned my name, my school, and even the color of the shirt that I was wearing. Well, my annoyance and anger turned to fear. Someone was watching me. I had no idea who it was. At that point, I started to get paranoid. Every shadowy corner is a potential hiding place for a stalker. I started going out only when I needed to, in fear of the phone man following me. When I did go out, I became hyper aware of my surroundings. Every time I stepped out of my house, I felt like I was being watched by someone that I couldn't see. And sure enough, this feeling turned out to be true. I started to notice a black car that seemed to be everywhere I went. It was never too close. It was parked a few houses down in the morning, and I also saw it in the parking lot at my job. It was just far enough away that you won't recognize or pay attention to it unless you were a paranoid individual looking for a stalker like me. I wanted to take immediate action, but I told myself that it might just be a coincidence, that I shouldn't jump the gun on the wrong person. My stalker would surely notice that I was looking for him. The calls kept coming, and my desperation grew. The details the caller knew about me were too accurate to ignore, accurate and up to date too. He could tell me what color shirt I wore on my way to work, what I ate for lunch, and much, much more. I began to feel like I was living in a nightmare. My safe, quiet town no longer felt like anything other than a hunting ground, and I was the prey in it. I was constantly looking over my shoulder. I also can't figure out why I didn't tell my parents about it. One evening, while I was out with my friends, I received another call. This time, the voice on the other end was angry, accusing me of ignoring them and threatening to come find me. My heart raced. I couldn't understand what was going on. This person was stalking me, calling me, threatening me, and I just couldn't understand why and who they were. I knew, though, that I couldn't keep this to myself any longer. I needed to do something. I went to the police and I reported the calls. They took my statement and said that they would look into it. But without any concrete evidence or a way to trace the calls, there wasn't much that they could do. I had a small sliver of hope when I went to report the guy, but it all slipped away when I heard the cops tell me that they couldn't do anything about it. And all I could think of in that moment was that he knows. He will know that I went to the cops. I did not sleep that night, nor the following one. A few days later, I was walking home from my part-time job when I saw the black car again. It was parked at the end of the street. I hadn't been sleeping well, and in my sleep-deprived mind, the best idea that I got was to try and confront him. Well, at that time, I didn't know if that was him or not. My desperation and hazy mind convinced me in that moment that it was him, and that I had to confront him to put an end to this. I know, looking back at it now, that was an extremely dangerous and stupid decision to make. But I was young, desperate, and stressed. So I walked to the car. As I got closer, I noticed the figure sitting inside watching me. My heart pounded in my chest and I felt a surge of adrenaline. But as I approached, the car then sped off, leaving me standing there shaking and confused. Who is this person? Why are they targeting me? I then went home and I locked all the doors and windows. The calls continued, and the threats became more explicit. The caller described my house, my daily routine, and even specific things in my bedroom that were visible through my window. I felt violated and helpless. I kept my windows closed, my curtains closed, and my parents were starting to notice my anxiety. I didn't want to worry them. One night, I received a call that pushed me to my breaking point. The caller said that they were outside my house and described the exact outfit that I was wearing. I ran to the window and I saw the black car parked across the street. I felt a wave of terror and I knew that I couldn't stay there any longer. My parents were not home at that time, so what I did is that I grabbed my keys and I ran out the back door, heading to my friend Sarah's house a few blocks away. I looked over my shoulder the whole way, half expecting the car to follow me. When I arrived, I broke down in tears and told Sarah everything. She convinced me to go back to the police again and tell them about the latest threats, and to also tell them about this black car that I keep seeing. This time, the police took immediate action. They sent a patrol car to my house and promised to keep an eye on the neighborhood. I felt a small sense of relief, but he's still out there, and he can still get to me if he wants to. So I just stayed at my friend Sarah's house that night because I was afraid to go back home. The next day, the police called me with some news. They had found the black car parked near my house and questioned the driver. He was a middle-aged man with a history of stalking and harassment. Upon taking his phone for evidence, they noted multiple calls to my number as well as a rope and a pair of handcuffs in his car. He was arrested and charged for stalking, harassment, and plots of kidnapping. Hearing this news, I felt a wave of relief come over me. It's as if all the energy and adrenaline in my body immediately stopped and I buckled to my knees, and as much as I hate to admit it, I cried. I cried so hard. The entirety of the events were playing in my mind, and my friends comforted me, telling me that it was over. I went back home, but the experience had left the mark on me. When my parents came home from their trip, I then told them everything that had happened, and they were extremely sad that I had to face this all alone. They had a stern talk to me about being more open and asking for help from them, because they said that they were my parents and that they will always be there to support me and protect me. We took extra precautions to ensure my safety. We had cameras set up around the house, and they also made sure that I was never alone going to and from work. Over time, the fear began to fade, but I was still feeling uncomfortable whenever I went out because I always felt that I had to be on guard. So I went into therapy, and I'm still in the process of it. My friends and family are there to support me every step of the way. So, the only thing I got from this experience is that whenever something is wrong or something makes you uncomfortable, don't be scared to speak up. Ask for help. Tell your parents, tell your friends. And to that sick man who stalked me, wherever you are, I do hope you're in prison. Let's not meet ever again. I'm a female, and this happened many years ago when I was 15. I live in a small Midwestern town that had very little crime, and I always felt safe even at night. I lived just a few blocks from downtown, and I would often walk or ride my bike there to pick up a soda, some candy, or on this particular evening, a pack of cigarettes. I know, I was way too young to be smoking, but there it is. So I get my cigs and I start walking back home. By this time, it was starting to get dark out, but that doesn't bother me at all. That is, until I pass a cross street and a guy steps out from the shadows and then starts following me. Even then, I wasn't scared. I was just aware that he was walking behind me and was getting closer. I sped up a little and so did he. Pretty soon, this guy is like 3 or 4 steps behind me, and then he asked me for a cigarette. Being a dumb kid who was raised to be polite, I gave him one. And then he asked for a light and I gave him that too. Then, I rapidly start walking away because this guy is starting to give me the creeps. He had long, greasy hair, and the way that he looked at me made me feel very uncomfortable. It was like he was looking at his dinner plate and was deciding what to eat first. So, I'm skedaddling up the street, which is now going up a big hill, where I hear the guy's footsteps starting to run towards me. I was already slightly out of breath from fast walking up this hill, and I know I'll never be able to outrun this guy. So I just keep on walking and hope that this guy will jog right past me. Well, nope. Next thing I know, the guy has grabbed me from behind with one arm around my waist, pinning both arms to my sides and the other around my neck. At this point, I wasn't even scared. I was mad. How dare he? I realize that we are on a residential street, so I tell the guy that I am going to start screaming my head off while I begin stomping on his feet as hard as I could. He hesitates for a moment, then lets me go and then jogs further up the hill, disappearing behind a bush at the top of the hill. I cross the street to walk on the opposite side of the bushes that he went behind, and I keep my eyes locked on those bushes all the way down the block. By now, I am only another block from home, and I break into a sprint and then dash home. Of course, I never told my parents about what happened because I was afraid of getting in trouble for smoking and that they wouldn't believe me. Turns out that several weeks later, this guy grabbed another girl and then beat and raped her. I didn't find this out until years later when I saw his picture in the paper for being on trial for rape. I think I was his first attempt, and he got scared when I fought back. I am so grateful that it was the fight response that kicked in for me that night, and it wasn't the freeze response. I was a very, very lucky kid. Before I start, I must say that I haven't told many people this, mostly because it was a very scary experience for me. This happened in Kelowna, Canada in the 80s. I was about 14 at that time, and I was babysitting at a neighbor's house while the parents were gone. They had a nice house, like most in the neighborhood, and it was right on the corner where 2 streets connected. My house was right outside a bus stop across from theirs. This happened pretty late at night in the winter, so it was dark out, maybe 11 or 12 at night. I was sitting on the couch when I thought I saw something out the back door. It was one of those glass doors that led to a porch. It was weird though because I couldn't see much. You know when the lights are on and it's dark out, so you can't see anything but black in your reflection? That's what I saw. But I could have sworn that it looked like something was there. So I got up and I walked close to the window. It definitely looked like something was there, but I couldn't see what it was. I got closer and I still couldn't see it. I honestly should have just turned on the lights, but instead, I put my face right to the glass and I cupped my hands by my eyes to look out. Maybe about 1 inch from my face on the other side of the glass was a man. He looked tall and pale from what I could see, and he was staring at me very scarily. Keep in mind, he would have been watching from the backyard. And naturally, I jumped back and I let out a short scream. And being stupid teenage me, I didn't call the cops. I called my parents instead. My father then came over to take a look. There were still footprints in the front and backyard, and I don't remember much after that because it just felt like a very unreal experience. You never expect this stuff to happen to you until it does. Anyways, I just hope that you enjoyed this story because I sure didn't enjoy experiencing it. Hi there. So this was something that happened to me when I was traveling alone. I had lost my partner of 8 years after a long battle with an illness that they had, which caused me to take some time off to try and heal and find myself again. I decided that during the spring break, I would move from Mass back to my home state of Oklahoma to be close to my mother again. On my way there, I made some planned stops at places that my partner and I enjoyed or were memorable for us as a way to honor them. One of those places was a state park. We were both avid outdoorsy people and we loved camping, hiking, and just being one with the nature. And this particular park had strong memories, so I knew that I had to go. Once I got there, I called my mom to let her know that I was there. I then stuffed my phone and keys in my backpack, and then I marched on. The sight was beautiful, especially early mornings in spring, when you could still see the dew sitting on top of the grass and kind of hanging above the rocks. I was able to just take in the sights and let anything out that I needed. A woman I was passing actually snapped a great picture of me by an overhang that I still have to this day. I saw a few people on my hike who were all willing to share their stories and wished me well on my journey. It truly was a therapeutic experience for me. I was and always will be a very giving person and willing to help those in need that I come across too. So when I made eye contact with a man that seemed a bit distraught or maybe just overwhelmed, I stopped and asked if he was okay. When I approached him sitting on the edge of this cliff with his feet dangling, I noticed a very strong alcoholic smell. He said he was fine but just asked if I had water. I always carried an extra bottle, so I just gave him the whole thing, telling him to keep it. If that man was out there drinking, he was going to need the water. I don't know how many people would have stopped for him, let alone give him water, so I did. He thanked me, and we had a small conversation. He told me he used to go there with his parents when he was younger, and that he was just struggling at that time. I don't want to make it too mushy, but I tried my best at a small inspirational speech for him, to which he seemed to cheer up a bit. He then asked me if I was single or if I wanted to go get drinks, to which I politely declined. I didn't want to bring up my partner, but I just said that I wasn't looking for anyone at that time. He shrugged it off and seemed to handle it well by laughing. We then shook hands and wished each other well, and I carried on my path. At one point, I stopped at a small stream and splashed some water on my face and rested. And while sitting there, I started getting a feeling like I was being watched. This was a bit off the path, so I rarely saw people over there. I looked around and I confirmed that no one was around, so I assumed that it was either just me or maybe there was an animal. I was, after all, in their territory, so I decided that it would be best to move along. I got back to the path, and after a bit, that following feeling came back. I again looked behind me and I didn't see anyone, but the feeling just wouldn't go away. My instincts were starting to kick in and overwhelm me, so I sporadically made the decision to break into a run to see what would happen. It was probably a stupid idea if it was an animal, but I really just wanted the feeling to go away. And after a bit, I slowed down to catch my breath and I again looked around. I was not seeing anyone, but this time I heard heavy breathing, That path is not easy if you don't take steep inclines like that on a regular basis. So, I looked around a little closer and walked back towards a large boulder. On the other side was the same guy that I saw earlier. When I saw him, I didn't know what to do other than ask if he was okay again. He again chuckled and said yes, but seemed like he meant it more this time. I asked him if he was following me in a joking manner, to which he replied that he wasn't intentionally, but just wanted to catch up to me to thank me again because it meant a lot to him. I told him that it was no big deal at all and I was glad to help. And after some awkward standing around, I then said that I had to get going. He waved me on and I headed out thinking that it was a bit awkward, but at least that was solved and over with. But as I made my way to a part that loops around, I started getting the same feeling of being watched. I was a bit less worried this time, expecting it to be the same guy again, but saying that I was a bit annoyed sounds too harsh, but I'm not sure how else to put it. I wanted this experience to release any emotions that I had been holding back. Yeah, I had stopped and talked to a few people, but I wasn't really here to meet new people. I wanted to be able to continue this journey on my own. I continued on this time, thinking maybe if I didn't stop to pay attention to him, then I wouldn't have any more run-ins. Yet, because this circled around, we ended up walking towards each other. This time, I just smiled at him and I tried to keep walking. But I was startled when he grabbed my arm. I never experienced anything like this, so I didn't know what to do but look at him. He told me again that what I said really meant a lot to him and he wanted to make it up to me. I told him that it wasn't necessary as I was just being nice. I tried pulling my arm away as I said this, but he only held it tighter. I started becoming a bit scared for obvious reasons, and he picked up on this as he looked at me, smiled, and asked, "Are you scared?" That made me sick to my stomach. There was no one else around in this secluded area but us. What was he planning? Why would he even say something like that? While choking back tears, I managed to just say please let go of my arm. After a few more seconds of staring at me and smiling, he finally let go and started laughing. I didn't waste any more time and I quickly ran. I was familiar with the path and I knew that I still had a bit to go before I got back to the entrance. But I remembered that there was a small opening in the trees to a field with a few benches where families typically stopped and then took pictures or had lunch. I was praying that I would run into some people and that hopefully I would be able to just walk near them so I wasn't alone. And thankfully I did come across the spot and there were a few people there. I tried to calm down and look like I was just there to rest as I didn't want anyone to be worried about me. I sat up at the bench and I looked around worried that he would show up and then cause another scene, but thankfully he never did. After some time, I was able to calm down and try to enjoy the last bit of my trek. I was obviously upset. This was supposed to be a time for me to heal and then move on with my life, and while this was pretty terrifying, I refused to let this ruin it for me. I gathered myself and I headed back to the entrance by myself. I started a brisk walk until I was back into my jog, until I finally reached the entrance. I stopped by the restrooms to freshen up before I was ready to head back to my car. But as I exited the restroom, I, of course, would make eye contact with this same guy heading into the shop. But he looked slightly different. He had lost the old dirty jacket that he was wearing, and the jeans he was wearing now looked like it had been cut at the knees. Could he have changed into them? Quite possibly, but since they seemed jagged and uneven, They looked intentionally and sporadically cut. And of course, as soon as he noticed me, he stopped and turned like he was about to walk towards me. This time, I wasn't going to be the scared little girl. I rolled my eyes and I immediately turned around to walk to my car with my keys clenched between my fingers, and I heard someone shout, "Hey!" from behind me, but I didn't stop. I didn't even turn around until I heard the footsteps getting faster, causing me to run as well. I managed to get to my car, get in, lock it as he finally caught up and started pulling on my car handle. When he realized that it was locked, he became enraged. He kept screaming to open the door and he was banging on my window and kicking it. It didn't last long before a ranger noticed and came rushing up to us as well, but he then took off. They didn't catch him, but he did stupidly run backwards into the park, so he would have to leave eventually. The ranger asked me what happened and I agreed to stay to tell an officer. Throughout this whole time, they never found the guy, so I ended up leaving and giving them my contact information if they had any other questions for me. I left there, relieved for multiple reasons. Relieved that I would never see that man again, but also relieved that I made it through the trail alone for the first time. It felt like a weight being lifted off me, like I was being tested and I passed it, and it would just make me stronger. I even got a call from the officer telling me that they did catch the guy, and since the rangers saw him, I didn't have to come back to identify him. They also told me that he had warrants, so he went back with them anyway. Overall, I felt like the trip was successful, and I was already feeling better. I'm not going to say it made me more suspicious of people, as I still look for the best in others, but I am also mentally stronger and know how to handle situations better, both physically and mentally. And to the guy that stalked me that day, I hope that you are truly doing better. Yesterday, I was at the mall around closing time. I was browsing for some cosmetic products in the makeup aisle with my friend until I realized that there was this one strange man who had like a mischievous ass look on his face, whom kept walking past the same aisle that I was in. 5 to 6 different times, he was staring at us every single time. I don't think anything of it yet besides a weird vibe, and me and my friend tried to test something out by going into a whole different section of the store. When we went to where the birthday cards were, I saw him in the corner of my eye, so I told my friend to keep walking. We then reached the other end of the store where the pet supplies are, and he was still there. There, cornering the main entrance of the aisle. At that point, I whispered to my friend and we immediately speed walked out. And when we did, I still saw him following us, so I turned around to speak up, but when I did, he was just staring at me. I didn't break eye contact because I wanted to say something to this man, but my mind went blank. Once we reached the checkout, and I see he's waiting right behind us, but not quite at the checkout. He was behind and beside the entrance of the checkout. At this point, my friend noticed and I was about to freak the fuck out. We stood there for around 15 to 20 minutes waiting to see if he would leave, and he never did. So, after that time markup was up, we decided to just hold hands and then run up the escalators and make our way to the upper level exit. We both were running for our dear lives, but once I went through the gate in front of the exit, my friend immediately grabbed me back and I didn't realize why. Until seeing the guy had somehow got into the door before us, which had to have been impossible because we ran before he did. We never even saw him running or heard anyone running. However, we did get escorted out by an older group of men and women who overheard me and my friend freaking out about the situation. They confronted him, but I never got to hear anything any of them said. He asked the group of people, "Are you sure you guys are with these people?" And after they confirmed, he left, and someone a part of the group said something about him allegedly lying about being some sort of undercover employee. So, I've been listening to scary story channels for ages, and I've always been a skeptical believer in all the stories. I feel like some of them are certainly fiction, but others sound more true than others. But I've always looked at them all as probably made up. But that changed recently because I had something happen to me that I would have listened to and immediately thought that it was fiction. It's not super eventful, it's actually pretty straightforward, but it was seriously weird and is legitimately the stuff of nightmares. It was a regular Wednesday night to begin with, and I had woken up somewhere around 3 to what I would say was the most annoying feeling in the back of my throat. Have you ever woken up in the middle of the night with your throat feeling like the Sahara and you absolutely have to go downstairs and down half a gallon of water? Yeah, it was one of those nights. It was my own fault though. I had eaten a whole bag of pretzels, and I knew that the amount of sodium that I had consumed was probably close to fatal. I grumbled to myself, not wanting to leave the comfort of my bed. But after a few minutes of trying to ignore it and go back to sleep, I sighed and I relented. I stumbled my way down the stairs in the dark, nearly eating the hardwood floor in the hallway at the bottom. I made my way to the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the cabinet and then walked over the sink. Now, like a lot of kitchens, there's a big window over it that faces out in the backyard, and at night, it's pretty much pitch black. There's a small light on the shed that's on the far left side, but that's about it. Normally, I wouldn't even bother looking out back, or would and wouldn't think twice about seeing nothing. But this time, something actually did catch my eye. Right there, in the middle of my backyard was a figure. Well, not a figure like something I couldn't make out. It was a person, just standing there. Seeing someone in my yard was enough to startle me in and of itself. But the creepiest part was that this person was wearing a mask. This mask was terrifying. It had a weird twisted jaw with spiked teeth that was stretched out, and the eyes were hollow and dark, and really, it was just terrifying. Now, my brain made me stand there and just kind of stare at this person wearing a weird mask that was just standing in my backyard for several moments. At first, I thought that I was hallucinating or dreaming, or that I was just seeing something else and only thinking that it was a person with a mask. But as I sipped my water, watching this person watching me, my mind finally clicked into drive and I realized that I was staring at a person wearing a creepy mask standing in my backyard. Like, this was not a normal thing to see at 3 in the morning. I started freaking out at this point and I dashed back up the stairs to put on my pants and grab my phone on my way down. I had 911 already dialed and I ran back to my window. But I was surprised to see that the person was gone. The backyard was back to being empty and there was zero trace of this masked person. I already dialed 911 at this point, and the operator was asking me where the emergency was, and I didn't want to just say, "Oh, never mind, I'm just crazy." So I explained to her that I saw a person in a mask in my backyard, but that they seemed to have left. She was a bit confused, but I explained that I saw them, and when I went to grab my phone, they had disappeared. And after explaining things like the idiot that I am, she reassured me that they would send a unit to drive around the neighborhood. After I got off the phone with her, I stayed downstairs and I just kind of watched out the front window, feeling paranoid and creeped out. After a while, the police had pulled up to my house and knocked on my door, and I opened it to speak with them. The officer asked me a few questions, mostly about what I saw. I explained to him the guy with the mask, and I described what they were wearing to the best of my abilities. I could tell by the look on the officer's face that he was as confused as I was, and he even said that it was really strange, and then asked if it was okay that they look around on my property. I told them that I had no issue with that. After a few minutes, they had actually come back to the door, and the officer asked me if my gate had been broken, and I looked at him like, "Huh?" He motioned for me to come out, and sure enough, my gate was busted. The fence was wooden and the gate was fairly large, and the latch had been completely pulled from the wood, like pried out with a crowbar or something. I told him that no, that it wasn't broken like that before. And he then told me to stay there while he checked the backyard out real quick, just in case. They looked around for a few moments, and when he came back, he asked me if what he'd found was the mask that I had seen. It was. It was that same creepy-ass mask that the person was wearing. After that, they seemed to take this a bit more seriously and asked me if they could come in and if I could give them an official statement. They then came in, took my statement, and they gave me the report information for the insurance company since the gate was destroyed, and then they left, telling me to call them again if I saw anything else. I have no idea if they ever found anything past this, as they never contacted me about it. A couple of days have passed and I kind of relaxed about what had happened. Until one day when I came home from work and I saw a crumpled piece of paper in front of my door. It was just a normal looking paper crumpled, nothing too old or creepy. So I decided to open it up, and on that paper was a single line that drained all the blood from my face. It said, "I'm always watching you." I know that this sounds like some creepy event from some dumb B-rated horror movie, and I would have had that same thought had I read or heard the story. But I lived it. I did contact the police and gave them the note, but nothing further has happened since. What did happen was enough to be terrifying to me though. I was paranoid, and I would watch the backyard sometimes an entire night. Now, when I go to bed, I double-check all the locks, and the gate that I had installed is reinforced way better than the old one. I have no idea how they pried the gate open or why they did it, but they did. I also don't know what they meant about the sentence that they wrote on the paper. Are they pranking me? Do I have a stalker? Is this some kind of sick joke that someone is playing on me? I don't know. But I have also installed a floodlight that is motion activated that shines into the backyard, just in case that I wake up at 3 in the morning again and I feel the need to look outside. My name is Tracy, and I'm 24 years old, and I live in the bustling city of Seattle, Washington. I have always loved the vibrant energy of the city, with its coffee culture and the ever-present drizzle that somehow adds to its charm. My story begins in the place that I find solace in, Starbucks. It was a typical rainy afternoon. I decided to treat myself to a caramel macchiato at the Starbucks on Pike Street. Since I wasn't in a hurry, I grabbed my coffee and I found a cozy seat by the window, just enjoying the ambience and watching people bustle by. As I sipped my coffee, a guy approached me. He looked to be in his late 20s with dark hair, a set of piercing blue eyes, and a chiseled jawline. He wore a well-fitted leather jacket and smelled of subtle masculine cologne. He asked if he could join me, and I couldn't help but be drawn to his charming smile and confident demeanor. Being single and, ready to mingle, I was open to new experiences, so I said yes. His name was Alex, and we immediately hit it off. He was witty, kind, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We exchanged numbers before parting ways. We started texting, and later on, Alex and I started going on dates, and each one felt like a dream. We had picnics at Gasworks Park, enjoying romantic dinners at quaint little restaurants, and we took long walks along the waterfront. He was always attentive, holding open doors for me and making sure that I was comfortable. He had a way of making me feel special, and I soon found myself falling for him. Our dates were filled with laughter and deep conversations. He seemed perfect, the kind of guy that I have always dreamed of. And after a few months, we decided to make things official. Alex became my boyfriend, and for the first 3 months, he was everything that I could ever want. He was sweet, caring, and always made time for me. I felt like the luckiest girl in the world. But after 3 months, things started to change with Alex. He became cold and distant. When we went on dates, he would often ignore me and he's just glued to his phone. Conversations that once flowed so easily became strained and awkward. I tried to brush it off thinking that he might just be stressed with work, but his behavior persisted and it was really hurting me. At the same time, he also became controlling. Ironic, right? Whenever I went out with friends, he would bombard me with calls and texts, accusing me of cheating or lying about my whereabouts. The sweet, attentive guy that I fell for seemed to disappear, replaced by someone that I barely recognize. Yet, after these episodes, he would suddenly shower me with affection, apologizing profusely, giving me flowers, gifts, and then promising to change. But then, after everything is alright, he then goes back to being cold and distant, and then the cycle begins again. I just couldn't get it, like if I was with him, I would get ignored, but when I wasn't with him, he would turn into this controlling, clingy monster. Well, I reached my breaking point and I decided to end the relationship. Alex couldn't understand what he did wrong though. He became angry during the breakup. He was screaming and he was throwing things around my apartment. I had never seen him so enraged. He broke the picture frame and knocked over a lamp. Like, what the hell? This was a side to him that I was never expecting at all. A good thing that he was showing it this early though. But at that moment, I was extremely terrified, so I called the police. The police then arrived and managed to calm him down, and then they escorted him out of my apartment. Things were silent for a week, and I hoped that that was the end of it. All that I had to do right now was to move on and let go of him. But guess what? I was wrong. Alex showed up at my door with flowers, asking me to take him back. I explained that it was over and that I couldn't continue in a relationship that made me feel unsafe. He threw the flowers on the ground and just stormed out, and I thought that that would be the last that I would see of him. And you know what? I was wrong again. Alex began stalking me. He called and texted me constantly, begging for another chance, and then turning angry when I didn't respond. I started seeing his car parked near my apartment, and he would follow me to work and other places I frequented. I was hanging out with friends once, and we saw him sitting and drinking at another table all by himself, just staring at me. This guy that I once fell in love with was seriously freaking me out. One night, I was walking home from the grocery store when I noticed him trailing behind me. My heart pounded with fear as I quickened my pace. I was so desperate to get home and just to get away from him. I felt like I was living in a nightmare. I was constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling unsafe in my own city. The situation reached its climax though one night when I was asleep. I woke up to the sound of banging on my door. I checked the time and it was 2 a.m. It was Alex outside. He was shouting and he was demanding to be let in. He said that he just wanted to talk, but I was terrified. So I grabbed my phone ready to call the police when I saw red and blue lights flashing through the window. The police arrived, and it turned out that my neighbors had called them after hearing the disturbance. They took Alex away and I filed a police report. The ordeal left me shaken, but I was grateful for my neighbors and the swift response of the police. In the aftermath, I had to file a restraining order against him. I also took more steps to protect myself. I changed my phone number, I installed security cameras, and I took self-defense classes. If I had ignored the red flags in my relationship, things could have ended much, much worse. So, yeah, that's my story. My encounter with a charming stranger turned stalker taught me a valuable lesson about trust, safety, and resilience. I hope my experience serves as a cautionary tale and offers some comfort to others who might be going through similar situations. Please stay safe and always trust your instincts. This happened about 3 years ago. So, I was 16 at that time. I remember it being a warm day, sometime in September. I was off work that day, and I decided to go hang out with my best friend. We'll call her Abby. I had just gotten my license in the spring of that year, so I was pretty excited to be driving around town. I got to Abby's house and we were trying to figure out something that we could do. We decided that we didn't want to go out with friends and instead make dinner for Abby's mom and stepdad. So, we got in the car and headed to Walmart to grab some ingredients for dinner and grab some cake mix on the way out. While we were there, we noticed there was a guy, maybe mid-50s, that we were constantly walking past over and over again in the store. But we didn't pay it much mind since it was pretty busy in their aisles. We checked out and then we started heading over to my car when we noticed that same guy packing his groceries into his trunk. I remember looking over at Abby and saying something along the lines of, "Oh, is that your new boyfriend?" Or, "Why don't you go get his number?" We both laughed, maybe a little too loud, because it caught the dude's attention as we were walking by him. He looked back at us, and we both knew that we messed up by being loud. He turns around and tells us our hair is beautiful and asks us if we were sisters. We told him we were, thanked him for his compliment, and then told him to have a good day. Honestly, in our part of town, it's quite common for dudes to compliment whatever girls they see, so we were used to it and we just brushed it off. We got into the car, and I obviously locked the doors, and we started laughing about the guy, talking about how creepy his eyes looked. Now, looks like the guy was watching Abby and I walk to my car, I'm guessing, because he ended up driving the opposite way of the exit to drive slowly behind my car. I saw his face looking at my car in my rearview mirror. I looked at Abby and then I went, "Holy shit, it's the same creep earlier." We then broke out in laughter, making fun of him once again. He had already driven off by this point, so we do too. We then get home, make food, and have a good night and sleep. Normal days go by and I forget about the situation. Until one day at work, I'm running food from table to table, helping out the servers at my job, and I bring food to a table who looked particularly surprised to see my face. I didn't recognize the guy at first until I saw his eyes and I realized who the hell I was talking to. I place the food down, ask if he needs anything, and then I scurry off to the bathroom to tell Abby what just happened. Hey, Abby, the dude from Walmart last week is sitting in the restaurant right now, and I just ran food to him. Hours go by, and he's still sitting at the bar cranking back beers alone. I told my coworkers about the dude, and they were like, well, he's probably just lonely. My manager tells me to go home since it's low, so I clock out and leave. As I'm walking to my car, I hear the restaurant door swing open and there he is, trailing behind me, telling me to talk to him. I stop, turn around, and then he says, "So, does a pretty lady like you have a boyfriend?" I tell him that I do, and that my boyfriend works with me, which was definitely a lie. He then proceeds to get closer to the point where I can smell the alcohol in his breath. His eyes get big and then he says, "Would you mind if me and you became friends?" At this time, I was totally creeped out and I told the guy that I was 16, hoping that he would back off after hearing my age. Unfortunately, I think all that did was make him more interested. I tell him that I need to go and that it was nice to meet him, and then I walk away. I can still hear him murmuring under his breath. The guy was really drunk, and he watched me get into my car and then drive away. I was totally freaked out by the guy and ended up telling Abby over the phone and telling my mom once I got home. She told me to keep my eyes open from now on because this guy was obviously interested in underage girls and doesn't care where he is when he finds a girl he likes. A week passes, and I go to work again and there he is, sitting at the bar, throwing back beers again. I tell my manager that I am not running food to this particular area and tell her my background with the guy. She understands and then sends me to work on the register. I see the guy waltz over to the restroom and then slam the door open so loud that the whole restaurant looks over and then goes silent. He looks back at the silence that he created and then sees me once again. I was so over this guy, I didn't even care. I just walked over to the kitchen to hide by the cooks. The guy then heads back to the bar after his bathroom performance and then orders food. 10 minutes pass by and the local police come in asking my manager to see last Saturday's camera footage. She walks into the office with the cops and all the staff is pretty confused. About 40 minutes later, the cops walk over to the bar and then arrest the same old creep. I watched in glee as that sucker was getting put in handcuffs. I ran over to my manager and asked her what happened. Apparently, the guy was under investigation for spiking a young woman's drink at my restaurant, and the cameras caught him red-handed after the woman filed the police report the next morning. I haven't seen this guy since, except in my nightmares. Hopefully, he's still rotting in jail somewhere, getting some help from his weird fetishes. Anyways, ladies, always be on the lookout for each other. For 4 years, Beverly and I had what I believed was an ideal relationship. I remember our first meeting vividly, as if it just happened yesterday. We met through mutual friends at a small party. She was 26 and full of life, with a laugh that could light up the room. I was 28, feeling like I had finally found someone who understood me. We clicked instantly, and our relationship blossomed quickly from innocent dates to talking about our future together. Beverly and I were good for each other. We encouraged each other to pursue our dreams, to stay healthy, to be the best versions of ourselves. She would cook my favorite meals when I had a tough day at work, and I would surprise her with little gifts and spontaneous trips. We had our ups and downs like any couple, but we always found our way back to each other. Or so I thought. One Saturday morning, I was in the living room while Beverly was in the shower. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, and without thinking much of it, I glanced over. A message notification popped up from someone named Gym Instructor. It wasn't the name that caught my attention, but the content of the message. It was flirty, suggestive, something that a gym instructor shouldn't be sending if it were simply professional. My heart sank. It never even crossed my mind that something like this could be happening behind my back. I was heartbroken. I confronted Beverly that same day when she got out of the shower. At first, she denied everything, claiming that it was just a misunderstanding. But as the argument escalated, she finally confessed. She had been cheating on me for months. This betrayal really cut deep. Our breakup was nasty. It was filled with angry words and broken promises, and I moved out that very week and cut all contact with her. It was actually easier than I thought, severing ties with someone who had caused me so much pain. That was definitely a painful experience, but that's not why I'm posting the story on here. It's something more unhinged that happened afterwards, but I thought that I would give you a background first so you would understand the story better. A year passed, and I started to rebuild my life. I met a girl named Jenny, and she was a breath of fresh air. We hit it off from the start and soon began going on dates. I didn't want to jump right into a relationship because I feel like I still had some doubts and trauma, especially from what happened with Beverly. But Jenny was everything that I needed. She was kind, loving, and honest. Our relationship felt so natural that after a few months of going out on dates, I finally asked her, and she said yes. We decided to make it official. So, I posted a picture of us together on social media announcing to the world that I had moved on and found happiness again. Perfect ending, right? Nope. The very next day, Beverly sent me a message on Instagram. She berated me for moving on so quickly, as if she had any right to control my life. I was furious, and I reminded her of the reasons for our breakup. It had been a year since we ended things because she had cheated on me. I told her that she had no right to interfere in my life anymore, and then I blocked her. I thought that that would be the end of it, but Beverly was relentless. She tried to contact me in different social medias and I blocked her on there too. She then started creating multiple fake social media accounts just to get in contact with me, and every single time I blocked her, thinking that she would eventually get the message and just leave me alone. She also sent me an email, which something that I forgot about, and I blocked her on there too. One evening, Jenny received a message from Beverly. She was confused and worried when she told me about it. I do understand that it was easy for Beverly to find Jenny online because she was all over on my page. I explained my past with Beverly and what has been going on recently. I didn't want to keep Jenny in the dark. We agreed to block Beverly from all social media platforms and hoped that that would be the end of her attempts to reach out to us. We just wanted to focus on our relationship without any distractions from my past. But as you already know, Beverly didn't stop there. The next day, she showed up at my workplace demanding to speak with me. I refused to see her and she was eventually escorted out. It was so unsettling to think that she knew where I worked and was willing to come there uninvited. From that point on, I started seeing her everywhere. She would appear across the street when I was out with Jenny, or I would catch a glimpse of her at the grocery store. It felt like she was haunting me, just unwilling to let go. One day, I found a letter in my mailbox. Of course, it was from Beverly, filled with pleas for a second chance and all her declarations of love for me. I didn't respond and I just threw it away. But things escalated when one night, there was a loud banging on my door. I looked through the peephole and I saw Beverly standing there. She looked disheveled and desperate, asking to be let in. I spoke to her through the door, telling her that nothing would change if we talked, and that I did not love her anymore and that we had been done for a year. I told her that she needed to move on, and that I would call the police if she didn't leave. Beverly pleaded for a second chance, but I was firm. I told her that if she ever bothered me or Jenny again, we would involve the police. Luckily, that finally made her leave. I watched through the window as she walked away, hoping that it would be the last time that I would see her. A week has passed since that night, and Beverly hasn't shown herself or tried contacting me. I hope it really stays that way. I want to move on with my life, to build something meaningful with Jenny without the shadow of Beverly hanging over us. It's strange how someone who once made you feel so loved can become the source of your nightmares. Let this be a reminder to everyone. If someone shows you who they truly are, believe them the first time. It could save you from a lot of pain and turmoil. Beverly may have been a significant part of my past, but she has no place in my future. I hope for her sake and mine that she learns to let go and finds peace. Sometimes, moving on isn't just about finding a new love. It's about reclaiming your life from the ghosts of the past. And I've learned that the hard way. And I sincerely hope that we never meet again, Beverly. My name is Joanna, and I'm a 24-year-old single mother to an amazing 8-year-old boy named Jonathan. Life isn't always easy as a single parent, but Jonathan's joy and laughter makes every challenge worth it. One tradition we've kept over the years is going to the annual carnival that sets up in our area. It's a day we both look forward to. It would be filled with laughter, rides, and sweet treats. This year was no different. Jonathan had been talking about it for weeks, and when the day finally arrived, his excitement was infectious. The carnival was just as bright and lively as we remembered. The air was filled with a tantalizing smell of popcorn, cotton candy, and hot dogs. There were colorful lights blinking and flashing. They were lighting up the night sky. We could hear the joyful screams of people enjoying the rides and the sounds of carnival games calling out to us. There were countless things to do. Rides like Ferris wheel and bumper cars, game booths where you could win oversized stuffed animals, and food stalls offering everything from funnel cakes to corn dogs. Jonathan and I spent hours exploring the carnival. We went on the merry-go-round, tried our luck at the ring toss, and devoured a giant pretzel together. Eventually, we decided to take a short break. I found a bench for Jonathan to sit on while I went to get us some cotton candy. The stall was just a few steps away from the bench, and I could see him the whole time, so I felt that it was safe. As I was finishing up my purchase, my attention was drawn to a man talking to Jonathan. He had disheveled hair, looked around 6 feet tall, and seemed to be in his late 50s. My heart skipped a beat when I saw him offering Jonathan a lollipop. I quickly grabbed my change and I rushed over. I told the man no thank you and that we were fine, and I took Jonathan away from there. The man gave me an unsettling look, but I just brushed it off. I didn't want to ruin our day over a creepy encounter. Jonathan and I continued our fun at the carnival. We went on more rides, played more games, and indulged in more snacks. I think I was starting to get a tummy ache from it. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, and I just focused on making happy memories with my son. While I was trying to take a photo of my son, I noticed the same man in the background. I told myself that it was just a coincidence, and I continued taking pictures. But as we moved around the carnival, I kept seeing him. Every time that I looked up, he seemed to be there, lurking in the distance, watching us. A chill ran down my spine. I began to feel like This man, he's stalking us, he's following us. Not us specifically, but Jonathan. I decided that it was time to leave. My son was getting tired anyway, so I told him that we were heading home. We walked swiftly towards the parking area, and as we neared our car, I heard footsteps behind us. My heart pounded in my chest, and as I turned to see the same man following us, panic surged through me. I picked up my son and I ran as fast as I could. There was enough distance between us and the man, so I was able to reach my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands were trembling, but I managed to unlock the doors, get Jonathan inside, and then get in myself, and then I locked them again. I started the car and I sped out of there, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror, expecting to see the man following us. The drive home was nerve-wracking. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I saw no sign of the man behind us. Every car that appeared in the rearview mirror sent a surge of anxiety through me. But eventually, we made it home safely. I locked all the doors and windows, and only then did I begin to relax. It's been almost a year since that terrifying day at the carnival, and the event is coming back soon. Jonathan has been buzzing with excitement, already making plans for what rides he wants to go on and what games he wants to play. But this time, I'm not so sure if we'll be going. The memory of that man, his disheveled hair, the way he watched us, the way he was just so obsessed with my son, it haunts me. I was never able to report the incident to the police. I thought maybe I was just overreacting, that it was just my motherly instincts in overdrive. But the fear I felt that day, the panic, and the need to protect my son at all cost is something that I can never forget. I am torn between giving Jonathan the fun-filled day that he's been looking forward to and ensuring his safety above all else. I've started to think about alternative plans, other ways to create special memories without putting us at risk. Maybe I'll explain to Jonathan what we need to be careful of, that sometimes it's okay to break traditions if it means staying safe. I hope that sharing the story serves as a reminder to other parents out there to always trust your instincts and never ignore when something feels off. I am just grateful that Jonathan and I made it home safely that day. I hope no one else has to go through a similar ordeal. So, to the stranger from the carnival, let's never, ever meet again. And with my situation with Jonathan, I would appreciate any suggestions if you may have them. Last June, some girlfriends and I had decided to go on a trip to Chicago for a music festival. My brother lives about 20 minutes out of Chicago but works in the city. For one of the days, we had rode the train in with him, and then he went to work and we just floundered the city touring until he was done. Around midday, we decided to go to his workplace and visit him, as he worked in one of the buildings a couple blocks from the Chicago Bean. When we got into the building, we got to the second floor and we were greeted by some front desk ladies. We stood there texting my brother to come down, and we were met with him showing him pictures of our touring trip so far. I then noticed the man coming up the escalator, and I instantly had a very odd feeling from him. Not to be stereotyped, but I had got the vibe he either was not fully there or maybe was on some type of substance. Instantly, the front desk ladies had approached him and told him, "You know you can't be up here. We told you this, sir." Clearly, this wasn't their first rodeo with this guy. I tried to focus on my brother talking to us, but I couldn't help but notice this guy was locked in staring at us while these ladies were trying to escort him out. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed he just stood there looking at us. Eyes literally looked black and his arms crossed, not saying anything. My friend standing at the other end of our group immediately caught on as well and audibly said, "Hey, we should go like right now." Her noticing this as well creeped me out because I thought that I was just being dramatic. We quickly went down the opposite side of the building and my other two friends were confused and did not pick up what me and my friend were talking about. I told them that I would explain once we got out of the building. We began walking down the sidewalk and I explained to my other two friends what I had felt from the sky. I glanced over panicked that we might have been followed. And sure enough, on the opposite side of the road on the sidewalk, he walked with his arms crossed, head slightly cocked, dead eyes staring at us walking. I now had full body chills, not because he had given me any reason, but because of his demeanor. I had genuinely felt like he knew that we were afraid and he was feeding off of it. Also, he just had a genuine malicious vibe coming from him. I scrambled to tell my friends of the situation. We started kind of darting between tourists and blocks to lose him. I was freaked out because we come from a small town, Minnesota, and we've seen drug addicts, but this didn't feel like just some random tweaker. He had the scariest vibe, and he was following us. To this day, we all talk about it because it freaked us out so bad. I know it's not a lot of a physical story, but it's so much more of a you had to be there to experience how he actually felt vibe-wise. I always say, Chicago has some very weird energy and people in it. Teaching has always been my passion ever since I was young. There's just something profoundly fulfilling about shaping young minds and helping them understand concepts that once seemed impossible, and then witnessing their aha moments. I teach math at a high school, and despite the challenges, I really love what I do. Over the years, I've had my fair share of struggles. Some students find math boring, some find it too difficult, and the others are simply unmotivated. But I've always believed that with enough encouragement and support, every student can succeed in it. One student, however, really tested my faith in that belief. His name was Dylan. From the start, Dylan was different. He never did his homework, rarely attended classes, and when he did, he was disruptive and unfriendly. He had this permanent scowl etched on his face, and he never talked to anyone unless it was to snap at them. Despite his attitude, I really tried my best to help him. I understood that math could be tough and that he might be going through some personal issues at home. I reached out to him multiple times, offering free extra tutoring sessions, some study guides, and even one-on-one discussions. But it was a one-sided effort. Dylan rejected every attempt that I made to help him. He slacked off, failed his exams, and in the end, I had no choice but to fail him. When Dylan learned about his failing grade, he was absolutely furious. He stormed into my office, yelling and berating me. Despite his anger, I remained calm. I get how he feels. So, I showed him all the proof of my efforts to assist him over the months, the study guides, the notes, the invitations for extra help. But he wasn't having it. He left my office in a rage, slamming the door behind him. The school year ended and summer break began. I tried to put the incident behind me and I focused on some hobbies that I enjoyed, like gardening. Gardening has always been my escape, a way to unwind and connect with nature. But one afternoon, while I was weeding the flower beds, I saw a familiar face biking across the street. It was Dylan. I knew for a fact that he didn't live anywhere near my neighborhood, but I just brushed it off, thinking that maybe he was visiting a friend. However, the way he stared at me gave me an uneasy feeling. The next morning, I came out to find my garden destroyed. The plants were uprooted, the flowers trampled, and the garden tools scattered everywhere. I was absolutely gutted. I had put so much love and effort into that garden. I had a suspicion that it was Dylan, but without proof, what could I do, right? So I just cleaned up the mess with a heavy heart and I tried to move on. Just as I was starting to recover from the garden incident, I found a dead bird on my front doorstep. It was a gruesome sight and it really frightened me. I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence, but deep down I knew that it wasn't. The misfortunes continued. Strange things kept happening around the house, broken windows, unsettling occurrences, and through it all, I kept seeing Dylan. He would bike around the neighborhood, always staring, always watching. One morning, I was about to go to the grocery store when I noticed that one of my tires was slashed. That was the last straw. I just couldn't take it anymore. I finally told my husband about everything that had been happening. He was understandably concerned and suggested that we set up security cameras around the house. It seemed like a good idea, so we installed them, hoping to catch whoever was responsible for these acts. For a few days, nothing happened. I started to feel a little more at ease, thinking maybe it was all over. But then one night, I received a notification on my phone about movement outside. I opened the video feed, and I turned pale at what I saw. There, on the screen, was Dylan and another man. This other man looked older, and both of them were walking calmly towards our house. It seemed they were carrying something, and I tried to figure out what it was. And what I saw was a gasoline canister. My heart raced as I realized what they were planning. They reached the side of our garage and started dousing it with gasoline. The other man, who I later learned was Dylan's older brother, pulled out a lighter. And without wasting a second, I called the cops. My hands trembled as I explained the situation. But while I was on the phone, I already heard the sirens from a distance. To my relief, the police arrived so quickly. A neighbor actually had seen the suspicious man and had called the cops even before I did. The officers caught Dylan and his brother just in time. The side of our garage was already soaked in gasoline, and it was clear that they intended to set it on fire. Both of them were arrested. In the aftermath, the pieces of the puzzle started to come together. Dylan had held a grudge against me ever since I failed him. He couldn't accept responsibility for his actions, and instead blamed me for his failures. His older brother, already with a criminal background, had decided to help him with his twisted plan. Dylan was sent to juvenile detention for attempted arson, and his brother went to jail. The whole ordeal really left me traumatized. The thought that a student that I had once tried to help could turn into a stalker and attempt to burn my house down was just too much to bear for me. So, I decided to quit teaching. Now, I sell fruits and vegetables from my garden at local markets. It's a simpler life, and it brings me a certain peace that I never thought I'd need. I also do other work on the side to make ends meet. It's not the life that I had envisioned, but it's a safe one, away from the shadow of people like Dylan and the horrors of that summer that I had. I hope this serves as a reminder that sometimes, no matter how much you try to help someone, they can still turn against you. Stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and never ignore the signs of something being wrong. I wish I had acted sooner, but I am grateful that in the end justice was served, and I can now live my life in peace. So, to Dylan, let's not meet again. As I was reading some of the stories in this community, I remember this night from about 8 years ago. It was after 11 p.m. and I was taking my dogs out for their last toileting walk before bed. At that time, I was living in a rural area where the houses are farther apart, lots of wooded lots around with wild pigs often crossing our path. I would often take long walks because one of the dogs had a problem with having accidents in the morning if he hadn't had an adequate walk to do all of his business. It was dark, so I had the flashlight and I wasn't really expecting to meet anyone. It was in the middle of nowhere and so late at night. But there appeared on the opposite side of the road ahead another flashlight. We had a few neighbors, but of the homes around, I knew most all of them from the years. On rare occasion, someone else may be walking a dog, but I could count the instances on my fingers. As I passed the other flashlight in the night, a tall, thin, pale man who I have never seen before crossed the street to my side and then began to follow me behind. He yelled out, "Hey, I like your dogs. Can I pet them?" I stayed calm, walking briskly, ignoring him. My house was closed and I was almost home. He continued to follow me, yelling, "Hey, what's your name? I just want to pet your dogs." He had a thick European/Slavic accent. I ignored him and I just ran up into my house through the door. I then locked it and I ran to my bedroom. I told my husband that there was a strange man who followed me home and that I was super disturbed that he now knows where I live. My brave husband immediately ran out of the house, I guess to find this guy. I was on pins and needles waiting for him to come back. He then came back home with his steel baseball bat in hand. He said that he caught up to him and asked who the hell he was and why he was following around a woman at basically midnight being a creep. The guy said that he was new to town and he was walking around hoping to meet or make some new friends. Basically, his story was bizarre and didn't make any sense. My husband told him that if he ever sees him again near our home, that he would break his knees with a baseball bat. And I never saw him again after that. Until 2 years later, in a neighboring city, I was out with a girlfriend looking at art in a museum when I turned the corner and it was him. I would never forget his face. He looked straight at me and I can't remember exactly what he said, but he knew who I was from that night. Something like, "Oh, you're the girl from that night with the dogs." I don't remember because I was just in disbelief. Again, with a thick European accent, tall, skinny, pale. I then grabbed my friend's arm and we quickly walked in the opposite direction. She asked me, "Do you know that creepy guy?" And I told her the story as we left the museum, and I never saw him again. What are the odds of this guy being a coincidence? Hi everyone, my name is Gina. I'm a female and also 15 years old, and my family moved to a new place. We have been here for a year now. When we moved to the new house, it really felt like a fresh start for me. After the chaotic year that we had, my family needed it. My dad had switched jobs, which required us to relocate too. The move led us to this new place that seemed almost too perfect. The house was situated in a neighborhood that was the epitome of convenience. It was close to everything one could need: the hospital, my dad's new office, a grocery store, and of course, my new high school. Everything was just a short walk away. The house itself was charming. It was a 2-story building with large windows and a spacious yard where our dogs could run around. I have 2, by the way. Their names are Cookie and Crumble. I know. So generic, but I think that it fits them perfectly. Anyway, the place felt like a safe haven, a place where we could finally settle down and breathe easy. Starting at a new high school was really daunting, but I was able to manage. The school was only a 10-minute walk from home, making the morning commute a breeze for me. The first couple of months were fine, and I quickly made a few friends and established a routine. I usually went home by 5 p.m., as I wasn't the type to stay out late. I prefer the comfort of our home, where I could read, play games, and take care of our dogs. Everything seemed to be falling into place until that night. It was the birthday of one of my new closest friends. She had invited me to a small party at her house, which was about a 15-minute walk from mine. I decided to walk there as it didn't seem too far. The party was fun. It was just a small gathering of our friend group. We were celebrating, we had games, we had cake. We had a lot of fun that night, and I do not regret going there at all. But we did lose track of time, and before I knew it, the clock struck 9 p.m. So I decided to walk home, not really thinking much of it. Our neighborhood always seemed safe to me, and I'd never felt uncomfortable before. The streets were quieter than usual, the typical hum of the day replaced by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant city sounds. As I made my way home, I started to notice footsteps behind me. They were faint at first, but as I kept walking, they grew louder, and they were matching my pace. When I stopped, the footsteps stopped. When I sped up, the footsteps also sped up. I felt a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. I finally gathered the courage to turn around and look, and what I saw was a man in a hoodie, and he stood a few feet away from me. I couldn't see his face, clearly due to the darkness and his hood. At first, I thought that it might just be a friend of mine or a schoolmate. Again, I have never had a scary or uncomfortable experience here, so I didn't worry much at first. This guy didn't move though. He just stood there. He didn't say anything, and I stared at him. But the longer I stared, I started to realize that he was built much larger than any high schooler that I knew, and something about the situation just started to feel very wrong to me. I was really unsure of what to do, so I just waved my hand at him, hoping that it was just a misunderstanding and that this guy was actually safe. But as soon as I did, he started sprinting towards me. My heart pounded in my chest and panic set in. I turned and I ran as fast as I could, not caring about the direction. I just wanted to get away from this guy. No matter where I went though, he followed me. His footsteps echoed behind me relentless. I suddenly remembered that one of the places near our house was a police station. My mom had made sure that I familiarized myself with the area when we first moved in. I thought that it was silly, but I was grateful for that now. I decided to make a run for the police station. The man continued to follow me for a bit, but when it became obvious where I was headed, he then veered off in a different direction. I burst through the doors of the station, breathless and terrified. The officers inside noticed my state and immediately asked what was happening. I explained everything, though my words came out in a rushed jumble. The officers then arranged for me to be taken home, so that I had parents with me. They let me file a report, even though I couldn't give a clear description of the man. The darkness and his hood had obscured his face, and they told me that it may be impossible to catch a man without his description, but they promised me that they will patrol the area and see if there are any suspicious people lurking around the neighborhood. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering fear at the same time as I stepped into the safety of my house. That night changed everything for me. I realized how fragile the sense of security I had built really was. I loved being a homebody even more after that incident because I never wanted to go out at night again. And if I ever had to, I would make sure to ask my parents to send me and fetch me, which is something they said that they are totally fine doing for me. The convenience of our new home had lulled me into a false sense of safety, making me forget that danger could be lurking anywhere, even in the most seemingly perfect places. It was a hard lesson to learn, but one that I would never ever forget. The man in the hood was a stark reminder that being vigilant is crucial, no matter how comfortable or safe you feel. There is this street dog near my college campus that I see every day. It is one of the older dogs, so it's always sleeping and very calm in general. I live very near to the college, and my friend and me usually go for a walk late night after dinner. Tonight was no different, and we were walking around the same route. It's a residential area, so we have never felt unsafe since there are always college students or other families out on the road just walking around. We were on our third lap, and this dog was sitting at its usual spot. While we were walking past it, I was gushing about how cute it is and was clearly distracted. Suddenly, my friend said that there was a weird car behind us. I turned around to see that there was in fact a car driving at a really slow speed. The car pivoted towards us, which made me think that maybe it wanted to park where we were walking and might just be a random family only. As I was about to convey these assumptions to my friend, we hear a dog barking and then turn around to see it chasing after the car. Both me and my friend are scared of dogs, so she stood behind me hoping that I would save her, but right when I turned around, it was the same street dog. I knew right away that it wouldn't harm us. The car suddenly sped past us, and the dog didn't chase us or anything. Instead, it just stood on guard. When we recovered from the shock of it all, we both had the same realization that that dog might have just saved us. We still don't know if the car had any evil intentions, but the way it sped right when the dog started barking, the timing of it all was just way too bizarre. Plus, it was driving so slow that both of us didn't even realize until it was too close to us. Needless to say, that dog will be getting extra pets from me every time that I see it. I walk my dog every morning in the park near my apartment. It's a daily ritual. It started 2 years ago when I first moved to this neighborhood. I work from home, so if I wake up early, I can get a quick 30-minute walk in before I start my workday. The park itself is a serene place in the middle of a bustling city. There were tall trees providing shade, a small pond where ducks swim lazily, and neatly paved paths winding through the greenery. While I'm still grudgy, during the first bit of our walks, I would have to admit that it's my favorite part of the day. It's just a time to clear my head, wake up, and enjoy the simple pleasures of being outdoors. My dog, Max, a golden retriever with boundless energy and a friendly disposition, loves our morning walks much more than my sleepy ass does. He sniffs every bush, chases after squirrels, and wags his tail at every passerby. The park is usually quiet in the early hours, with only a few joggers and a fellow dog worker sharing the space. It was during one of these walks that I first noticed him. A man, perhaps in his late 30s, standing near the entrance of the park. At first, he seemed like any other park goer, dressed in casual clothes, hands in his pockets, watching the world go by. But there was something about the way he looked at me that made me a bit uneasy. His eyes followed me as I walked past, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me closely. I dismissed it as paranoia. After all, the park was a public space, and people were bound to notice others. But over the next few weeks, I saw him more frequently. He was always there at the same time, standing in the same spot. Sometimes, he would sit on a bench near the path that I took, his gaze never wavering as I walked by with Max. Ugh, he's probably just a creep, I told myself. One morning, deciding that I didn't want to be ogled by some older dude that day, I decided to change my route. Instead of taking the usual path around the pond, I took a different one that led through a more wooded area of the park. I had enjoyed the new route as I finished jogging alongside Max as the detour ended, leading back to the more public area. But then, I noticed the man standing up in the middle of the walkway, looking left and right until his gaze met mine. He immediately stopped looking around and stared intently at me. I decided to go home directly after that. I began to feel a growing sense of unease. I started leaving for our walks a bit earlier, hoping to avoid him. For a few days it worked. I didn't see him, and I felt a sense of relief. But then, he started appearing earlier too. It was clear that he was watching me, and the realization made my skin crawl. Max, being the friendly dog that he is, didn't seem to mind the man's presence. In fact, he would often wag his tail and try to approach him, as if sensing no threat at all. I, on the other hand, felt my anxiety mounting with each encounter. I couldn't understand why this man was so interested in me, and the lack of answers only fueled my fear. The situation escalated when I started finding treats for Max on our doorstep. At first, I thought they might be from a neighbor, someone who knew Max and wanted to spoil him a little. But the treats kept coming, always the same brand, always neatly wrapped and placed right at my front door. After waking up extra early to figure out this mystery, my heart sank as I saw a familiar yet unsettling view. The man in the park was leaving them. I felt a chill run down my spine. The realization that he knew where I lived was terrifying. I started double-checking the locks on my doors and windows, making sure that everything was secure. I considered even calling the cops, but I didn't have any concrete evidence. I couldn't prove to the police that this man was coming to my house to leave treats for my dogs. It would probably end up as a I said, he said kind of thing. Also, he hadn't approached me or threatened me directly. My morning walks was causing me anxiety rather than joy now. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, my heart racing whenever I saw him. He never did anything overtly threatening, no sudden movements, no attempts to speak to me. But his persistent presence was enough to unsettle me. One day, as I was walking through the park, I noticed a piece of paper pinned to a tree along my route. Curious, I walked over and I took it down. It was a note, written in neat handwriting. "You and Max make my morning so much brighter." My hands trembled as I read the words. There was no signature, but I knew that it was from him. The thought that he was not only watching me, but also leaving messages made my blood run cold. How does he even know my dog's name? I assume he'd been listening to me speak to Max as I walked him. But every little detail made my skin crawl just a bit more. This was suddenly starting to look like a horror movie. What the hell? Someone stalking me? Treats on my door? Notes in the park? I hurried home with my mind racing. I needed to do something, anything to make this stop. I decided to change our routine drastically. Instead of walking Max in the morning, I started taking him for walks in the evening. I had hoped that the change in schedule would throw the man off and give me some peace of mind. For a few days, it did seem to work. I didn't see him, and I started to relax a little. But then, one evening as Max and I were walking through the park, I saw him again. He was standing under a street lamp, his face partially hidden in the shadows. My heart skipped a beat and I turned around, deciding not to risk walking in the park at night, knowing that he was there. The treats on my doorstep continued, and now there were more notes too. Simple messages like, "Have a great day" and "You're beautiful." Each one of them made me feel more trapped, more helpless. You would probably ask me, so why not just leave the letters or the notes alone in the park? Well, he didn't leave them in the park anymore. It was in the front door with the treats. Of course, I did not give Max the treats at all, and I just started throwing away the pieces of paper left on there without reading it. I confided in a friend about what was happening, and she suggested that I install security cameras around my apartment. It did seem like a good idea, so I did. I hoped that the cameras would deter him, or at least provide evidence if things escalated further. One night, I was reviewing the footage from the cameras and I saw him. He was standing at the edge of my property, just out of reach of the camera's view, but close enough to be seen. He stayed there for a few minutes before walking away. The sight of him so close to my home actually made me feel sick to my stomach. But him turning around and leaving meant that he knew full well that I was watching him, and he didn't want what he was doing to be recorded. He knew that what he was doing was wrong. I decided that it was time to take action. I went to the police and I told them everything. They took my concerns seriously, especially given the fact that I had video footage of him, and they promised to keep an eye on the situation. They also suggested that I change my walking routine again and avoid the park for a while. I followed their advice and started taking Max for walks in different locations. I felt a mixture of relief and also sadness. The park had been our favorite place, and now I was just scared of it. I missed our morning walks, the joy of watching Max play and explore in the morning, and I am so angry that this man took that away. A couple weeks went by and I didn't see the man. The treats and notes stopped appearing, and I slowly began to relax. I still felt watched from time to time and creeped out, though I couldn't see the man, but I started to believe that maybe he had given up and had finally left me alone. But then, one evening as I was walking Max near my apartment, I saw him again. He was standing at the corner of the street watching me with that same intense gaze. My heart pounded in my chest and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. This time, I didn't run though. I was just so angry and over it. I pulled out my phone and I took a picture of him. I wanted proof, something concrete to show the police again. He didn't move, didn't react. He just stood there, watching me with those cold and blinking eyes. I hurried home and I called the police, giving them the picture and telling them about the encounter. They assured me that they would look into it and try to find the man, and advised me to stay inside for the night and make sure to lock everything. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me, waiting for the right moment. I barely slept, my mind consumed with thoughts of what he might do next. I felt trapped in my own home, constantly looking at the window, expecting to see him standing there. One night, I heard a noise outside my apartment. It was a faint scratching sound, like someone trying to open a door. I checked the cameras and guess who was there? Yep, you've guessed it right. The man. My heart raced as I grabbed a kitchen knife and I crept towards the window. I peeked through the curtains and I saw him, standing just outside my door fiddling with the lock. I felt a surge of panic and anger. This was it. This was the moment that I had been dreading. I dialed 911 and I whispered to the operator, explaining the situation to them, and they assured me that help was on the way. But those minutes felt like an eternity. I could hear him outside, growing more frustrated as he tried to gain entry. And thank God that I had a freaking sturdy door. After a couple of minutes, the sound of sirens filled the air and I saw the flashing lights of a police car pulling up. The man turned and ran, but the officers were quick to pursue him. They caught him a few blocks away and took him to custody. I watched from the window, my hands trembling, as they led him away in handcuffs. The police questioned him and found evidence of his stalking, the treats, the notes, and even pictures of me and Max taken from a distance. He had been watching me for months. It was a chilling realization, but I felt a sense of relief knowing that he was finally caught. I, of course, pressed charges against him, and the police assured me that they would keep an eye on my apartment for a while. It took time, but I did slowly start to feel safe again. I changed my walking routine once more, avoiding the park and finding new places for Max and me to explore. The man is now in prison, and though I'm still trying to get over it, it is getting better day by day. Max, for his part, remained blissfully unaware of the danger that we had just faced. He still wagged his tail and sniffed every bush, eager to explore the world around him. His innocence and joy were actually a source of comfort and a reminder that life could still be beautiful and full of simple pleasures. Looking back, I realized how important it is to trust your instincts and take action when something feels wrong. And to the man who stalked me and my dog for months, I hope you stay rotting in prison. Hi everyone. I apologize if my English isn't too good. I'm not a native speaker, but I will do my best to write this. My name is Brandon, and I just turned 21. And if there's one thing that I can tell you about myself, it's that my health is not in a good place. I'm overweight, and even the simplest activities can leave me out of breath. My friends and family have been on my case about getting healthier, and after a particularly embarrassing moment where I had to catch my breath after a single flight of stairs, I decided that it was time to take control of my health. But I didn't want to jump into anything too intense right away. I didn't want to injure my body and end up worse off than I started. So, I decided to keep it simple and start with long walks every day. I live in a nice village, a place where people know each other, and it's generally safe. However, just at the edge of our little village, there's an area known for some unsavory crimes. It's a bit of a stark contrast to the rest of the village, which has always felt like a safe haven to me. Every morning, I'd wake up early and then go for my walk. I wasn't alone. The mornings were filled with people jogging, running, walking their dogs. And seeing them always inspired me. If they could do it, so could I. But one day, my routine got messed up. I forgot to set my alarm the night before, so when I woke up, it was already too late. If I went for my walk, then I would be late for work, so I decided to skip it. That day, I got home at around 6 p.m. and I had some chores to finish, and by the time that I was done, it was already 9 p.m. But not wanting to miss my daily walk, I decided to go anyway. I followed my usual route, but the village felt different at night. It was almost empty. The bustling morning crowd was gone, replaced with an eerie silence. Occasionally, I would see someone walking their dog, but for the most part, it was just me. One part of the village was particularly dark. It was near the park, and there were a lot of trees around. As I walked, I noticed that I was completely alone. But then, I heard the sound of crunching leaves to my right from the forested area. I didn't think much of it at first. I just assumed that it was a deer or some other animal. But the more that I listened, the more it sounded like footsteps. Me, not used to situations like this, I didn't know what to do. I stopped and I turned to look at the trees and I said, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But I immediately regretted it. Suddenly, I heard footsteps running, and it sounded like they were coming towards me. My heart pounded in my chest, and out of instinct, I just started running. I was worried that whoever or whatever was running after me would catch up. I'm not exactly in the best shape, as I mentioned, but I did my best. I ran, and I ran, my lungs burning with every step that I made. In the distance, I saw a shop that was still open. I pushed myself harder, praying that I would make it, and I then burst into the shop, scaring the clerk. I turned back and saw a hooded figure standing in a distance away. I squinted, trying to identify who it was, but it was too dark. The figure just stood there, and then to my horror, they waved at me. After that, they turned around and walked back into the darkness. I apologized to the clerk for scaring him, and I explained what had happened. He offered me some water, which I gratefully accepted, and the clerk then asked if we should call the police, but I decided to call the non-emergency hotline. The guy was gone and I couldn't identify him, but I wanted the police to know what had happened, or at least be on the lookout for it. Feeling silly, I booked a cab to get home, because there was no way that I was walking back that night. As safe to say, I made sure to set my alarm and even had a backup. I didn't want to miss my morning walks ever again. The morning crowd, the safety in numbers, that's where I felt most comfortable. Looking back, I shudder to think what could have happened if I hadn't made it to that shop. Our village, which always felt safe to me, had shown me a different side that night. It was a lesson that I didn't want to experience again. So, everyone, please, stay safe out there. This happened several years ago when I was working in a downtown jail in a large city as a counselor. I worked a weird shift and I got off at 2 a.m. So it was obviously dark when I got off work, and most of the people on the roads were people who just closed down the bars downtown. At this job, I interacted with inmates who were various levels of stable and sober, and sometimes they were released at the same time as I was leaving work. The garage where I parked was a couple of blocks away from the jail, so I was cautious walking to my car but didn't usually have issues. Anyway, this particular night, I got to my car safely and I started home. It's about a 25-minute drive. Very quickly after I pulled out of the garage, I noticed a car right behind me with its high beams on. It followed me through downtown and onto the highway, and then exited at my exit. I wasn't too freaked out yet because I live off a major road. But then, it took every single turn that I did and then pulled into my apartment complex right behind me. Well, at this point, I'm getting concerned, but it's a big complex, so I just head toward my building. The car is right behind me, and I usually back into my reserved parking spot. But this car is so close that I literally can't. So I just pulled in forward. The car then drives up behind me and stops, blocking me in. At this point, I'm absolutely scared, and I consider calling someone, but all my friends are probably asleep because it's 3 a.m. Calling 911 also felt like an overreaction. But I finally dial 911 on my phone, but I don't press the call button and I step out of my car. A man gets out of the car. He's tall, white, wearing a vest and a fedora. And then he stares at me. Just so you know, I'm a 26-year-old female, blonde and 5'3". He stares at me for like 10 seconds and then he says, "Oh." He then gets back in his car and then drives off. This was still one of the weirdest encounters of my life. In the school year 2022 to 2023, I was a senior at Bayshore High School in Long Island, New York. The year was going strong so far as I was getting good grades and getting accepted into a few colleges of my choice. I was sad and happy at the same time that it would be my last year. I was happy because I would move on to better things in life and I would achieve my dreams. But I was sad because I wouldn't really get to see my friends and my teachers as much as I saw them every day. I was already in the month of November, and 2 months flew by way too fast and I felt very glad. However, this one incident that happened mid-month would always come back to me every day. We had just finished up lunch and the 6th period was approaching. This would be a 40 to 50 minute class. About 15 minutes into the class, I really had to use the restroom because I drank a lot of water at lunch, and I should have done this right after lunch had ended. I asked the teacher to use the restroom and he said that I could. I walked into the bathroom, went into a stall and then did my thing. After finishing up, I was turning my head everywhere and I looked up above me for a brief second before looking back down. But then half a second later, I looked back up because I saw something that I would only see in my nightmares. What I saw was a camera up on the upper right corner of the stall and it was pointing directly at me. My whole body turned pale at this moment. I ran out of that bathroom so quick, forgetting to wash my hands, and I ran straight to the principal's office. I told her that there was a camera in the bathroom stall that I was in, and I swore to her that I wasn't lying. She could tell that I was being serious by me tearing up and being out of breath. We then walked to the bathroom together, and she saw the camera too. She had a horrified expression on her face. She grabbed a ladder from one of the storage rooms and then she climbed on the ladder to take the camera down. She then told me that she would phone the police and said that I could go home early today because I was not in the right headspace at that time. After I got home, I told my parents everything, and they had mixed emotions of sadness, disgust, and anger. I then went back to school the next day, but I wasn't better by a long shot. About a week later, everyone found out about who the person that had installed the camera in the bathroom was. His name was Daniel Garcia. He was a recent graduate in the year 2021 to 2022 school year, and then he came back to help with the drama club. Surveillance footage showed him installing the camera really early in the morning before the majority of the school would arrive. I was a victim along with one other female. I was just the first one to notice the camera. Daniel was arrested and was later pled not guilty to 1 count of unlawful surveillance in court. My parents and I were not happy with this, but we successfully filed a restraining order against Daniel for 3 years, along with the other victim who had been filmed. I had never felt so violated and humiliated before in my life. It has been nearly 2 years since this happened. I am having a fun life in college, but this incident will stay with me forever. I'm Susan. I'm a recently divorced woman in my late 50s. My life had been a series of predictable events until it suddenly wasn't. For 30 years, I was married to a man named Richard. We built a life together and we raised two wonderful children, both of whom are now grown and have families of their own. I owned a small but successful business, and with the kids out of my house, I thought that it was finally time to relax and enjoy the fruits of our labor. But life had other plans for me. One afternoon, I came home earlier than expected, and what I walked into shattered my world. There was my husband cheating on me in our own home with a woman at least 20 years younger than me. The betrayal was a dagger to my heart, and I knew that there was no repairing the trust that had been broken. I decided that we needed to divorce. There was no point in staying together if I couldn't trust him anymore. Richard made it difficult, arguing that we should give it another chance since we were older now and that I should just forgive him. Our children, however, were my rock, and they couldn't forgive their father for betraying our family like that, and with their support, I pushed through with a divorce. It was nasty, and it was draining me emotionally and mentally. After the divorce was finalized, I felt a sense of freedom, but I was also exhausted. I needed to escape, to breathe, to find myself again, so I decided to treat myself to a vacation. Greece had always been a dream destination for me ever since I watched the movie Mamma Mia. So I did it. I booked a trip, and I was ready to immerse myself in the beauty and culture of the place that I have admired from afar. If you are thinking that my scary story is because of the divorce, then think again. The scary experience that I had was during this vacation. Traveling alone didn't faze me. I had done it many times before, even before I got married. The first 4 days of my vacation were amazing, but not so eventful. It was just exactly what I needed to relax my mind and forget about the turmoil of the past months. The sun, the sea breeze, and the friendly locals were all healing in their own way. But on the 4th night, I decided to go out for a drink and listen to some live jazz music. I found a cozy bar, ordered a drink, and I let myself get lost in the music. As I sat there enjoying the ambience, a man approached me. He was handsome, Caucasian, and looked to be in his early 50s. He seemed friendly and very well put together, so I didn't mind the company. We chatted about random things, our travels, the music, our favorite dishes in Greece, and he seemed charming and harmless, and I really enjoyed the conversation. When I finished my second drink, I decided that it was time to head back to my hotel. The man offered to buy me another one, but I politely declined. He was very insistent, but I firmly thanked him and I left. My hotel was about a 15-minute walk from the bar, so I took my time, enjoying the cool night air and the quiet streets. Well, not so quiet with all the tourists around, but you know what I mean. As I walked, I happened to glance back and I saw a familiar face in the distance. It was the man from the bar. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but a bad feeling began to creep in. I picked up my pace and my heart started racing. After a couple of minutes, I looked back once again and I saw that he was still following me, his eyes clearly fixed on me now. Gone was the friendly smile from earlier, and now he just had a scowl on his face. I realized that this was no coincidence. He was after me. Why, I don't know. So, with my 50-year-old weak legs, I tried to move as fast as I could. Panic set in as I neared my hotel. I rushed through the doors and I went straight to the front desk. I was sweating and panting, and the front desk clerk asked if I was okay. But before I could answer, the man from the bar walked in and headed straight for me. I started screaming, that I didn't know him and that he had been following me. The front desk clerk quickly ushered me behind the counter and then called for security. The man claimed that we knew each other and that we were together and that I was just drunk. But I wasn't afraid to make a scene. I loudly insisted to everyone present that I didn't know him. The staff said that they would call the police, and that probably scared the man because he then bolted out of the hotel. Shaken, I thanked the front desk clerk and I arranged to check out earlier than expected the next day. She understood and she was very sympathetic. I didn't end my vacation, but I continued it somewhere else. I just didn't feel safe staying in that place anymore, knowing that man could be lurking around watching me. I found a new hotel in a different part of the city, and I tried to enjoy the rest of my trip. Traveling had always been a way for me to find peace and clarity, but this experience was a harsh reminder that the world can be a dangerous place. I was more cautious from then on and more aware of my surroundings. So, to the man who offered to buy me another drink and then followed me into my hotel and lied to the clerk that I knew him, let's not meet again. I live in a very small town where everyone knows everyone else. Last weekend, a girl walked up to my porch and said that she had a friend who wanted to get to know me and asked if I was single. I told her I was, and she asked for my number. I didn't see the harm in that, as I'm open to meeting new people. A big dumb mistake on my part, and I will never do that again. She left, and about 5 minutes later, I received a text from a guy. And it turns out I have known this person for almost 30 years, but we've never met or spoken to each other. He told me that he thought that I was pretty and that he would like to get to know me better and ask if he could stop by to talk in person, and I said that that was fine. This guy then shows up with 4 other people, and it was immediately clear to me that they were all on drugs of some sort. I hadn't seen him for a very long time, so I was not expecting how he looked. His name is Carrie, and he didn't have a single tooth left in his mouth, and he might have weighed 110 pounds, 5'7" at most. I was immediately regretful. Not only were all his teeth missing, he had no job, no car, no money, and is currently homeless. I recognized immediately that this guy is trying to find a home for the winter, and he thinks that he's gonna date me. It's obvious that he thinks very highly of his looks and his charming ways. Honestly, his flirting was extremely repulsive. I got rid of him by making up an excuse that I had to be somewhere. 4 days later, my doorbell camera captured a video of Carrie walking up to my porch steps, where he decides to sit with his back to the camera. He turned and looked directly at the camera twice. It gets creepier a few days later. I woke up Friday morning at about 5:30 a.m. and I decided to smoke a cigarette. I don't smoke inside, and since I caught him sitting on my porch steps, I would check my camera for any sight of him, and I did not see anyone, so I stepped out and smoked. I was half asleep, and I was staring down at the ground when I heard a voice. My head snapped up, and I'll be damned. He was standing less than 3 feet away from me. I nearly jumped out of my skin, and I screamed at him and said, "You scared the shit out of me. What the actual hell is wrong with you?" I truly have no idea what direction he came from and how he was able to walk up on my porch without making a single sound. He laughed until he saw that I was furious. Then he started explaining that he was here to tell me that his phone had died and wanted to know if I tried calling him or texting him. The only text I sent to him was asking him why the fuck he was sitting on my porch at 3:47 a.m., and he never answered. He then leans in towards me, trying to flirt with me after creeping me the hell out. He then says, "Good morning, sunshine." Oh, I wanted to slap his ugly face. I told him, "I am not a morning person at all, so you need to go." He started explaining again why he was there, and then he started pouting and walking away very slowly, and he kept turning back to look at me like I was going to change my mind and invite him in or something. It was just unbelievable. My doorbell camera actually recorded part of this interaction. After that, he started watching me from a half block away in front of a bowling alley that has a bench that directly lines up with my front door. For 2 days, he watched my every move. It even started pouring rain and he just sat there watching me. I haven't seen him around in a couple of days, but I'm hoping that he moved on to someone else. But my intuition is saying that he isn't done just yet. Cops know all about it because my son works for our sheriff's department and I fill them in. This is one of the creepiest encounters that I have ever had, and I'm a paranormal investigator. I've always said that it's the living that you gotta worry about, and this just absolutely proves it. My name is Amanda, and I am 32 years old. I have been a professional writer for almost a decade now, crafting stories and weaving words into worlds that readers can dive into. I didn't think that I would end up using my talents on here, but here we are. Recently, the words have stopped coming to me. I've been battling writer's block, a curse that has left me staring at blank pages and empty screens for weeks. My creativity felt like it had dried up, and every day that passed only added to my frustration and anxiety. I kept asking myself why this was happening. Was it burnout? A lack of inspiration? Whatever the cause, I needed a solution. I believed that a change of scenery could help me break through this creative barrier. I needed a place where I could disconnect from the chaos of my daily life and then just immerse myself in nature. That's when I decided to book an Airbnb cabin in the woods, hoping that the peaceful solitude would reignite my imagination. So, I went online and I did my research, and after an hour or two, I ended up finding the perfect cabin. I booked it and I counted down the days until my trip. The anticipation was a mix of excitement and nerves. I hoped that this retreat would be the remedy that I needed to get my creative juices flowing again. The day of my trip finally arrived. I packed my bags, loaded my car up, and set off on my journey. After a couple of hours of driving, I arrived at a small town near the cabin. It was quaint and charming, with a few shops and a gas station. So I decided to refill my tank since I was already here and pick up some snacks just in case I hadn't brought enough supplies. The gas station was small, but it was busy. There were 2 clerks working behind the counter. I grabbed some chips, drinks, and a few other essentials before heading to the register. As I made small talk with one of the clerks, I unfortunately mentioned that I was traveling alone to a nearby cabin to work on my writing. At the same time, I noticed the other clerk just staring at me. His gaze was unnerving, and I felt a chill run down my spine. But other than that, he didn't do or say anything to me, so I just tried to brush off the discomfort, and I quickly finished my transaction and left the store. The drive to the cabin was breathtaking. The road wound through dense forest with sunlight filtering through the trees and casting dappled shadows on the ground. When I finally arrived at the cabin, I was absolutely struck by its beauty. It was a cozy, rustic retreat nestled in the heart of the woods. The cabin had all the amenities that I needed too, including a fully equipped kitchen, a comfortable bed, and a desk with a view of the forest. My first day was productive. The tranquility of the cabin helped me relax, and for the first time in a few weeks, the words began to flow. I spent hours writing, feeling a sense of accomplishment that had eluded me for so long. That evening, I cooked a simple dinner, enjoyed the peaceful surroundings, and I went to bed feeling optimistic. On the second day, I decided to take a hike. There were several trails nearby, and I chose one that led to a scenic overlook. The hike was invigorating. I felt a sense of clarity as I took in the breathtaking view. After enjoying the hike and the view, I decided to go back so I can prepare my dinner and then continue on writing. But when I returned to the cabin, I noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I was certain that I had locked it before leaving, but I dismissed it as a mistake. I just went inside, locked the door behind me, and then continued with my work. As night fell, I heard the faint sound of footsteps on leaves outside. It was probably just an animal, I told myself, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, so I checked the locks on the doors and the windows, making sure everything was secure before going to bed. The next morning, I stepped out onto the wooden patio and then froze. There were muddy footprints leading up to the door. They were too large to be mine and too defined to be more than a few hours old. A chill ran down my spine. I was trying to calm myself. I reasoned that it could have been a curious local or someone who had mistaken my cabin for theirs. There was no crime. Nothing has been done to me other than spooking me out. There was no crime at all, so I just decided not to call it in and focus on my work. I just pushed the incident to the back of my mind. Later that night, I felt a bit tired from writing, so I decided to take a short break. I paced the room, drinking a cup of tea, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed movement outside the window. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but when I looked closer, I saw a face staring at me through the glass. But the face seemed familiar. I couldn't quite place it. My heart raced as I tried to remember where I had seen him before. And then it hit me. It was the clerk from the gas station, the one who had been staring at me. Panic set in, and realizing that he had been spotted, the man smiled at me with a twisted, sinister grin that sent shivers down my spine. I dashed to my bag and I grabbed my gun. I headed outside to confront him. I think it was just the adrenaline pushing me. The creep, seeing the weapon, fled into the darkness. My hands trembled as I watched him disappear into the woods. I had always carried a gun for personal protection. It's a habit instilled in me by my father. It was a precaution that I had never thought that I would need to use, but in that moment, I was immensely grateful for it. I decided then and there that it would be wise to leave the cabin in the morning. I packed my things, barely getting any sleep that night, always listening for any sound outside. And at dawn, I loaded my car and I left the cabin, making sure to avoid stopping at the gas station on my way back. My mind was still reeling from the encounter, the fear lingering like a dark cloud, and as I drove back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The stalker's eyes just following me from a distance. The experience left me shaken and weary. It was a harsh reminder of the dangers that can lurk even in the most peaceful settings. I'm just grateful that I trusted my instincts and I acted quickly. But the memory of that face staring through the window still haunts me. When I got home, I messaged the owner of the Airbnb to inform him of what had happened. He was apologetic and he refunded me for the remaining days that I had already paid for. It was a small consolation, but I also appreciated his understanding. And if you want to ask me why I didn't call the police that time, I'm going to be honest. I don't have any answer to that. I know I should have, but I think I was just too shaken up to even remember doing that. And now, I think it's too late to do it. To anyone reading this, I'm sharing my story as a warning. Be careful when you're traveling alone, especially to isolated places. Trust your gut and take precautions to protect yourself. The world can be unpredictable, and sometimes danger is closer than we think. Whoever you are, creepy, staring clerk guy, I hope we never meet again. I do hope that you find the help that you clearly need, but I want no part of your twisted games. Let's start with the basics. I'm a 26-year-old male, and I work at a blind store where I'm alone during all my shift. I work from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday to Friday. It's a very simple job, and most of the time, I just look at my computer. I do some customer service, offer quotation to the very few people that enter the store, and so on. So, like I said, it's very boring and not much happens. But lately, something started to caught my attention. I've noticed that across the street, someone is looking directly at the store, and more precisely, looking at me. I don't handle cash at the store. We mostly work with credit and debit cards, so I don't think that they are planning on robbing the store or something like that. I've noticed that there is a telescope on the window, and it's pointed directly at my desk, so I think it's very obvious that this person is looking at me. I left my phone recording at me while I do some work for like an hour and a half, and I can see in the recording that this person moves the telescope once in a while, and that when I got to the restroom, the telescope moves while trying to find me. So yeah, I have not seen the face of the person or anything, but surely enough, this is creepy. Update number 1. Okay, so thank you guys for all the comments and responses to the post that I have. I didn't expect this to get any attention, so here goes some more information about the situation that I'm in and more details about the store. First, this person is looking at my desk through a door, so my blinds can protect me here. In addition to this, I moved the desk closer to a wall so this person can't see me anymore. I just did this because I was getting video proof of this person's behavior. Second, I just found out about the stalker this Tuesday. I don't know if he or she has been doing this for weeks. I just noticed now, so I'm already being really careful when I get off of work. And a third one, after reading all your suggestions, I have decided to go and have a little chat with the building administrator and show her all the evidence that I have collected. I will do this today, and I may update this weekend if something worth mentioning happens. If not, then on Monday, I will update this post. Update number 2. Hi, so I already showed all the evidence to the building administrator. Let's call her Anna, and she was shocked. More even when she actually saw the telescope showing through the window of the apartment. She told me that the apartment that has a telescope is being used by 2 girls, maybe in their early 20s, and these 2 girls are weird. The apartments are small, but they are not cheap, and these 2 girls started living in them almost 2 months ago. She told me that she doesn't see these girls leave the apartment very often, and most of the food or groceries are delivered to these girls via delivery guys. But something that does occur is that a man comes to the apartment every 2 or 3 days and then leaves early in the morning. This man is the one who actually made the rental agreement and then pays for the apartment, so he is probably paying for the food and rent for these 2 girls too. Now, Anna says that when the rental agreement took place, the man said that these 2 girls would be living here because of college. But ever since, she hasn't seen these 2 girls go to college or anything like that. So yeah, this is weird. Apparently, Anna is going to speak about this issue with the owner of the building and the man who signed the rental agreement, so this activity, or the quote-unquote stalking, stops. I will update if I learn something else. Last update. Okay, so this weekend, I didn't think too much about the situation anymore. I try to enjoy my days off without worrying about my job. So, just today, I came to work, opened the store, and I began to work. Then I noticed that the window in the apartment was closed. This window was always open, and then I noticed that the telescope was no longer there. I sent a message to Anna asking if she could tell me anything about the girls and if something was done about the stalking. Apparently, Anna, the building owner, and this mysterious man had a short conversation this Saturday. They called the man on his phone and asked him if they could talk about some complaints about the apartment. Then, they told the man that the girls were harassing the stores in front of the building. Lucky me that they didn't say that I was the one who complained. They told the man that this behavior should stop because that's not something the tenants should do. And so far, the man has been listening and paying attention to these requests. Everything was normal up to that point, but when the building owner made a question, it was a quick question like, "So, what career are they studying?" Anna says that the man changed his attitude completely, said that he should mind his own business, and then just left. Sunday comes in, and the man calls Anna to give her the keys to the apartment. He didn't explain why or said anything else. He just gave her the keys and then left. Anna is very confused and also worried about the girls, mainly because she didn't saw them when they left. I told her that maybe they left early in the morning, like the man used to do. I asked if there was something wrong with the apartment, like missing stuff or damaged items, but Anna said that everything was fine and nothing was stolen or broken. Also, I asked if she ever heard a noise, maybe some yelling or anything that Saturday night, and nothing, she says. She is thinking about filing a complaint with the police because it feels wrong that they would just leave like that. If you ask me, I think the reason that they left was because the building owner asked about the girls. I don't know what to think about this. If Anna does end up going to the police, I will probably provide my testimony or something if it's helpful. I hope that I don't have to update this post again because I wouldn't want to know more about this than I should.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared because your fear feeds me.